Section 58 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. An authentic record of remarkable cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Homicide, Part 35, The Wichita Outlaws, Winner and McNutt. In the summer of 1873, two young men named Winner and McNutt of Kansas City obtained an insurance policy for $5,000 upon the life of McNutt from the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company. The policy was in favor of a woman from Clay County, Missouri, with whom McNutt had been living about a year in Leavenworth in Kansas City. In order to legalize the policy, McNutt married the woman and soon after removed to Wichita, a new and flourishing town in western Kansas, much frequented by stock raisers. McNutt was accompanied by Winner. Just before Christmas, Winner returned to Kansas City for the purpose of finding a young man whom he could quietly murder, and whose body he could palm off on the insurance company as that of McNutt. He visited Mrs. McNutt, who had remained in Kansas City, and disclosed the plot to her. A young man named Sevier was induced to accompany Winner to Wichita on promise of a job of work, and was never seen alive after he arrived there with Winner. He was taken, according to McNutt's confession, to the paint shop used by the murderers, and there intoxicated with brandy and drugged with ether. Cords were bound tightly around his body. His clothing was saturated with kerosene, and the shop was set on fire. His remains were found among the embers of the building, and at first were supposed to be those of McNutt. Winner reported that they had been attacked in the night, McNutt killed, and the shop robbed and burned. His story excited suspicion, for there were no bruises on his person excepting slight scratches. Mrs. McNutt immediately claimed the $5,000 insurance, and the parties in interest at once proceeded to investigate the case. On the day when this tragedy occurred, Mrs. McNutt wrote a letter to her husband, which was intercepted by the authorities, McNutt having fled to Missouri under the assumed name of Leonard. In the course of the letter she wrote, "I am up to my eyes in trouble. I can't help it, for I must talk, although you will be angry with me for writing it. Do cut loose from that man, Winner. He is a mean, pinchback liar. If you carry out the plans you have underway, we shall be ruined and disgraced. Before I will have the name of stealing and murdering for wealth, I'd beg on my hands and knees. I'd rather burn in fire and brimstone for your sake than to have you branded as a murderer. Do let me sell my bed and clothing and come down to Wichita, and let us try and earn an honest living. I will work and do all I can to make our home happy and comfortable again. Life of my soul, let me warn you to cut loose from that wicked man, Winner, who is the cause of all our troubles." On the face of the envelope were the following instructions to the postmaster. "Let no one have this but the one it is directed to, and if not called for within 3 days, return the same to number 602 Main Street, Kansas City only. Mrs. J.W. McNutt." The letter was read to the jury of inquest over Sevier's remains. Winner and Mrs. McNutt were arrested and imprisoned, and notwithstanding Winner's refusal to make any disclosures, and Mrs. McNutt's rejection of overtures to turn state's evidence, the proofs against them rapidly accumulated. A clue to McNutt's whereabouts was followed up by ex-sheriff William Smith of Sedgwick County. Having obtained at Topeka a requisition from the governor, he proceeded to Leavenworth City and took the Chicago and Rock Island Road to Plattsburgh. Immediately after arrival at that point, He procured a horse and a guide and rode all night in the supposed direction of the criminal, visiting a number of small country post offices and inquiring at each whether a party by the name of Leonard procured mail there. Next day, he reached the Glen Garden Post Office in Ray County and was told that a party of that name was getting mail at that office, and that he was working on a farm about 1 mile from there. Smith left his horse and borrowed a shotgun of his informant for the purpose of killing chickens, he said, and proceeded to the farm. On arriving at or near the farmhouse, which stood in a clearing, he espied McNutt in the backyard chopping wood. He passed around the farm to the east side, where stood a large barn. He approached the barn, keeping it between himself and his game, then farther on towards the house, about 100 yards and within 20 feet of where McNutt was chopping wood, stood a corn crib. He worked his way cautiously up to the corner of the corn crib, stepped out and cocked his gun on the chap, and told him to throw down his axe and hold up his hands, for he was his prisoner, which order he promptly obeyed, remarking while being handcuffed, "Well, you have got me at last." Smith said, "Yes, I have been hunting you for some time." He was placed on a horse and taken to Plattsburgh, and thence to Wichita. The skillful manner in which Smith ferreted out the rascal, and the coolness with which he effected the capture, commended him to general admiration. Reckless of consequences, the wretched McNutt voluntarily unbosomed himself of the particulars of the tragedy. The atrocious nature of the crime is revealed in the following confession, to which, when written out, his signature was appended. "I was born in the state of Missouri on the 22nd day of April, 1842. Am 31 years of age, was married to my present wife last October. Have no children, nor do I wish any, for the legacy that I should leave them would not be of a very desirable character, that which Cain left his descendants. By trade I am a painter. Worked at my trade in Kansas City for several years before I came down to this place. Met Winter last May. We were a good deal together. He proposed several ways by which we could make some of that desirable article, money, but I would not listen to him, as I was afraid to bring disgrace upon my family. Among other things, he proposed that we should organize a band of bandits and go over the country, plundering and robbing. He related to me some of the most diabolical crimes that I have ever heard, saying that he was the author and that he had never been under any inconvenience with the law, that the law was a farce, and a man with common sense and a little cheek could elude and defy it at pleasure. But I would not go in with him. I told him I was no rogue, and would not beat one for any amount of money. He laughed at me and called me chicken-hearted. At last, towards the close of September, he proposed to me the crime that was perpetrated here last December. I would not listen to him at first, but finally, in an evil moment, I allowed him to talk it up to me, and he painted it in such glowing and sure colors that I began to feel interested in it, and after a while was carried away with the intoxicating thought that I might yet be worth some money, and not have to be a dog all my life. We talked up the best mode for the accomplishment of our object. I had my life insured in the sum of $5,000, but as it would not be paid unless to some near relative, and one whom we could trust, it was decided that I had better marry the woman with whom I was then living, and we would be sure of not losing what we committed crime for. It took us a long time to decide where we could best accomplish our object. At first it was decided that Kansas City would be the best place, and we even went so far as to engage a store on Main Street where we could hang out our sign as painters, and by this means be enabled to have on hand a large stock of oils without attracting or exciting suspicion. But one day, an unlucky day for us both, Winter said that he had found a much better place, a city where we could execute our plans in daylight without being bothered with the law. a place where men were killed every day in the week, and that place was Wichita. He showed me several pieces in the newspaper about murders that had been committed, and in them it stated that the offenders were allowed their liberty. We came down to this place and opened out our shop in a small frame building on Main Street, over a millinery shop. We worked at our trade for a number of weeks and built up quite a business. I tried to persuade Winter to give it up, but he would not. Not knowing who we could get for our victim delayed us for a long time. A citizen of Wichita would not do, as it would create such a sensation that some of the facts might come out. At last, Winter went to Kansas City, saying that he had a friend who was looking for a job and would bring him home and use him, and that we could finish him up the same night. He was gone about a week and said that he had made arrangements with a painter by the name of Sevier to come down and work for them, and that he would be down the next evening. I went to the depot to meet him, but he did not come. We received a letter next day stating that he had no money, and the pass that Winter gave him would not answer. We sent him the money by mail, and for fear that he would not get it, telegraphed also. He came down on the 12:30 train next evening. Winter met him at the depot and brought him up to our room, where he slept. At this time we had about 30 gallons of benzene and 20 gallons of coal oil, together with a large amount of oils. Sevier appeared like a very clever, good-hearted fellow. My heart failed me, so that I could do nothing. But Winter was in his element. He knew just how to do everything and do it well. We began to prepare him for death by giving him brandy to drink, of which we had a large supply. After he had drank about a quart, we mixed ether with the rest, as it would not leave any deposit in the stomach. When he was so thoroughly unconscious that he could do nothing, we were prepared to do the bloody work which Winter's hands itched to perform. Winter poured down Sevier's throat about a pint of ether which he had brought from Kansas City. We then placed his head in an iron pot filled with benzene and set fire to it. We watched him as his head began to simmer and crackle like burning meat. But as he was unconscious, I do not think he felt any pain. When his features were burned and disfigured beyond recognition, we laid him in the bed, which was saturated and dripping with oil. Our next operation was to fix up Winter so that it would give the public the impression that someone had tried to murder him as well as myself. I took a bunch of flesh between my thumb and finger and ran the blade of a pair of scissors through and cut it open. We then opened one of Sevier's veins and took out about a quart of blood, which Winter spread over himself, and then made himself look as though he had lost a great deal of blood. I then took my departure, leaving my vest and empty pocketbook at the back of the shop, and left on the train for Atchison, and from there went to Missouri. I escaped detection on the train by riding between the baggage car and locomotive. Ever since then I have been in Missouri. I knew nothing about the developments until 2 days before my arrest, when I read the verdict of the jury in the Journal of Commerce. I do not know what Winter did after I left, but I am sure he must have acted his part well, as he is a most accomplished rogue. This is all I know of the affair. I tried my best to persuade Winter to give up the thought of the crime, but could not succeed. I told him it would not succeed, especially at Wichita, for the officers are too sharp and vigilant, more so than any other city I know of in the West. I don't know how the officers found out where I was. J. W. McNutt. Count Pommerais and Madame Pauw. In reasoning from circumstantial evidence, increased cogency is often given to the general weight of evidence by the conspicuous presence of an urgent motive for crime. A very interesting illustration is furnished in the trial in France of the Count de Pommerais for the murder of Madame Pauw. It appeared that Madame Pauw had been left a widow in 1859 with 3 children. The prisoner was a physician who knew and attended her husband. Madame Pauw became the prisoner's mistress up to the time of his marriage in 1860 with Mademoiselle de Bezy. In June 1863, the prisoner proposed to the deceased to organize a fraud on 6 French and 2 English life insurance companies by insuring the life of the deceased, and then, on her simulating illness, by inducing the insurance companies to exchange the policies for annuities. Insurances were accordingly effected for 550,000 francs, for which the policies were made transferable by endorsement. The prisoner advanced the premiums, having the policies transferred by Madame Pauw to himself by deed, and a will made by her in his own favor. The motive, of course, alleged for the murder of the deceased was that by her death, the prisoner would come into immediate possession of the 550,000 francs and be relieved from what was possibly an inconvenient connection. The prisoner induced Madame Pauw to feign illness, and it was alleged in the act d'accusation that in November 1863 he administered digitalis. Dr. Gordonneau was called in and was told she had fallen downstairs. This was contradicted at the trial by Madame Pauw's children. Madame Pauw died. Doctors Tadier and Marcin were charged by the court to make post-mortem examination. They made several experiments and in their official report concluded that the deceased had died by poison. Dr. Roussin thought the poison was digitalis, of which the prisoner had large quantities in his possession. It was alleged that the prisoner well knew that digitalis leaves no traces. In the course of the experiments, digitalis was tried on dogs and cats, and they died in the same way as other animals, to which expectorated matter and contents of the digestive tube of the deceased had been administered. Dr. Herbert, on the contrary, thought that the fact of the floor of the deceased room, which had contained matter in a state of putrefaction, having been recently scraped, was sufficient to account for all the circumstances of the death. It appeared that the prisoner had spoken freely to several witnesses about the contemplated fraud on the insurance companies. Now, if this fraud had been seriously contemplated or actually completed, and the prisoner was in the way of being put in the receipt of an income during Madame Pauw's life, instead of the expectation of a lump sum at her death, the motive, of course, would have been all the other way. It was the prisoner's object to show that he did so seriously intend to carry out this fraud up to the last. And the case is almost unique in exhibiting a prisoner laboring to prove his innocence of one crime by proving his complicity in another only a few degrees less abominable. Some of his statements were inconsistent with manifest facts. Some, such as his assertion that he paid the deceased an annuity of £100, suicidal to his own professed motives. The result was his conviction and execution. In this case, the evidence was, on other grounds, just of that uncertain description which makes evidence of efficient motive all important. The defense certainly was most plausible and ingenious, and if concerted contemporaneously with the crime, showed a marvelous foresight and sagacity. For there were 3 courses left to the jury. The prisoner might have been proved guilty of no crime at all, or of attempted fraud and not of the murder, or of the murder and not the attempted fraud. A distinct conception of the several motives likely to be present on each successive hypothesis was the most critical part of the investigation. End of section 58.
Section 59 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies, an authentic record of remarkable cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Homicide, Part 36. The Hartung Crime. Bernard Hartung was a merchant at Magdeburg in the beginning of 1853, and was well known for his cultivation and his apparent business success. He had been 3 times married, and was now living in much comfort, though in point of fact laboring under great pecuniary embarrassment with a wife to whom he was undoubtedly much attached. Coming home one evening, he found his aunt, his mother's sister, Emma Schroeder, an unmarried woman of about 40, spending the evening with his wife. Tea was over, and after a little pleasant and cheerful conversation, in which they urged him to sit down to the table and eat, he got up, saying he had to go out for a few minutes and would soon be back. He returned with some cake in his hands, Beisers, of a kind of which he knew his aunt was particularly fond. With a smile on his face, he called for 2 dessert plates, and put a cake on each, one of which he placed directly opposite his wife, and the other to his aunt. The latter tasted hers first, and remarked upon something gritty, when the wife offered to change with her, which, however, she laughingly declined. At 10 o'clock the aunt returned home, and at midnight was seized with violent pains. At dawn a physician was called in, who could do nothing more than speak of the improbabilities of recovery. Hartung was sent for, but apparently questioning the reality of the danger, he went down to his counting-room, making his partner's absence the ground of excuse. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, however, the condition of the sufferer was much worse. Her breath became lighter. She had fallen into a comatose condition, from which it was impossible to arouse her, and this news being sent to him, he at last hastened to her bedside. She was dead, having sunk away in perfect calmness. He at first was overcome with a paroxysm of grief, and it was some time before he recovered sufficiently to enable him to inquire into the circumstances of her illness. The nurse mentioned casually the cake which the deceased had eaten the previous night, which, during her illness, she had said she feared was not entirely right. Hartung did not move a single muscle. The nurse repeated the entire remark of the deceased. Perhaps that cake was not quite right. Perhaps it was poisoned. Hartung smiled compassionately and said she was raving. So indeed all the bystanders thought. He then proceeded to examine into her effects. She was in poor circumstances, supporting herself in part by music teaching, and but a few $100 were found, which were divided equally between Hartung and his 2 sisters, they being the heirs at law. The funeral was ordered in some haste, but this was attributed by Hartung to the illness of a daughter of a lady lodging in the same house. In the meantime, the dying statements of the deceased began to be noised about, and the public suspicion rose so high that in a few days Hartung was arrested. He opposed a bold and determined front to the officers, and indignantly demanded his discharge. He fell into the hands of a police magistrate, distinguished for his tact and experience, and it was then that a scene took place so characteristic of the present method of German procedure, that we translated in full from the official report. It was evening. 2 lights standing in the center of the green-covered table lighted the office sufficiently to enable everything in it to be seen. Hartung did not know the magistrate. They saluted each other, and the magistrate, looking at him calmly but firmly in the eye, stated to him the nature of the charge as to which he was about to be examined. Hartung was unacquainted with the searching nature of the process to which he was about to be subjected, and found its solemnity and pointedness not a little oppressive. The quiet calmness with which the magistrate enumerated to him the several grounds of suspicion threw him at last into a confusion from which he was unable to rally. The magistrate watched him narrowly, and then laid before him in a very few words the only means by which he could escape from the distressing incertitude into which he was placed, viz., by a free and open confession, to place himself right before God and man. Hartung sank under this new appeal. He could no longer retain his former threatening bearing, and he suddenly turned and asked, "To whom have I the honor to speak?" The answer paralyzed him still more, for it gave the name of an officer famous in the detection of crime and for its skillful treatment of the accused. He asked for a private interview, when the magistrate continued to inquire whether he was conscious of guilt. In part, was the agonized reply. A partial guilt is impossible here, said the magistrate calmly. Are you guilty of your aunt's death, or are you not guilty? The reply was guilty, and the magistrate seized this moment of paroxysm to draw forth a full confession. If you confess that you poisoned your aunt, you must give your reasons. Hartung shuddered. His pride could hardly bear this strain. Was it your intention to destroy your aunt by poison? Yes, that was my object. Was your motive hatred? No. Did you expect to gain anything? Hartung shuddered again, and it was with difficulty that at last he replied, Whatever money my aunt left, I have secured. It fell to me as rightful heir. He then went on to excuse himself on the ground that his aunt was about to make a match with a person for her junior in years, whose object, evidently, was to obtain the little property of which she was possessed. He then went on to explain how he had effected the poisoning, which was by mixing arsenic with the sugar on the cake. The next step was to fortify this confession by the examination of the corpse. The body seemed entirely unchanged, and all expression of pain was drawn from the countenance by the calm which succeeds death. Hartung was brought to view the body, and with the exception of a slight recoil, retained entire composure. The post-mortem gave the most unmistakable evidence of the presence of arsenic. In the examination of Hartung's house, similar traces were discovered. An amount of pure arsenic was found, which was enough to poison half a city. Of this, however, Hartung denied all knowledge. The only answer he would give was that it was the refuse of what he had wanted in the store, and that it had been cast away there and forgotten. And at the close of the primary hearings, he solemnly purged himself of having been concerned in any prior similar violations of the law. The suspicions, however, that had been excited against him now began to extend over a wider field. Cases of prior sudden death were enumerated within the circle of his immediate influence, and the following remarkable facts were brought to light, connecting him unmistakably with the poisoning of his second wife under the following circumstances. In 1850, Marie Braconnier, to whom he had shortly before been married, and who was then in the freshness and fullness of early womanhood, told one of her own female friends that she was troubled with an anxious presentiment arising from her husband, who was then much embarrassed in his circumstances, pressing her to consent to have her life insured. Her feelings of dread arose not from suspicion, but from her unwillingness to unite in a step which she could scarcely understand, and which was necessarily beset with gloomy associations. She yielded, however, but scarcely had she done so, when on a visit to her mother, she was attacked, immediately on leaving her husband's house, with symptoms which were attributed to the then prevailing epidemic of cholera. Her strong constitution, however, surmounted the attack, and after a few days she returned home. Scarcely had she got there when Hartung was seized, or pretended to be seized, with the premonitories of the epidemic, manifesting great fear, resorting to every palliative in his power, and finally yielding to her anxious entreaties to be put to bed. His wife devoted herself to him, never leaving his side, and it consequently fell to her lot to administer to him a broth which he induced her to join with him in drinking. Of what took place then there was no evidence, as they were alone, except that a few hours afterwards she was seized with violent pains, which shortly after ended in her death. At first no suspicion arose. The attending physician, Dr. Niemann, saw in the usual certificate that the death was occasioned by Asiatic cholera. The insurance company, however, which was so closely affected by her death, began naturally enough to feel some curiosity when called upon to pay. This was increased by the extraordinary activity with which Hartung pressed for the payment. A voluminous correspondence ensued, in which the company called for a post-mortem examination, which, however, he very artfully succeeded in avoiding, at last by threats, on one hand, of exposure of a corporation which was willing to receive premiums, but not to pay losses, and partly by an appeal to his own desolate situation after all his great losses, he succeeded in obtaining payment in full. The examination into the causes of the aunt's death, however, led to a reconsideration of the case of the wife. The exhumation of her remains was at last determined on. A commission was constructed for the purposes of a post-mortem examination, on which were placed eminent medical experts, among whom was the physician who had attended the deceased in her last moments. 20 months had elapsed since death, but the degree of preservation was such as to leave no question of identity. The result of the chemical examination was decisive. An amount of arsenic was found in the stomach, abundantly enough to have caused her death. Strong circumstantial evidence also existed, showing the cause of the wife's first sickness to have been the same as her last. When these facts were mentioned to Hartung, he replied merely by protesting against the prejudice that had been excited against him, but denying all agency in his wife's death. In March 1853, his trial came on in Magdeburg, when, to the surprise of all, he pleaded not guilty to his aunt's murder, and maintained that his confession to the police magistrate was dictated by the desire only to get rid of a harassing and protracted examination, and to bring on a speedy trial. The result was, however, unavoidable. He was convicted of his aunt's murder, and was finally executed. Before his execution he made a full confession of having poisoned both his aunt and his wife. End of section 59.
Section 60 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. An authentic record of remarkable cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Homicide, Part 37. Katherine Ging, the dupe and victim of Harry Hayward. Adri A. and Harry T. Hayward. The elder son, Adri, was married and with his family occupied apartments near his father's. At the time of the tragic occurrence of which we write, December 1894, Harry, the younger son, was 29 years of age and was known as a fast young man who was recognized by, if not actually admitted to, the better class of society. He was strongly addicted to gambling and played whenever he could obtain funds for the purpose. His father had started him in life with a handsome property, both real and personal, all of which was lost in gambling ventures. In personal appearance, he was of excellent physique, nearly 6 feet in height, well-proportioned, erect figure, fair complexion, and of attractive manners. It was an easy matter for such as he to win the admiration and eventually the absolute confidence of a rather commonplace but ambitious young woman, Miss Katherine Ging, a dressmaker who was about his own age, tall, and although of masculine type, was passably good-looking. She occupied business parlors in what is known as the Syndicate Block, Minneapolis, where she had built up a profitable business through her thrift and industry, and was reputed to have accumulated a few $1,000s, which she had placed at interest. She resided in the Ozark Flats, where she had apartments with her niece, Miss Ireland. On November 23, 1894, Miss Ging called at the Minneapolis agency of the Travelers Insurance Company of Hartford, Connecticut, and inquired for Mr. Purple, an agent of the company with whom she was acquainted. Agent Purple being temporarily absent from the office, an appointment was made with Miss Ging for him to call at her dressmaking shop on the afternoon of the same day. Agent Purple called agreeably to the appointment and was informed by Miss Ging that she had decided to take out some accident insurance, and the agent took her application for what is known as an annuity accident policy in the sum of $5,000. The policy was delivered to her that evening, for which she gave her check in payment of premium. The next day Agent Purple saw her again and explained that the policy was payable $1,000 upon proofs of death and $1,000 annually thereafter during 4 years. She then told him that she intended to borrow $7,000 and wanted to use the policy as collateral security for the loan. The agent suggested that a policy paying the entire sum at one time would be better for that purpose, and so a new application was taken and a new policy written. Dated November 24th, 1894, and was delivered by Agent Purple to Miss Ging at her room the next day, November 25th, at which time Harry Hayward was present. 3 or 4 days later, Hayward came to the office of the insurance agent, having with him the accident policy recently written upon Miss Ging, together with a recent policy upon her life, written by the New York Life Insurance Company. He also had assignments of both policies made by Miss Ging to himself. These assignments were in duplicate, and he left one to be forwarded to the home office of the travelers. 10 days after this insurance was written, at about 8:30 on the evening of December 3rd, 1894, the dead body of Katherine Ging was discovered in a lonely part of a road running through a tamarack swamp within the park system, lying on the outskirts of Minneapolis, and near the eastern shore of a sheet of water known as Lake Calhoun. A young man, a railway employee, was returning home that night, having taken a street railway car which brought him to the road in question, and to a point within about 50 yards of where the body lay that evening. When he first got off the car, he heard a carriage coming through the marsh road, but could see nothing. Walking on, he met a running horse with a top buggy. He stepped to one side, thinking the driver was going pretty fast, but paid no further attention to the matter and proceeded in the direction of his house, when he very nearly stepped upon the dead body of a woman lying in the center of the road. He went directly home, obtained assistance, and returned to the place, when it was observed that the body was lying partly on its side and partly on its face. A carriage robe of fur was lying tumbled up about the body. The body was warm. It was supposed that a carriage accident had happened, and a physician was summoned. In the meantime, a patrol wagon and police officers arrived at the place. The woman being pronounced dead, the body was at once taken to the morgue, where it was more critically examined, and a pistol-shot wound of the head was discovered. The bullet, having entered at the back of the right ear and passing through the brain, had lodged in the left orbit. Up to that time, no one had identified the body. At about 9 o'clock that night, a horse and buggy without a driver came into the livery stable of George Gooseman. The horse belonged there, and the fact of its walking in alone attracted no attention at the time. The man in charge harnessed and took the horse to its stable. On returning to the buggy, he found that the robe was missing, and that there was a pool of clotted blood upon the cushioned seat. He summoned assistance, and police headquarters were called up by telephone. It was soon learned that Katherine Ging had hired this livery horse that evening, and the body lying in the morgue was soon after quickly identified. Miss Ging had engaged this team of the carriage agent of the West Hotel, whom she knew and who lived at the Ozark Flats. She had previously driven this particular horse, which was gentle and quiet, and had ordered it for 7 o'clock that evening, to call for it at the West Hotel. She was at the hotel promptly, got into the buggy, and drove off. A careful searching and exhaustive investigation was quickly set on foot, and the mayor of the city, Honorable W.H. Eustace, gave his personal and most valuable efforts to solve the mystery of what appeared to be a most unaccountable murder. Suspicion quickly pointed out Harry Hayward as the person most intimately acquainted with the murdered woman and best informed as to her social relations, her habits, and her business dealings. At first, Hayward was consulted in rather an advisory capacity, and he was asked to give his opinion upon the several theories that were being evolved. With the utmost composure, and thoroughly self-possessed, he showed a willingness and a desire to follow up every clue, and if possible hunt down the perpetrator of the crime. It was clear from the start that he did not commit the deed, for at the hour of its occurrence he was enjoying himself at the Grand Opera House, in the company of an estimable young lady whom he had escorted there. Still, he was regarded with lurking mistrust early in the case, and through his brother Adri, The evidences of crime were quickly confronting him. It appeared that the Hayward family had a friend and legal advisor in the person of Mr. L.M. Stewart, a wealthy gentleman who had retired from the active practice of his profession of attorney at law, and through some vague instinct of honesty, Adrie Hayward had sought this friend for advice. The circumstances may best be related in the following letter addressed by Mr. Stewart to the county attorney. 3 days before the murder of Miss Ging, Adrie A. Hayward, the brother of Harry, came into my office very greatly excited and told me that Harry and a confederate were going to murder Miss Ging in order to get money from her life insurance, and he told me that Harry pretended to have loaned her the money and had managed to have her display the money in large sums in several places, and that Harry had also displayed Miss Ging's notes, taken also to many people, as also her life insurance policies, and that she was to be got out riding and killed in order to get the life insurance money, which he said was $10,000. In fact, he stated substantially all the particulars as they have occurred, and said he learned them from Harry, and as I said, he was greatly excited and wanted to know what could be done to prevent it. I hadn't the least belief that there was any foundation for his fears, and told him it was only some of Harry's big talk. Told him that if there had been any such scheme on the part of Harry, he certainly would not be such a fool as to tell of it. But he seemed perfectly convinced that the intention to murder the girl was genuine, and said it was certainly planned and would be accomplished in a very few days. I repeated to him again and again that while Harry was wicked, he was not a fool, and that he certainly would not have given himself away in advance in that way if there had been any intention to perpetrate such a crime. But he did not seem to doubt the genuineness of the intended murder. If I had supposed that there was the most remote possibility of his story, or rather belief, being founded on genuine intention to commit a crime, I should have advised him at once to go to the superintendent of the police and lay the matter before him, but I had no belief whatever in its being anything but bluster and bluff on the part of Harry. But events proved conclusively that Adrie was right. I knew long ago that Harry was one of the most mendacious liars and dishonest rogues I had ever seen, but I had no idea of his being such a criminal. When Adrie came into my office to tell me the above, he said he wanted to talk with me confidentially, but crimes of this character should be promptly punished to the full extent of the law. This letter put a quietus upon all investigation in other directions, and warrants were issued for the arrest of both Adrie and Harry Hayward. Both were soon in custody, but before being locked up, Adrie was fully interrogated upon the points indicated in the foregoing letter. Under the advice of Mr. S. Stewart, he consented to make a clean breast of it, and he related to the officials the following story. He subsequently testified to the same facts at the trial of his brother Harry. He said Harry had told him that he had made gambling investments for Miss Ging, sometimes winning and sometimes losing, and he obtained considerable money from her for that purpose. Sometime during the month of July previous, Harry told him that he had Miss Ging's note that she wanted to get discounted, being short of funds. The note was secured by mortgage upon some mill property, and the mill was insured. He wanted Adrie to go with him to the place and see the miller. Adrie declined at first, but finally consented and went there with him, driving there in a carriage. On arriving at the place, Harry inquired of the miller about getting the money on the notes, and failing in that, asked to look over the property. Adrie remained in the carriage while Harry went into the mill. About 2 or 3 weeks afterward, the mill burned down. The insurance was subsequently paid. About 2 months later, in September, Harry sounded Adrie upon the subject of killing Miss Ging, asked if he, Adrie, would kill a woman for $2,000. Harry suggested that the woman could be very easily shot, that he, Harry, could drive out with her, or could have her taken out, and that nobody would suspect them. Adrie declared that he would have nothing to do with killing people, but Harry recurred to the subject at various times, and spoke of employing a certain hackman for the purpose. He detailed several plans to accomplish his murderous purpose. One was to take the girl out in a boat and drown her, but he feared that would look like a suicide and defeat the collection of the insurance money. He spoke of driving out in a buggy with her, and wondered how she would fall if she struck a boulder by the roadside, whether she would fall towards the boulder or from the boulder when she struck. Later on, Harry concluded that Adri would not answer his purpose and told him so, declaring that he had no nerve, but he had now found the right man, who had nerve and who knew enough to keep his mouth shut. He said the man was Klaus Blixt, a stationary engineer having charge of the engine at the Ozark Flats. A few days later, Harry exhibited to Adri a package of bills, saying there was $7,000 in the roll. Harry said in the presence of others whom Adri names that he was going to invest $7,000 in business with a young lady, that he was going to take out insurance upon her life, and that she was going to give him her notes secured by the life insurance. At a later interview, Harry informed Adri that Miss Ging had taken a $5,000 life policy only instead of $7,000 as had been planned, but she had remedied the defect by taking a $5,000 accident policy also. "And now," said Harry, "I will make more money than I had intended to. I will make the notes now for the full amount of the policies, $10,000. According to Adri's best recollection, about the 22nd or 23rd of November, Harry wrote the notes for Miss Ging to sign, writing them in Adri's presence and on his father's desk. There were 3 or 4 of these notes. On Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, Harry said to his brother Adri, "I was coming down this morning and Blixt asked me if it was not time to sacrifice the dressmaker." Adri replied, "Harry, you are not going to kill the girl, are you?" "Yes, we are," he says. "She will have to be the victim this time." Klaus Blixt was taken into custody and locked up at the police station. At first he denied any knowledge of the matter, but after being alone a while in his cell he expressed a desire to see the mayor and chief of police. They went to him, and to them the miserable wretch expressed a desire to make truthful confession and relieve his conscience of its burden. A stenographer was called in and every word was duly noted down. Soon the whole secret was disclosed, and the perpetrators of the crime were in the hands of the law. At the trial of Hayward, Blixt became an important witness, and his testimony, when divested of a vast amount of superfluous matter, was substantially as follows. "My full name is Klaus Alfred Blixt, age 41, born in Sweden. Came to this country about 1860. Have lived in Minneapolis about 8 years. Went to work for W. Hayward in April last, having charge of the steam machinery in Ozark Flats. Married and reside at the Ozark. I first met Harry Hayward in his father's office. After I started into work at the Ozark, I saw him once in a while, up to about 6 or 7 weeks prior to my arrest. During those weeks he was down in the basement, where I worked most every day. It was my duty to run the elevator at noon hours and in the evening. I had seen Katherine Ging there, was not acquainted with her, knew her by sight, that was all. About a week or so before this affair occurred, I needed a throttle valve, and I spoke to Harry about it, and he said come down to the office tomorrow and he would go with me and buy one. Next day, W. Hayward told me I could hurry down to the office because Harry was waiting for me. I went there and saw Harry sitting near the table and Miss Ging at one end of the table. He was writing and putting up some papers, and he told her that she should sign the note, and she signed it. After he asked me to sign as witness, there were 2 bunches of money lying on the table. After I had witnessed the note, he told her to take the money and go into the other room and count it. After Miss Ging left, Harry went with me and bought the throttle valve, and then we went to the Ozark. In the evening he came to the Ozark basement and said to me, referring to Miss Ging, "I am going to kill her. I am going to take her down. Or I have taken her down already to gambling." He said she gambled as high as $1,000 and even bought green goods. And now, he said, after this I am going to take her to the restaurant and have her show this money, and then I will remark, he says, that she is awful careless to show so much money, and that she will be robbed and killed for it. He said that he was going to kill her, and that he thought he was going to make about $10,000 on her. During the week, he kept on telling me how he had taken her around the restaurant and showing $2,000, setting it in a tumbler beside her when she ate. And then the waiter remarked that she was awfully careless because she had so much money with her and she might get killed for it. And he took her over to St. Paul and had her do the same thing over there. He said to me that she wanted to marry him and that he had promised to marry her. He said he was going to get her to assign the life insurance over to him as security for money. Then he said to me, I have got all the money from her, and now I am going to have her sign the life insurance over to me and then kill her. The witness related several plans which Harry had formed for killing Miss Ging. In all of them it was intended to have the surrounding circumstances such as to give the injuries the appearance of having been effected through accidental means, or else intentionally inflicted for the purpose of robbery. Finally, on Monday evening, December 3rd, the witness said, Harry came to the basement, bringing a bottle of whiskey. He said, Blix, here's some whiskey. I said, I don't want any whiskey. I don't drink whiskey. Well, he said, you fool, this is not a common whiskey. Take some of it. I drank some of it, and he said, I'm going out tonight, and I want you to help me. You have got to help me. Tonight she is going to die. It cuts no figure, but tonight she is going to die. And then he told me about everything he was going to do. I said, Harry, can't you make money some other way and not kill the poor girl? He said, I would rather kill her than any dog I ever saw. It does me good to kill people. He told me he had killed 2 before, and it was nothing to kill people. I told him I could not help him, and he said, Well, Blix, you have got to help me or I will have to kill you. If you don't help me, I will kill you, and if you help me, you are all right. He says, Come here. And he called me over to the bench, and he says, Now, I don't believe in your wife. I think it good if she was not living, and I want to kill your wife because I'm afraid that she might hurt both you and me. I said, No, I am not afraid of my wife. She doesn't know anything, and I promise you I will not tell her anything. I says, Harry, whatever you do with me, don't hurt my wife. He says, If you come to my wishes and do what I want you to do, your wife is all right. But if you don't, she is not. He said, I have this plan all laid out so that the smartest detectives in the world can't get at it. Go and do what I tell you to do, and your wife is all right. I says, All right, Harry, I will do whatever you say. Then he came to me and says, Now, you take my revolver, but I want you to write a receipt to show that you have bought my revolver of me. And I says, I won't sign it. I won't sign any receipt. Well, he says, if you don't want to do that, then I want you to tie a string to the revolver and make it so that you can run your fist through the string so I may be sure you won't drop it. I says, No, I don't want any string around the revolver. He gave me 6 cartridges saying, These are extra long and don't belong to the revolver, but they are long and good, and after you have killed her, you take these extra cartridges and put them in the revolver. Take the extra ones out and put in these other ones that belong to the revolver, and put the revolver under my pillow when you come back. Then he says, When I get ready, you come up to my flat, and I will instruct you where to go and all about it. He left me for a little while and went away. I don't know how long he was out, but after a while he came back and says, Put on your coat and come on. Now, he says, you go out on the other side of Hennepin Avenue and wait for me until I come out. And when you see me come out, you follow down to the corner of Kenwood and Hennepin. I went across to Hennepin Avenue and down pretty nearly 2 blocks and stood there watching until I saw him coming. Then I walked ahead down to the corner of Kenwood and Hennepin. When I turned around at a little pathway going across a vacant lot and saw him cut across there, he hawked and coughed, and that meant I should come that way with him. He went on probably 4 roads further and I followed. After I got across the first street, Lyndale I think, I followed him a block further. He crossed the street, and when I came to where he crossed, I saw a horse and top buggy, and he was standing there by it, talking with Miss Ging, who was in the buggy. He said to her, This man is one of the gang. He says to me, "Get in there." I lost my cap in getting in, and he picked it up for me and went around and whispered to her. Then he said to me, "You drive up to Hennepin and go around Hennepin Boulevard, around to Lake Street, and follow around the west side of Lake Calhoun, and I will meet you. I will have a team, and when you meet the 2 horses, you exchange with us." He said to me and to her that we should keep our heads in pretty close so that we would not be noticed. The top of the buggy was up. I turned and drove as directed, leaving Hayward standing there. I kept going on the west side, and went as far as the ice house. She asked if Harry was coming, if he was out buying green goods. I said I did not know, and we kept going further on. She said, "I was held up here once," and I said, "Did you lose anything?" "No," she said, "we put the rings we had in our mouths." And that is all the conversation we had, until we reached the straight railway. After that, I had my revolver on the seat at my side, and she asked what I had there. I told her what it was, and that Harry had said to me that it was the best thing to have out this way because we might be held up. As we were going on, she kept looking for Harry, and every little while she put out her head, and I kept thinking it over how I could do this. I thought of getting out and running off and leaving her, and leaving everything. Then I thought of my wife and that he would kill her sure, and that is why I stayed in the buggy. After that she kept looking around, and if I had wanted to I could have killed her 10 times. At last she put out her head again, and I raised my revolver and fired. I never looked where I shot, but it happened that I shot her just where he told me to shoot her, where he asked the doctor would kill the quickest. After I had shot her, she threw herself back and sat right still. I kept going 25 or 30 yards further and was scared then. I took the robe off my knees and gave it to her and kept it shoved up against her, and when I had gone 25 or 30 yards more in that direction, I turned around and drove back slowly, holding the robe up against her. Then I began work to get her out of the buggy. I stooped down, and moving her legs close together, I laid my hands so that she would not come against me. In falling out, she struck on the front wheel, turned around and laid on her side, the wheel going over her body, and I drove on. That is the way it happened. Continuing his testimony, Blixt said, "After she was out of the buggy, I drove back to Hennepin Avenue and on up to Lyndale, and then I got out of the buggy and let the horse go alone." Blixt returned to the Ozark Flats, stopping on the way to drink, as he said, 2 small snits of beer because I didn't feel good. He reached the Ozark about 10 o'clock. He went to Harry's bathroom and removed the cartridges from the revolver, exchanging them for the other cartridges as directed previously by Hayward, and then placed the revolver under the pillow as he had been told to. He threw into the furnace the cartridges he had taken from the revolver, and then went to bed. Sometime after 11 o'clock that night, after he had retired, Harry came to his bedroom to know if Blixt was there. He came again during the early morning hours, between 3 and 4 o'clock, and called out loudly, "Blixt, are you asleep?" Blixt answered roughly, "No." Then Harry said, "I have been downtown, and she has been murdered for her money. It seems as though she had met with some men, fellows of hers, and that they murdered her and took my money, and my $7,000 is gone. I don't expect I shall ever see a cent of it, and the people downtown say it is the most horrible and cold-blooded murder that ever was committed, and there is not a clue to the murderer anywhere to be found. I have been upstairs talking to the little girl, trying to find out something, but she did not seem to know anything about it. I don't know what to do. I don't know whether I had better go down in the morning and notify the insurance company or not." Mrs. Blixt was present and asked Hayward a few questions. Blixt said nothing. Harry T. Hayward was charged by the indictment on which he was tried with the crime of murder in the 1st degree by aiding, abetting, inducing, and procuring Carl A. Blixt to shoot Katherine Ging, thereby causing her death. The trial commenced on January 21st, 1895, and continued uninterruptedly until March 8th. Although the state based its claim mainly upon the evidence of Blixt and of Adrie Hayward, it supported that evidence with voluminous and overwhelming corroborative proof, so that the story told by them remained practically unshaken. The motive for the murder, as appeared in evidence, was to recover the $10,000 insurance procured through Hayward's influence upon Miss Ging, and which had immediately afterward been assigned to him. The defense was masterly, and conducted by one of the most able of criminal lawyers, but the result was foreseen from the outset, and on the afternoon of March 8, 1895, the jury brought in a verdict of guilty as charged in the indictment. On the 9th of March, he was sentenced to be hanged at a time to be fixed by the governor of the state of Minnesota. This sentence was carried into effect on the 9th day of December, 1895. On the night preceding his execution, Hayward made a confession, or rather what he calls a full and final statement of my life, dwelling particularly upon the crime for which I am to be executed. The statement was made to 3 personal friends whom he authorized to publish, as being the whole truth in regard to the Ging murder. It is a rambling narrative and apparently truthful. He relates his early gambling experiences and gives brief account of other murders committed by him. He tells the full story of burning the mill mentioned in Adrie's evidence, having set the fire himself. He admitted that there was no money transaction between himself and Miss Ging, and that the $7,000 loan was purely visionary. The only money in the scheme was the $40 to $60 premiums paid on the insurance policies. He states that the evidence of both Blixt and Adrie was substantially correct. Throughout the whole recital of his confession, a mocking laugh played over his conscienceless face, and without a word or exhibition of regret, he disclosed the deep-laid and rooted depravity of his brief but demoniacal career. End of section 60. Read by JRempel, 2022.
Section 61 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies, an authentic record of remarkable cases, by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Homicide, Part 38. The Monster Holmes. Part 1. Benjamin F. Pitezel, Loomis Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, occupation given as real estate and dealer in patents, made application to the Fidelity Mutual Life Association of Philadelphia for $10,000 insurance. He was described by Dr. Charles S. Taylor, the medical examiner, as a man of 5 feet 10 inches, weight 155 pounds, chest measurement 32 to 35, girth of abdomen 32, hazel eyes, hair black, risk first class. A policy for $10,000, the amount applied for, was issued November 9, 1893. The application was written by Mr. O. W. Fay, an agent of integrity and intelligence, who states that Pitezel invented a coal bin, had a desk room in the office in which H. Holmes also had desk room, and that he first became acquainted with Holmes in the ordinary course of business, and was subsequently introduced by Holmes to Pitezel. A payment became due August 10, 1894, and on August 2nd of the same year, Pitezel saw the cashier of the Chicago office and asked whether he could obtain an extension, stating that he had ordered several carloads of lumber and that he had to pay for the same, which made him short, and he would probably not be in a position to dispose of it before the payment became due. The cashier informed him that he had no authority to grant extensions. On the day the payment became due, a telegraph money order was received at the Chicago office of the association. On September 5, 1894, the newspapers gave an account of the finding of a body at 1316 Callowhill Street, Philadelphia. The coroner's verdict was that death had been caused from burns received from an explosion and inhalation of flame. The name of the deceased was given as B. F. Perry, who had for a short time been engaged in the patent right business. About September 12, 1894, President Faust of the Fidelity Association received a communication from one Jephthah D. Howe of St. Louis, attorney for Mrs. Carrie A. Pitezel, who claimed that Mrs. Pitezel had evidence that B. F. Perry, who came to his death at 1316 Callowhill Street, was her husband, B. F. Pitezel. The fact that Peitzel had done business for only a brief period in Philadelphia under an alias, and the fact that the surroundings of the room in which the body was found indicated that a crime had been committed, although not so considered at the time by the coroner's jury, led President Faust to make an investigation. The coroner's physician described the body found as that of a light-complexioned person, aged between 38 and 40, weight 175 to 180 pounds, mustache dark red, and no beard, etc. This description did not tally with the description of B.F. Peitzel as given by the examining physician. Hence, the cashier at the Chicago office was written to obtain a full description of B.F. Peitzel. As Peitzel was not then, and had not been for some months, a resident of Chicago, he was unsuccessful at first in finding anyone who could give a description that would be of any value for the purpose of identification of the dead body. He appealed to the agent who wrote the application, Mr. O.W. Fay, who stated that the only person he knew who was capable of giving a minute description was H. Holmes, because the two, as he understood, had been associated together in business for some time, and Holmes was referred to as the owner of the big hotel on 63rd Street, later known as the Holmes Castle. The cashier upon inquiry found that Holmes was not living at the castle, but at Wilmette, and proceeded to call on him. He was met by a lady who called herself Mrs. Holmes, and who said that her husband was a traveling man, was not at home, and she did not know when he would return home. The cashier then disclosed his mission and called the attention of Mrs. Holmes to a clipping from a Chicago paper, in which an account of the finding of the body was given, but it was written as though the body had been found in Chicago. Mrs. Holmes was quite sure that her husband, as she had often heard him speak of Peitzel, could give a description, asked for the clipping, and offered to forward it to him and request him to write to the cashier. A few days afterwards, the cashier received a letter written from Columbus, Ohio, by alias H. Holmes, in which he acknowledged receipt of letter from his wife, also clipping, and said that he undoubtedly could identify the body, and that if the company would pay his expenses and compensate him for his time, he would come to Chicago and identify the body. The following day he wrote another letter from Cincinnati, stating that he had come across a Philadelphia paper and discovered that the body supposed to be that of B.F. Peitzel was found in Philadelphia and not in Chicago, and that inasmuch as he had business in Philadelphia and was going there, he would call on the officers of the association and render them any service he could. Both letters from alias H. Holmes were sent by the cashier of the Chicago office to President Faust, who was therefore prepared to receive a call from Holmes, which he made about September 20th, 1894. Holmes introduced himself, referred to the correspondence he had with the cashier of the Chicago office, and expressed his willingness to give whatever information he could concerning Peitzel. He was thereupon asked to give a full description of B.S. Peitzel, which he did. He was told that Mrs. Peitzel and her attorney were expected in a few days, and that they would probably have the body exhumed, which had been kept for over 10 days in the morgue and was subsequently buried in the Potter's Field, and was asked if he could arrange to be present for the purpose of aiding in the identification of the body. His reply was that he could not well afford to lose the time, if there should be any delay, otherwise he would be willing to serve the association. He was then told that he would be compensated for loss of time, and there probably would be no delay. He left with the statement that he would call back the next day. On the morning of the 21st of September, 1894, Jephthah D. Howe called on President Faust with an introduction from Superintendent of Police Captain Linden, who, on the strength of a recommendation brought from St. Louis, vouched for him. Attorney Howe, on behalf of Mrs. Peitzel, was asked to make a statement and give a description of Peitzel, which he did. Attorney Howe claimed that Mrs. Peitzel, on account of sickness, was unable to come, but that he had brought with him her daughter, Alice, aged 14. About noon of the same day he brought Alice to the office, who also made a statement describing her father. The three statements and descriptions, which had been made independently of one another, were then compared and found to correspond on all essential points. During the afternoon of that day, H. Holmes returned to the office of the Fidelity and was introduced to Lawyer Howe, of St. Louis, at the request of the latter, and they met as entire strangers. It was then agreed that the body buried as B.F. Perry should be exhumed Saturday, September 21, 1894, and the following marks of identification were agreed upon for the purpose of identifying the body. 1. Hair of head straight and black, with no tendency towards curling. 2. Frontal bone of forehead recedes, with posterior coronal development. 3. Ridge or abnormal development of nasal bone, being result of injury to nose. 4. Reddish mustache of stiff, coarse hair, which he sometimes dyed. 5. Upper and lower front teeth even and intact. Worn and stained with nicotine. Has had some of the back teeth extracted. 6. Mole or wart, same color as skin, on the back of neck, within 1 inch from center of back, and about next to lowest cervical vertebra. The mole or wart is about the size of a pea. 7. Blood bruise of one of the nails of his thumbs, which caused marked discoloration of the nail. 8. Enlargement of the tibia below the knee of both legs. 9. A cut on lower extremity of one of his feet by an axe, occasioned by one of his children accidentally dropping an axe. Exact location of incision is uncertain. The following marks of identification were found on the body buried as that of B.F. Perry in grave number 496 in the Potter's Field. 1. Scar on left leg below the knee. 2. Mole on back of neck and center of neck, about where collar button is on shirt. 3. Right thumbnail bruised and badly discolored. 4. Hair black and straight. 5. Mustache reddish or sandy color. 6. Cowlick on left side of forehead. This has been mentioned in conversation, but was not given as an identification mark. 7. Head shaped as described in stipulation with the company. 8. Nose rather angularly shaped, and bridge in middle of nose broken or badly bruised. The identification was satisfactory to the deputy coroner, and the following day the inquest was reopened, and on the testimony of H. Holmes, Alice Peitzel, and Jephthah D. Howe, a verdict was rendered that the man buried in grave number 496 in the Potter's Field as B.F. Perry was B.F. Peitzel. The coroner gave a permit to take up the body and to bury it as B.F. Peitzel. This established a prima facie claim, and the identification having been satisfactory to the officers of the Fidelity Association, the claim under policy on the life of B.F. Peitzel was approved and paid to Jephthah D. Howe, attorney-in-fact, for Mrs. Carrie A. Peitzel. About 1 month after the insurance money was paid, Inspector Gary of the Fidelity Association, who happened to be in St. Louis, ascertained that the notorious train robber Marion Hedgepath, confined in the St. Louis jail, had knowledge of a conspiracy, and proceeded to interview him. He became convinced that there was much truth in the statement made by Hedgepath, because of facts referred to by him, of which he could have had no knowledge had he not been, as he claimed he was, a party to the conspiracy. He had been promised for his part the sum of $500, and the promise had not been kept. It was he, according to his statement or confession, who brought lawyer Howe and alias H. Holmes together. Inspector Gary then proceeded to make an investigation, and found that alias H. Holmes had left for parts unknown, that Mrs. Peitzel and the children were not to be found, and also discovered that Holmes and Howe had sustained the relation of client and counsel before they met as entire strangers in Philadelphia. This convinced the officers of the association of the existence of a conspiracy. It was then determined at any cost, because of the suspicion that the conspiracy involved the crime of murder, to apprehend the conspirators. This proved to be a Herculean task. Alias H. Holmes, who changed his name with every move he made, was nowhere to be found. The parents of Mrs. Peitzel lived at Galva, Illinois, but they could give no information concerning their daughter, who made a brief visit soon after the insurance money was paid. She had left Galva with the promise that she would, in a few days, communicate with her parents and let them know where she was staying, but they had heard nothing. Innumerable clues were followed up in different sections of the country without result. President Faust at the outset detailed 4 men who worked diligently, and who finally discovered a clue that alias Holmes, under the name of Howell, had been in Canada. The trail was taken up at Prescott, Canada, and at Burlington, Vermont, and on November 5, 1894, Holmes was overtaken and shadowed by one of the Fidelity's inspectors, aided by 2 Pinkerton operatives. The evidence was not in shape to warrant an arrest. The chase through the White Mountains, Holmes having discovered that he was under shadow, was exciting and desperate. It was ascertained that his purpose was to leave the country. Arriving in Boston, November 14th, he stopped at the Adams Hotel under the name of H.M. Howell and wife, Denver. As the evidence was still incomplete, and inasmuch as the authorities in Texas were looking for Holmes, President Faust telegraphed to the sheriff at Fort Worth and arranged to have Holmes arrested on the charge of horse stealing, so as to detain him and prevent his leaving the country. When Holmes was arrested in Boston, he noticed the presence of Mr. O. LaForest Perry, representing the Fidelity Association, and at once surmised that the charge of horse stealing was a mere pretext, and that he was wanted by the insurance company, whose inspectors and detectives had been shadowing him. For the evident purpose of obscuring and hiding the greater crime, he frankly confessed the conspiracy, and stated, in substance, that he, together with Jephthah D. Howe, B.F. Peitzel, and Marion D. Hedgepath, had agreed to swindle the Fidelity Association by pretending that B.F. Peitzel had met his death by accident, but that in fact he was alive, and that the body found and claimed to be that of B.F. Peitzel was not his body, that it was a stiff procured from a physician in New York, and that Mrs. Peitzel had guilty knowledge of the fraud, and that she, together with 2 of the children, had accompanied him as far as Burlington, Vermont, where they were stopping under the name of Adams, and that the other 3 children were with the father, B.F. Peitzel, whom he claimed to have met in Cincinnati soon after the money was paid. Holmes was subjected to a rigid cross-examination at various times and by different persons. Mrs. Peitzel was decoyed to Boston and likewise arrested, and statements were obtained from her. Through the evidence collected and statements made by the conspirators, sufficient facts were obtained to warrant placing the matter before the grand jury of Philadelphia County, which resulted in Herman Webster Mudgett, alias H. Holmes, Jephthah D. Howe, Mrs. Carrie A. Peitzel, and Marion D. Hedgepath being indicted for conspiracy to defraud the Fidelity Association. Holmes was first tried March 27, 1895, on the charge of conspiracy, and before the conclusion of the trial he withdrew the answer of not guilty and pleaded guilty. During all this time he continued to claim that Peitzel was alive, and that the 3 children, Howard, Alice, and Nellie, were with the father. No one believed this, and the officers of the Fidelity Association therefore continued to prosecute the investigation, with the result that they became convinced that not only B.F. Peitzel had been murdered by Holmes in the city of Philadelphia, but that he had subsequently, for the purpose of destroying evidence, murdered the 3 children, one of whom, Alice, knew that the body in the potter's field was no unknown stiff, but was that of her father, she having taken part in the identification. A search was instituted for the children, dead or alive. The remains of the 2 daughters, Nellie and Alice, after a long and tedious search, were found in July 1895 in a cottage on St. Vincent Street, Toronto, which Holmes had rented for, as he claimed, his sister Mrs. Adams in the previous October. The girls had been buried in the cellar. Holmes had borrowed a spade from a neighbor, was seen in the cottage in company with the children, but after a few days the cottage was abandoned, and the owner again took possession. The children had been stripped of their clothing, some of which was found in the chimney, not wholly destroyed, and was identified by Mrs. Peitzel. Portions of the remains of Howard Peitzel, a lad 12 years old, were found in a house in Irvington, a suburb of Indianapolis. An effort had been made to cremate the boy, but the skeleton for the most part was intact. The portion of remains, particles of clothing, together with a portion of trunk found, enabled Mrs. Peitzel to identify the remains as those of her son, Howard Peitzel. The house in Irvington was rented by Holmes. The key to it was in his possession, and taken from him after his arrest in Philadelphia. After the discovery of the remains of the children, which materially strengthened the circumstantial evidence, Holmes was indicted for murder. The trial commenced October 28, 1895, and resulted in his conviction November 2, 1895. A motion was made for a new trial November 13, 1895, for the following reasons. 1. That the verdict is against the evidence. 2. That the verdict is against the law. 3. The verdict is against the weight of the evidence. New evidence. 4. On account of new matter discovered since the trial. 5. For the reason that the district attorney, in his opening speech, made statements which were not proven, and which related to other crimes which could not be part of the evidence, and they were of such a terrible nature that their effect on the jury was, of necessity, so adverse to the defendant that it was impossible for them to decide purely upon the evidence in this case. 6. The court erred in not allowing affidavits and an exception to statements in the district attorney's opening speech. 7. For the reason that the district attorney, in his closing speech, mentioned the death of the children and the finding of their dead bodies in the morgue. 8. The court erred in allowing Mrs. Peitzel to testify or state what her husband had told her. 9. The court erred in not allowing Mrs. Peitzel to testify of her own knowledge to the doings and troubles of her husband in Terre Haute, Indiana. 10. The court erred in allowing the testimony of Mrs. Peitzel relating to the bottle of nitroglycerin. Rulings questioned. 11. The court erred in admitting the following evidence under exception. A. In ruling that the defendant's wife was a competent witness. B. In allowing evidence of the whereabouts of the children and finding of their bodies in Toronto. C. In permitting jurors to enter the box who had acknowledged that they had formed or expressed an opinion regarding the guilt or innocence of the defendant. 12. The court erred in charging the jury by giving undue prominence to the evidence favorable to the Commonwealth, and not sufficient prominence to the evidence favorable to the prisoner. 13. The court erred in charging the jury as follows. You will notice by the testimony which was read to you that the doctors who examined him say his death was caused by chloroform poisoning, and that it could not have been self-administered. Now, if it was not self-administered, who was it that administered the poison to him? Who poisoned him and took his life? 14. The court erred in charging the jury as follows. If you are not fairly satisfied with the evidence of his guilt, he is entitled to the benefit of the doubt. 15. The court erred in not affirming points numbers 3 and 6 submitted by the defendant. Argument for new trial was had November 18, 1895, during which one of defendant's counsel, W.A. Shoemaker, was charged with subornation of perjury. The fourth reason assigned for a new trial was on account of new matter discovered since the trial. The new matter consisted of an affidavit of a supposed Blanche A. Hannigan, which had been prepared by Mr. Shoemaker and placed in the hands of a detective to find someone who was willing to swear to it. The detective, while apparently doing the bidding of counsel, made a confidant of Detective Frank Geyer, who conferred with the district attorney, who advised that a woman be furnished who, for consideration, would make the affidavit. A police matron, under an assumed name, was sent to the office of Lawyer Shoemaker, and expressed her willingness, for the sum of $20, to make the affidavit, which she stated to the attorney she had not read, and was not familiar with its contents. He had her swear to it, and paid her the money, which she accepted, marked, and produced in court. Lawyer Shoemaker was thereupon indicted for subornation, and disbarment proceedings followed. The decision on motion for a new trial of Holmes, which was declined, was rendered by Judge Arnold, and concurred in by Judges Thayer and Wilson. An appeal on the law of the case to the Supreme Court was sued out December 19, 1895, and on the same day was served on the clerk of the lower court. The writ was returnable on the first Monday of January, 1896, but application for postponement was made by the defendant's counsel. A postponement was granted to the first Monday of February for the argument. Dr. Herman W. Mudgett, the arch-conspirator and multi-murderer, was born in Gilmanton, New Hampshire, in the year 1861. He was 1 year a student in the University of Vermont at Burlington, and then took a course of medicine at Ann Arbor, Michigan. He engaged in the practice of his profession soon after his graduation in June 1884 in New York State. In his own language, he received plenty of gratitude but little money, and when starvation was staring him in the face, he conceived the idea of swindling insurance companies. Shortly before his trial, he wrote a book, remarkable for what it does not say rather than for what it tells, and on the title page of which he refers to 22 tragic deaths and disappearances in which he is said to be implicated. Those who have had charge of the prosecution and have become familiar with his history and dark deeds seem to think that the number 22 does not overstate the tragic deaths and disappearances. To what extent Holmes has profited by swindling insurance companies is unknown to anyone except himself, but he has intimated repeatedly that the Peitzel case is not the first, but simply the first that was discovered. Mrs. Carrie A. Peitzel, the widow of Benjamin F. Peitzel, was indicted for conspiracy, incarcerated in Moyamensing Prison in the city of Philadelphia, and after a time released. The officers of the Fidelity Association and the district attorney became convinced that she had guilty knowledge of the conspiracy, but not of the crime of murder, that she did not profit by it, and had been unduly influenced by Holmes. She confessed that soon after the insurance policy was received, her husband intimated to her that he might, for a time, disappear, and if he did, not to be alarmed, that he would be all right. Holmes knew of this statement which Peitzel had made to his wife, and took advantage of it to get her to do his bidding in order to collect the insurance money. Jephthah D. Howe, the St. Louis attorney at law, under indictment for conspiracy with Holmes and Hedgepath, has not yet been tried. It is charged that, instead of having been an entire stranger to Holmes, as claimed when they met in the office of the Fidelity Mutual Life Association and were introduced to one another by the president, they had actually known one another for some time before, that they had sustained the relation of client and counsel, that lawyer Howe knew Holmes by various aliases, that, in going to Philadelphia, they traveled part of the way together in the same car, but at Washington, lawyer Howe stopped over one train to give Holmes an opportunity to call at the office of the insurance company and get the lay of the land, that the evening preceding the visit of lawyer Howe to the insurance office, he met Holmes at the residence of Mrs. Alcorn on North 11th Street to map out a line of action. Notwithstanding such acquaintance and meeting, when he was asked by President Faust the following day whether he was acquainted with a man from Chicago by the name of Holmes, a friend of Peitzel, he answered he was not, and accepted an introduction. End of section 61. Section 62 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies, an authentic record of remarkable cases, by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Homicide, Part 39. The Monster Holmes, Part 2. On the 4th of March, 1896, the case was reviewed by the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, and a decision was promptly handed down affirming the judgment of the lower court. The text of the decision, as read by Justice Williams, is as follows. This is a voluminous record. An examination of it shows that the trial of the defendant furnished some unlooked-for situations and dramatic incidents, but no one of them seems to have been the result of anything irregular or sensational in the manner or rulings of the learned trial judge. On the other hand, it is apparent that they were due to the extraordinary character of the circumstances with which the defendant had surrounded himself, and to his interference with the usual methods of the trial. Indeed, the assignments of error, although 13 in number, have been intended to raise no questions except such as may be characterized as general questions of law, and they have been presented in this court and discussed in the oral argument in a thoroughly lawyer-like manner and with decided ability. We proceed to consider them in their order. The first, second, third, and fourth assignments relate to the admissibility of the testimony of Georgiana Yoke, who was called as a witness by the Commonwealth and whom the defendant alleged to be his lawful wife. At the time this witness was called, there was evidence before the court showing that the defendant had an establishment of some sort at Willamette in the state of Illinois, which was known, at least to some of his acquaintances, as his home, where as H. Holmes he lived with a woman who was understood to be his wife. The evidence further showed that a letter, which had been left at this establishment with this woman in his absence, by the witness Cass, had been promptly replied to by H. Holmes, and that in the answer he referred to this woman as his wife, saying, "I am in receipt of a letter from my wife, stating that you called on her in regard to Mr. Peitzel. She also enclosed me clipping from paper, which I presume you gave her." All this evidence, tending to show that the prisoner was a married man, and that his wife lived in Illinois and was known as Mrs. Holmes, was before the court when Georgiana Yoke was called. There was nothing in the name of the witness, and there was nothing in her testimony when she was first on the stand, to suggest that she was the wife of the prisoner, or to throw any doubt upon his being, as he appeared to be at that stage of the evidence, the husband of the woman of whom he had written as his wife. An objection to her competency, taken when she was first called and examined, would have had nothing on which to rest. At a late stage of the trial she was recalled by the defendant and examined upon this subject. She then stated that she had been married to the prisoner by a clergyman in the city of Denver in January 1894, that his name was then Howard, and that she was married to him by that name. She stated further that during much of the time between January and the following November she had lived with him as his wife, supposing that she occupied that position towards him, but that she learned before his arrest that he had been married some time previously to a woman living in Gilmanton, New Hampshire, whom she understood to be still living. She had heard still earlier of the woman at Willamette, but she did not understand that Howard had been lawfully married to her. She had talked with him about the woman at Gilmanton while they were at Boston not long before his arrest. His sister had told her that the prisoner had accounted for having married her while his wife was living at Gilmanton by telling his father's family that he had been seriously injured in a railroad wreck, that she, Miss Yoke, had nursed him and had been instrumental in saving his mind, but had married him before he knew where he was or what he was doing. This story she told the prisoner. He did not deny or explain the story, but said, in his own defense, that when he married her he had been told that the woman at Gilmanton was dead. The witness was apparently satisfied that her marriage was not valid, and she resumed the use of her maiden name. As she was competent, prima facie, when called and examined, the burden of showing her incompetency was on the prisoner, who alleged it. The testimony of Miss Yoke, to which we have just referred, was given for that purpose, and it was all the evidence upon that subject. The fair effect of it was to show that no legal marriage had taken place, that Miss Yoke had been cruelly deceived, and that the legal wife of the prisoner lived at Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Let us grant that if the defendant had been on trial for bigamy, the testimony of Miss Yoke might not have been sufficiently definite to justify a conviction of the defendant. Yet we must remember that so far as the competency of the witness was concerned, the burden of proof was not on the Commonwealth. She was apparently competent. The burden of establishing her incompetency by proof of a lawful marriage between himself and her was on him who alleged it. The learned judge would have been justified in doing what the prisoner's counsel complained that he did not do, viz., treat this question of competency as a question of law and overrule the objection to her testimony at once. What he did was more favorable to the prisoner than he had a right to ask. He submitted the question of the legality of the marriage to the jury, instructing them that if they found it to be valid, they should reject the testimony of the witness altogether. We do not see how the prisoner can expect, successfully, to complain of a ruling that gave him one more chance for a favorable decision upon the question of the competency of the witness than he had a right to ask. The fifth and sixth assignments are in effect but a different mode of raising the question we have just considered. They complain of the submission of the testimony of Miss Yoke to the jury. She had been examined very fully as to the movements of the prisoner on that Sunday on which he had stated to Mr. Linden, Superintendent of Police, that he saw and arranged the dead body of Peitzel in the Callowhill Street house. This evidence the learned judge referred to and submitted to the jury. It is not suggested that her evidence is not fairly repeated, nor that any statement is attributed by the court to her that she did not make. The burden of the assignment of error must therefore be that the testimony was treated by the learned judge as competent and as properly before the jury. This was not an error for the reason given when treating of the question of the competency of the witness, and we do not see that it was inconsistent with the action of the learned judge in submitting that question to the jury, since it was necessary, at least provisionally, to call their attention to the effect of the testimony and the questions to which it related. These assignments are, therefore, overruled. The 13th assignment should be considered in this connection, as it is directed against the action of the court in submitting to the jury the question of the existence of a legal marriage between the prisoner and Miss Yoke, at the time she was called as a witness, and the direction to them to consider or to exclude from their consideration her testimony, as they might find upon that question. We have already said that, while the submission of the question might not have been necessary, we cannot see that it did the prisoner any harm. The verdict undoubtedly shows that the jury decided this question against the prisoner. But so, we think, the learned judge should have done if he had undertaken to pronounce upon the effect of Miss Yoke's testimony in regard to the legality of her marriage to the prisoner. The prisoner cannot complain that she should be taken at his word upon this question, and the story told by him to his father's family, which Miss Yoke afterwards called to his attention, and his excuse made to her for marrying her while he had a wife living at Gilmanton, were enough to discredit the alleged marriage. We do not see how the jury or the court could have done otherwise than to say that the prisoner had not successfully shown the witness to be incompetent. And whether the court had disposed of the question in the first instance by an instruction, or allowed the jury to dispose of it without any controlling direction upon the subject, the prisoner had no ground for complaint. The 12th assignment is to the refusal of the learned judge to allow an exception to the opening address of the district attorney. As we understand the situation, the objection to the opening address was not made at the time of its delivery, but several days later, near the close of the trial. The district attorney had in his opening stated in the case of the Commonwealth. He had detailed, in their order, the incidents connecting the prisoner with Peitzel, with the procurement of the policy of insurance upon his life, with his subsequent death, the identification of the body, the absorption of the insurance money by the prisoner, and his subsequent movements. He called attention to the part taken by Alice in the identification of her father's body, and to the fact that she was kept thereafter from a meeting with her mother, whom the prisoner had led to believe that her husband was still alive. He then spoke of the remarkable journeys upon which Alice and her brother and sister were moved in one group, Mrs. Peitzel and her other children in another, and Georgiana Yoke by herself, or in company with the prisoner, in a third. He told how they went from place to place near to each other, were housed at the same time in the same city, but always without meeting, until one by one the three members of the group disappeared. He then spoke of the finding of their remains, and of the powerful array of circumstances connecting the prisoner with their death and disposition of their bodies. The theory of the Commonwealth was that the motive of the killing of Peitzel was to secure the insurance money, and the killing of Alice and the two children who were with him grew out of his desire to prevent Mrs. Peitzel from knowing of the death of her husband and of her subsequent right to the insurance money. The several homicides were thus alleged to be connected, to have common motive, and to form parts of one general plan. In opening the case, it was natural for the district attorney to state, Indeed, it was his duty towards the prisoner to state fully what he intended to offer for the consideration of the jury bearing upon his guilt. This he did, and so far as we are advised, without objection from the court or the prisoner. The trial proceeded along the lines indicated upon the opening, until the subject of the disappearance and murder of the children was reached. An objection was then interposed by the prisoner's counsel, on the ground that the evidence offered was intended to show the commission of an independent crime, not charged in the indictment. After some consideration, the objection was sustained by the learned judge, and the evidence excluded. Then, as we understand the course of the trial, and not until then, the application was made for leave to accept to so much of the opening address of the district attorney as related to the excluded evidence. The learned judge well said in answer to this request that there was no method by which an exception could be sealed by the court to the statements in the address of an attorney days after they had been made, and that if any statement made by the district attorney had been deemed objectionable, the attention of the court should have been called to it at the time when it was made, and when its correction was possible. To this we are disposed to add another consideration, viz., that such a practice would require the trial judge to anticipate the course of the trial, and decide on the admissibility of evidence in advance of its being offered. We have no doubt of the power, nor in a proper case of the duty, of the court to supervise the addresses of counsel so far as may be necessary to protect prisoners or parties litigant from injurious misrepresentations and unfair attack, and the jury from being misled. When this power should be exercised must be left to the sound discretion of the judge, and he should not hesitate to act when the fair administration of justice requires him to do so. But there was nothing in the address of the district attorney in the opening of the case of the Commonwealth that either the defendant's counsel or the court seemed, at the time, to think required the exercise of this discretionary power. The subsequent action of the court in rejecting a part of the case of the Commonwealth did not have a retrospective effect upon the opening address. It is possible that the learned judge entertained some doubt about the admissibility of this evidence, and gave, as he should always do, the benefit of his doubt to the prisoner. But if he had admitted it, we are not prepared to say that it would have been an error. Assuming the correctness of the theory of the Commonwealth, the evidence was admissible under the authority of a line of cases, among which are Turner v. Commonwealth, 86 Pennsylvania, 54, Kramer v. Commonwealth, 87 Pennsylvania, 299, Commonwealth v. Gerson, 99 Pennsylvania, 398, and Commonwealth v. Bell, 166 Pennsylvania, 405. But the decision of this question is not necessarily involved. It is enough, for the purposes of this case, to dispose of the question raised by the assignment, and hold that there was no error in refusing the request for an exception to the address of the district attorney made several days after the address had been completed. The next question, following the natural order of assignment, is that raised by the eighth. It relates to the admission of the story told by Mrs. Peitzel about the manner in which she saw and recognized the remains of 3 of her children within a few weeks after the death of her husband. This was part of the general story of her search after her husband, whom she supposed to be still alive, and the 3 children who were kept just a little way ahead of her until, one by one, they had disappeared. The search was made under the control and direction of the prisoner. She followed on where he promised her husband would come, and her children would meet her. During all this time he knew her husband was sleeping in the potter's field. He knew that first the boy and then Alice and her sister had gone out of sight while under his general care, and their bodies had been mutilated or concealed. She saw the children, or their remains, at last. When and how she saw them she was allowed to state, and to that extent at least it was competent for her to speak of her children, regardless of the question raised by the assignment of error last considered. The whole story of Mrs. Peitzel has a unity of character, and its incidents are so affected by the prisoner's acts and declarations in regard to her husband and his whereabouts that we do not see any reason for rejecting as irrelevant any portion of it. We also think that it had a direct bearing upon the question of motive. At least it was for the jury to say from it whether the persistent concealment of Peitzel's death from his wife, and his representations to her that the insurance money had been obtained by fraud, were not induced by his desire to escape litigation over the money, and to avoid the suspicion of murder being started against him in her mind. The ninth assignment is directed towards a statement made by the learned judge in his charge to the jury. Speaking of the death of Peitzel, he said, "You will notice by the testimony which was read to you that the doctors who examined him say his death was caused by chloroform poisoning, and that it could not have been self-administered. This, it is alleged, was wholly unwarranted by the evidence. As to the first part of this statement, there could be no complaint, for the fact that the deceased came to his death by chloroform poisoning was practically conceded by the prisoner. The contest was over the question whether the poison from which he died was self-administered, and his death due to suicide, or was feloniously administered by the prisoner, and his death due to murder. In the interview which was testified to by R.J. Linden, Superintendent of Police, the prisoner gave his own account of Peitzel's death. He found him, as he alleged, on the floor of the third-story room in the Callowhill Street house, dead. He said he was led to the third floor by a note left for him on the table in the front room on the first floor, directing him to search for a letter in a bottle in a closet opening off the same room. In the bottle, he says, he found a long letter telling the purpose of the writer to commit suicide, and that his body would be found on the third floor. Going to that floor, he alleged, he found Peitzel dead. A large bottle with the chloroform stood nearby, and leading from it to the dead man's mouth was a tube with a quill inserted in it, so as to reduce the aperture for the flow of fluid. He says he felt that the appearance of suicide should be removed, or a defense might be made to the policy on that ground. To do this, he dragged the body down to the second floor, broke the bottle, scattered some inflammable liquid over the face and beard of the dead man, and set it on fire, to give to the body and the apartment the appearance of an explosion and the happening of death by accident. The theory of the defense included, therefore, the idea that Peitzel's death was due to chloroform poisoning, and the objection must relate, therefore, only to the statement that the doctors had testified that the poison could not have been self-administered. The post-mortem examination had disclosed the presence of 1.5 ounces of chloroform in the stomach at that time. How did it get there? As the story of the prisoner indicated, by a slow process of self-administration by means of the tube, or in some other manner? Upon this subject, medical experts were called. They explained the effects of the drug upon the nerves in the brain and upon the lining of a living stomach. They gave 2 reasons why the chloroform could not have been self-administered in the manner alleged by the prisoner. In the first, the intoxicating quality of the drug would cause such semi-conscious or purely involuntary motions of the muscles and changes in the head and body as would break the connection between the bottle and the mouth by means of the alleged tube. In the next place, the chloroform had not affected the lining of the stomach. In other words, it had been introduced into the stomach after death. This testimony fully justified the statement of the learned judge now complained of, and the assignment of error is overruled. The 11th assignment alleges error in the answer to a point submitted on behalf of the prisoner. The instruction asked by the point was somewhat involved. It was, in substance, a request for an instruction that, if the jury should believe the deceased died from chloroform poisoning, and that it was possible for him to have administered it to himself, and that this theory was as consistent with the facts in the case as that it was administered with criminal intent by the prisoner, then the verdict should be not guilty. This was another way of saying that if the theory of suicide was as consistent with the facts as the theory of murder, then the prisoner should be acquitted, and it might have been affirmed without more. The answer, though not categorical, was in effect an affirmance. It was, if you believe he, the deceased, did it himself, why, of course, the prisoner is not guilty. Then to this is added the general instruction that the burden of moving the guilt of the prisoner beyond a reasonable doubt remains upon the Commonwealth from the beginning to the end of the trial. If, therefore, the jury adopted the theory of suicide, or if, being unable to adopt it, they were yet unable to accept beyond a reasonable doubt the theory of murder, in either event they were told the verdict should be not guilty. This fully guarded the rights of the prisoner, even if it be conceded that categorical affirmance of the point would have been in better form. This brings us naturally to the 10th assignment of error, which denies the clearness and adequacy of the exposition by the learned judge of the doctrine of the reasonable doubt. The passage from the charge embodied in the assignment of error is the least important part of the instruction given to the jury upon this subject, and does not fairly represent the learned judge. He said in immediate connection with the passage complained of, "In all criminal cases, gentlemen, it is essential that the defendant shall be convicted by evidence which persuades the jury of the guilt of the prisoner beyond a reasonable doubt. By a reasonable doubt I do not mean an obstinacy, or a resolution not to consider the testimony of the witnesses carefully. But it is the condition of the mind in which hesitancy arises after having given the evidence a fair consideration, and you find yourselves unable to come to a conclusion as to the guilt of the prisoner." This was a full and adequate presentation of the subject. Take the passage embodied in the assignment in connection with what we have just given, and they stand in immediate connection to the charge. And it is apparent that the prisoner has no just ground of complaint because the doctrine of reasonable doubt was not fully stated and brought into sufficient prominence. The remaining assignment is to the whole charge, which, it is insisted, was wanting in clearness, was not impartial, but was calculated to prejudice the minds of the jurors against the prisoner by giving undue prominence to such circumstances and considerations as were hurtful to him. It must be borne in mind that the defendant called no witnesses. The evidence before the court and jury was only that of the Commonwealth, which had been gathered together for the purpose of clearing up the mystery surrounding the death of Peitzel, and fixing the responsibility for it upon the prisoner. His real reliance was upon the reasonable doubt. The web of circumstantial evidence that had been woven about him consisted of many threads, but the web taken as a whole was strong. It was impossible for the learned trial judge to present the case to the jury in an intelligent manner without the strength of circumstantial evidence being felt. This was not due to the rhetoric of the learned judge, for he indulged in none. It was due to the convincing character of the facts and circumstances themselves, and to the completeness with which an adroitly arranged and badly executed scheme had been unravelled by the Commonwealth and its details laid before the court and jury. We have examined this charge as a whole carefully, and with a view to the question raised by this assignment, and we cannot agree that it is inadequate or that it is wanting in fairness of spirit. The evidence was reviewed for the benefit of the jury with reference to its bearing upon the great questions submitted to them for final determination. These were stated in their proper order. First, was the body that was found in the Callowhill Street house the body of B.F. Peitzel? This seemed to be quite clear of any difficulty. Second, if the body was that of Peitzel, did his death result from chloroform poisoning? This was asserted as a fact by the medical witnesses, and was assumed by the prisoner in his statement to Superintendent Linden. Third, if Peitzel died from chloroform poisoning, was the poison self-administered with suicidal intent, or was it feloniously administered by the prisoner? This was the only real point of controversy. Finally, was there, upon the whole case, a reasonable doubt of the prisoner's guilt of the murder charged in the indictment? This review was not elaborate, but it was adequate. It presented the questions of the fact clearly, and laid down the legal rules by which the jury should be guided in investigating and determining them. We are satisfied that this assignment is without merit, and that it should be overruled. The defendant had a fair trial, and that is all he had a right to demand. At one stage of the trial he was placed, perhaps, at a disadvantage for a short time by his own conduct in dismissing his counsel and assuming the responsibility of conducting his own defense, but the court was in no sense responsible for this. The prisoner and his counsel were, and the learned judge did all that could be reasonably done to protect him from himself, as well as to secure him a fair trial upon evidence restricted to circumstances, of the admissibility of which there was no reasonable doubt. In no respect has any just ground of complaint been made to appear, and the judgment must be affirmed. It may be well, before concluding this case, to say that the object of a trial before a jury is to ascertain, with as much certainty as can be attained in a human tribunal, the guilt or innocence of one charged with crime. When, as the result of such a trial, a verdict has been rendered against the prisoner, it ought not to be set aside by the trial judge or by proceedings in a court of error, unless in some essential particular the trial has been erroneous. No merely technical or formal objection, not affecting the result, should be listened to. It is neither for the credit of the courts, nor for the interests of society, nor does it tend towards the repression of mob violence, or the preservation of good order, that the course of justice should be blocked or turned aside by technical objections which, however valuable they may have once been, are now, and long have been, empty shells, or by verbal distinctions that in this age mark no real differences. The prisoner has been found guilty of murder in the first degree by a jury after a protracted and fair trial. No substantial error in that trial has been pointed out. The evidence fully sustains the verdict, and we are not disposed to disturb it. All the assignments of error are overruled, and the judgment appealed from is affirmed. End of section 62.
Section 63 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. An authentic record of remarkable cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Homicide, Part 40, a dramatic California incident. The general agent of a life insurance company walked into the office of the Coast Review in San Francisco one day and, accepting the proffered easy chair of the editor, resigned himself to the consolation of a fragrant weed. Always genial, he was in a most agreeably talkative mood, and was gradually led into some of the interesting reminiscences of a busy life. A surprising experience of years before was fresh in his mind, recalled while ransacking old papers. The story dated back to 1867, and he related it as follows. One day a fine-looking, full-bearded man entered my office and quietly asked for a policy of $5,000 on his life. Any doubt as to the sanity of a man who, without solicitation, would apply for life insurance was speedily dispelled by 2 or 3 questions. While not familiar with the plans of life insurance, nor with rates, he had a clear idea of what he wanted, and said it was enough for him to know that my company was a legitimate enterprise, with millions to back up its contracts of insurance. I speedily filled his application for a 20-year endowment policy in the sum of $5,000, payable in the event of death to his affianced bride or wife, as the case might be. The first year's premium was paid, and the applicant was handed an interim binding receipt, awaiting the acceptance or rejection of the application by the company. Placing the receipt in his pocket, the gentleman, in a word or two casually dropped, displayed a confidential mood which I thought well to encourage. He was an ex-captain of the Union Army, and was then in receipt of a fair income from some source which I have forgotten. He had become enamored of a handsome and amiable young lady. A man's sweetheart is always so, is she not? Met at the hotel where they both were boarding, if my memory serves me. He designed this policy as a wedding gift for his bride, though the wedding was not to take place for 2 or 3 months at least. I bowed my visitor out, with little thought of the sequel of our pleasant interview, and never again saw him alive. The application was duly accepted, and the policy was forwarded to me. It was placed in the office safe, awaiting the reappearance of the ex-captain, who never came. 2 months later, the morning papers contained the shocking intelligence that Captain had been killed by a fall from an upper window of a building standing where the Grand Hotel now is. The dead man was my strange visitor. He had walked out of the window while asleep, it was said, and did not recover consciousness during the few minutes of life remaining to him. The death of a man so recently insured by me was startling. The $5,000 loss to my company on a policy on which only one premium had been paid was unfortunate, but I was saddened also by a real sympathy with the manly captain and his bereaved bride. As a matter of formal duty, and wholly without suspicion of the discovery and reserve, I immediately visited the scene of the accident. The body of the captain lay on the lounge in an upstairs room. I recognized his face at a glance as the cloth was turned down to permit the requested view of the features of the corpse. A few questions elicited the information that the captain lodged in the building, and that his affianced also lived there. The story of his fatal accident was repeated, with interesting details which had not appeared in the daily prints. The captain was a somnambulist, or sleepwalker, his friends had said. The room where he had slept on the fatal night was shown to me. It was small, with one small window. Examining the window, out of which it was alleged the captain had walked in his sleep, I was struck with the difficulty of walking out of so small a window with so high a sill. The affair began to have a suspicious aspect. It was clear that the captain had not walked out of the window in his sleep. The room bore none of the disorderly traces of a drunken man, and I dismissed as improbable the thought that the captain had clambered out of the window and fallen while intoxicated. The conclusion was that the unfortunate man had either committed suicide while temporarily insane, or had been murdered for the insurance money. I feared, with a queer feeling at my heart. My resolution was taken instantly. The coroner's jury had returned a verdict of accidental dislocation of the neck from a fall while asleep. But I determined to employ a physician and 2 detectives. Informing the attendants of my early return, I immediately repaired to a detective agency, to the office of a disinterested physician. 30 minutes later, we 3 met at the lodging house, or boarding house, or whatever it was. The doctor made a thorough examination of the corpse, but found no evidence of violence. It was perfectly clear, he said, that the man had fallen, and that his neck was broken. The detectives examined the personal effects in the sleeping room of the deceased, and took the exact dimensions and elevation of the window from the ground and the floor. They reported some suspicions entertained by the neighbors, but gave me no evidence that materially strengthened my suspicions. In the meantime, I sought and obtained an interview with the bride. A little conversation, added to the whisperings brought to me by the detectives, assured me that the beautiful and amiable bride and beneficiary was a loose character. Announcing myself as the general agent of the Life Insurance Company, and upon the strength of that position, I asked some very pointed and personal questions. If the frail lady blushed at any of them, her blushes were invisible beneath the rouge. I came away satisfied in my own mind that the bride had conspired with others to drug the captain and throw him out of the window upon the pavement below, in the belief that the fall would kill him. But how could I prove it in the face of the evidence and the coroner's verdict? 2 years after the death of the captain, there strutted into my office a well-known sporting character, now living in Oakland, I think. He is known as Major . Let us call him Major T. Approaching the counter, he threw down before me the identical binding receipt I had given Captain for his premium on a $5,000 endowment policy. "Why has that insurance never been paid to the beneficiary?" he brusquely demanded. I picked up the receipt and invited the sporting major into the private office. Closing the door softly and motioning him to a seat, I drew my own chair close to his, facing him. After a few moments' silence, I thus addressed him as impressively as possible. "You ask me why the policy on the life of the late Captain has never been paid. It has never been paid because the beneficiary, Miss , the betrothed bride, murdered the captain." "Murdered?" exclaimed the major, What evidence have you?" "This evidence," said I. "The captain and his bride, and 2 men and women besides, had a hilarious time the night before the fatal accident. He was too large a man to walk out that little sleeping-chamber window, had the sill been a low one. He was carried to his room, drunk or drugged, and thrown from the window. The distance he fell was not sufficient to kill him. I can prove that he was assisted to his feet, and was conscious. The conspirators did not know that a passer-by assisted him into the house. They probably administered a drug, or persuaded him to drink himself into unconsciousness. Then the cold-blooded murderers deliberately twisted the unconscious captain's head until they dislocated his neck. Then he died, and not until then." I told the Major this with all the impressiveness and dramatic force that I could summon. I told it with good effect, too, for he turned ghastly pale, and exclaimed in trembling tones, "My God! I knew nothing of these facts. I am innocent of any connection with the affair, and only present the claim at the request of the woman." "We will not discuss the matter any further," said I, meaningly. "Here is that receipt. Take it back to the woman, and tell her that if it is not returned tomorrow by 10 o'clock, together with a receipt in full for all claims against the Life Insurance Company, I shall have you both in prison cells by tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. On the following morning, just before 10 o'clock, in walked the Major with the binding receipt I had given the captain, and with a receipt in full of all claims against the company by the bride. The Major turned on his heel and walked out of the office without a word. I see him occasionally on the street, but he does not so much as recognize me with a look, and has never spoken or written to me a word on the subject of the murder since the memorable afternoon when he left my office in such haste and fear. A part of my dramatic declaration of evidence of the murder I knew was true, and the remainder I believe was true. But if the Major and the woman had understood the extent of the testimony at my command, they would not have been so tractable. I stumbled upon the truth, however, as the result of my investigations and reflections, and the conspirators were glad enough to call it quits, and get off with life and liberty. End of Section 63. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 64 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. An authentic record of remarkable cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Section 64. Homicide, Part 41. A French Wife Destroyer. An Austrian Triple Wife Murder. A sensational poisoning case in Prussia. A French Wife Destroyer. An investigation at Versailles of charges against a farmer named Le Comte for repeatedly attempting the life of his wife for assurance money developed a history of crime with a strange ending. The Comte, who lived at Orgeval, was a man about 36 years old and of sinister aspect. Over his peasant blouse he wore an overcoat, according to the usual custom of farmers, and a colored handkerchief. Madame Le Comte was a few years younger than her exemplary lord and master, whose murderous intents she successfully thwarted so that she was able to appear against him. The details of the case threw some interesting lights on French peasant life. The Comte had a farm which brought him in about 31,000 francs, or £1,240 a year. His first wife had a good dowry, but after her death, the Comte neglected his affairs, and in a few years was in serious difficulties. The Comte was introduced to Mademoiselle Chavon from Paris, who was one of those demoiselles avec dash mentioned periodically in marriage advertisements in the papers. Mademoiselle Chavon had a dot of nearly £500, which, although small, would enable the Comte to tide over temporary difficulties. The marriage took place in due course, and shortly afterwards the Comte insured the life of his wife in 2 companies for sums amounting altogether to about £1,500. Then he set to work to emulate the Borgias. He began by dropping small doses of arsenic into his wife's tea, but that lady, without having precisely a cast-iron interior, was evidently of robust constitution, for the poison took no effect upon her. Madame le Comte, in the meantime, had her suspicions, yet, strange to say, she communicated them to nobody, but watched and waited. Her husband next dosed her soup, but bungled over the operation, inasmuch as he persisted in serving it at dinner, which was altogether contrary to his usual custom. Accordingly, Madame le Comte asked her charming partner to partake of some of the delicacy himself, but he refused plumply, saying that he had already taken his portion. The woman thereupon boldly accused her husband of sinister intentions, but as he protested against her want of confidence, she still remained silent and kept her secret to herself. The Comte now tried another plan of demolishing his better half. When they were driving home in the dark one night from Poissy, the fellow endeavored to frighten his wife by telling her that the road was infested by footpads, and that he had once been attacked himself. Suddenly the lantern of the vehicle was put out, and Madame le Comte, suspecting something, felt in her husband's big coat pocket, in which he usually kept his revolver, and found to her horror that the weapon had been removed therefrom. "Give me your hand," she said. "I'm afraid." And for 10 minutes she grasped her husband's left hand, his right being devoted to directing the horse. Without warning, however, he threw down the reins and fired twice at his companion. She fell back in the carriage, and being but slightly wounded, pretended to be dead, feeling that if she stirred, she would be killed outright, as there were still 3 bullets in the revolver. The Comte whipped up his horse, and drove up to the mayor's office at Orgeval, where he recounted that his wife had been shot dead by footpads. He was disagreeably surprised to find her still alive, so she was taken home, and a squad of gendarmes was sent out to scour the countryside for the fictitious robbers. While his wife was ill, Le Comte renewed his experiments with the arsenic a 3rd time, and was seen by a servant, not, however, before Madame le Comte had taken the dose. The poor woman, what with her wounds and the poison, was at death's door, but, wonderful to relate, again recovered. Le Comte was arrested, but denied his guilt in the feeblest manner. He accused the servants of the attempts to poison Madame le Comte, and in court could offer no other defense. His victim was questioned as to her extraordinary patience and reticence respecting the repeated efforts made by the prisoner at the bar to get rid of her, and this most amazing of stepmothers answered that she adored Le Comte's little boy, the child of the rascal's first marriage, and could not bring herself to accuse the father. An Austrian triple wife murder. A case of homicide with intent to defraud life insurance companies is reported from Austria, which reveals an unusual degree of enormity in crime of this character. A shoemaker of Graz, named Zotter, who was born at Fohling in 1839, married his first wife, a widow, in 1871. At this period he established a matrimonial and real estate agency. He effected an insurance on the life of his wife in the Honest of Vienna, to the amount of 1,000 florins. She died in 1875, and the company paid the claim on proof of loss, the cause of death alleged in the certificate being typhoid fever. Soon afterward, Zotter married another widow, the proprietor of a coffee house, whom he had also insured in the Honest for 1,000 florins. The twain removed to the village of Gratwein, where they opened a beer saloon. 10 days after marriage, the second wife died, and the cause assigned was some affection of the lungs. There being no suspicion of foul play, the Honest promptly paid the amount of the policy. This was squandered in riotous living in a short time, and on the 6th of February, 1878, he again married a widow, Mary Shower, the possessor of 750 florins. Soon after this third marriage, he effected upon his new wife an insurance for 1,000 florins in the same company, the Honest. On the 1st of April, 1878, the only daughter of his wife died. The girl had 524 florins of her own, which her mother, as the natural heir, took possession of. About this time, it was anonymously whispered to the officers of the Honest that Zotter had murdered his first 2 wives, and also his stepdaughter, in order to obtain the amounts of the policies on the former, and with the view to securing, by additional crime, the inheritance left by the latter. On investigation, however, there was not evidence sufficiently strong to justify prosecution, and further effort was suspended. Meanwhile, Zotter allowed the policy in the Honest to lapse for want of payment, and took out a policy in another company, the Vaterlandschein of Elberfeld, for 1,500 florins. Immediately afterward the wife died, and the evidence this time was so strong against the monster, who had become emboldened by success, that escape from retributive justice was impossible, and prompt conviction was followed by sentence to be immediately hanged. A sensational poisoning case in Prussia. A trial in the Assize Court at Prenzlau in November 1895, which excited widespread interest in Germany, ended in the conviction and sentence of the parties implicated. These were a tradesman named Hermann Springsteen and his sister Auguste, widow of a locksmith named Bock. They were accused of poisoning, between 1886 and 1895, no fewer than 7 persons, including their father and mother, the male prisoner's wife, the husband of the female prisoner Bock, her son Alfred Bock, and an unmarried woman named Fiebelkorn. But the indictment upon which they were arraigned was limited to a single one of these crimes, the murder of the male prisoner's wife on March 7, 1895, with premeditation, the other charges being investigated collaterally. A motive for the alleged crimes was suggested by the fact that the lives of the deceased persons had been insured for considerable sums. Hermann Springsteen, though latterly keeping a grocery store, was a blacksmith by trade, and had also dabbled in veterinary surgery, in connection with which he acquired some knowledge of poisons. He lived at Königsberg until 1893, when he removed to Anklam, and thence to Pasewalk, his sister Auguste keeping house for him. At Pasewalk, in July 1893, he married, and in May of the following year he came to Prenzlau. His wife died suddenly on March 7th last, after an attack of cramp, to which Springsteen said she was subject. Dr. Butlick, the family doctor, next day gave a certificate to the effect that Mrs. Springsteen had died from spasmodic constriction of the larynx. The body was exhumed a fortnight later by order of the public prosecutor. An examination of the intestines made by Dr. Bischoff, the police chemical expert in Berlin, established the presence of 0.034 grams of strychnine in the stomach and intestines, while perceptible traces of the same poison were found in other viscera. The life of the deceased had been insured by her husband for 3,000 marks. The attention of the authorities was then turned to 6 other cases of death under suspicious circumstances which had occurred in the prisoner's household between 1886 and 1892, while Springsteen was living at Königsberg. The brother-in-law's life was insured for 12,000 marks. The bodies of these persons were also exhumed, but though traces of arsenic were found in the intestines of Springsteen's parents, the poison was not present in sufficient quantities to justify the conclusion that it was the cause of death. The bodies were, however, in an advanced state of decomposition. Springsteen was alleged to have been in the habit of making his wife drunk, and the woman frequently complained that after drinking liquor given to her by her husband, and also after eating food prepared by the female prisoner, she suffered from cramps in the throat, such as might be occasioned by the strychnine poisoning. Quantities of strychnine, sulfuric acid, and other poisons were found in Springsteen's house. 25 witnesses, including 3 experts, were cited for the prosecution. Springsteen was a powerfully built, unkempt man of rough exterior, and his sister a common-looking woman, speaking with a strong, Berlin, lower-class accent. Both maintained a callous demeanor during the proceedings, the woman on several occasions impudently interrupting the presiding judge in the course of his questioning. The prisoners having pleaded not guilty, the president proceeded to interrogate them as to the death of their father. Springsteen, in reply, described life in the paternal household as being wretched in the extreme. He and his father frequently came to blows, and had quarrels of the most violent character. His father drank heavily, and the prisoner alleged that his sudden death was the result of drink. Interrogated as to his veterinary practice, Springsteen said it was true that he had insured the lives of cattle for large sums, but he repudiated the suggestion that he had poisoned them in order to obtain the insurance money. He admitted that he had recommended to his brother a certain vegetable poison, which he described as sure and effectual, leaving no traces behind. Springsteen denied that he had poisoned the young woman named Feeblecorn. Public prosecutor Herr Unger here pointed out that shortly after Springsteen Sr.'s death, the woman in question expressed the belief that he had been poisoned. 2 days later, she was dead herself. His mother, prisoner said, had died after drinking some very strong coffee. She had to go out and dig potatoes one night, and his sister handed her a cup of coffee before she left the house. Several witnesses testified that on the evening in question, the old woman, while she was working, suddenly screamed out that she had been poisoned, and asked for a drink of milk. Some milk and water was handed her by a neighbor, but she died soon afterwards. Prisoner stated that his mother might possibly have taken arsenic in mistake for salts, an explanation of his being in possession of poisons. Springsteen alleged that he sold quantities of poison for killing foxes. The female prisoner, questioned as to the manner of her husband's death, said his lungs were not strong, and he was also troubled with his heart and stomach. The poison found on him was, she declared, quite harmless. One witness stated that on one occasion, Mrs. Buck remarked to her, "There were 6 deaths in our house this year, my mother, my husband, and my son, 2 horses and a dog," adding, "and the dog had the finest funeral." At the close of the proceedings, the male prisoner was observed to be making signs to the warden, who was taking him back to his cell. The president promptly recalled him and asked what he meant, to which the accused replied in Berlin slang, "Off goes my head, then off go I to heaven." 3 medical experts deposed that Springsteen's wife had been slowly poisoned through repeated doses of strychnine administered to her, and expressed the opinion that his father and mother, brother-in-law, and nephew had all been similarly poisoned. The jury replied in the affirmative on each count of the indictment, and the sentence of death was pronounced on both prisoners. End of Section 64. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 65 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. An Authentic Record of Remarkable Cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Female Poisoners, Part 1. The Belgian Poisoner, Madame Jonniot. The trial of Madame Marie-Thérèse Jonniot at the Antwerp Assize Court in January 1895 for the poisoning of 3 relatives in order to obtain the insurances upon their lives created a profound sensation among the aristocratic circles of Brussels and Antwerp, in which she had moved. This disciple of the Brinvilliers school was the daughter of a distinguished cavalry officer, General Availle, occupied a good social position, had been twice married, first to the historian M. Frederick Faber, and afterward to M. Henri Jonniot, chief engineer to the Department of Roads and Bridges, lived in a fine mansion in the Rue de Verviers, and at the time of her arrest and trial was 51 years of age. The victims were her sister, Léonie Availle, her brother, Alfred Availle, and her uncle, Jacques van den Kerkhoff. Mademoiselle Léonie was insured for 30,000 francs in the Baloise and 40,000 francs in the Netherlands, the madame paying the premiums, in the beginning of January 1892, and died suddenly February 25th in Madame Jonio's house. In March 1893, the uncle, who was a bachelor 60 years of age, a wealthy manufacturer of Ghent, and an ex-senator, died suddenly after a dinner to which he had been specially invited at Madame's house. It was given out that the cause was apoplexy. Only a few weeks before his death, Monsieur Kerkhoff had insured his life for a large sum in a Belgian office for the benefit of the Jonio family. In February 1894, Monsieur Alfred Ablaye, who had recently arrived in Belgium from Paris, was disposed of in a similarly speedy manner. He had been insured with an English company, the Gresham, for 100,000 francs, Madame Jonio paying the premium. The attention of the management of the Gresham was called to the suspicious rapidity with which the policy had matured, and the impetuous haste of the beneficiary in claiming payment. The Gresham officials proceeded with marked forbearance and reluctance, and only after the most careful examination of all the surroundings of the case. Then the cooperation of the authorities was invoked, and exhumation and examination of the 3 bodies followed. Traces of morphia were found in the intestines, and it was afterward in evidence that she had repeatedly procured morphia from Brussels chemists on forged orders for prescriptions. On trial, the motive was disclosed. Upon Madame's own admission, though supposed by the world to be in comfortable, even affluent circumstances, she had been, for many years, pecuniarily embarrassed. It was shown that she was endeavoring to borrow money on the representation that her daughter by her first husband, Mademoiselle Jeanne Faber, would, when of age, inherit a large fortune, and the lender was to be secured by policies on Mademoiselle Jeanne's life. It was shown that she was always in debt, and had recourse to all sorts of tricks and devices, even to cheating at cards, to procure money to meet her liabilities. These desperate expedients to minister to her love of luxury were commented on in scathing terms by the public prosecutor, M. Servet, in the course of his review of the testimony in his speech to the jury. The particulars of the part she played in effecting insurances on the lives of the deceased parties were fully detailed by a cloud of witnesses. The number of witnesses called for the prosecution was remarkable. Altogether, 261 were called to the stand, while 61 were summoned for the defense. The indictment was noteworthy for its length, the reading lasting an hour and a half. It recapitulated at the outset the manner in which the 3 relatives of the accused met their death, and stated the circumstances leading up to the arrest of Madame Jonio. After mentioning the names of the accused's relatives, it dealt exhaustively with the financial position of Monsieur and Madame Jonio, pointing out that for many years she had been involved in a most complicated system of borrowing in order to live up to her position. It referred in connection with this fact to anonymous letters received by relatives of the accused, threatening a scandal about the drowning of Lionel, second son of Monsieur Alfred Ablaye, who was supposed to have committed suicide in October 1890, unless certain sums were paid as the price of silence. These letters were declared by experts to be in the handwriting of the accused. The indictment next dwelt with the question of the assurances, and also the point already noted that Madame Jonio was anxious to obtain a dowry for her daughter, and was engaged in effecting assurances in her favor at the very time she was borrowing money on the representation that her daughter would, when of age, inherit a very large fortune. The remainder of the indictment was largely devoted to a refutation of the theory that Alfred Ablaye committed suicide after an alleged forgery. The counsel for the defense, M. Gros of the Brussels bar, and M. Hendricks of the Antwerp bar, fought the prosecution step by step with extraordinary energy. But the public prosecutor was relentless, and he pressed point after point to conclusion with such unerring and resistless force that the prisoner was goaded to constant retort and interruption. The reports of the trial were garnished with her impudent rejoinders and dramatic denials, appeals, and protests. The sensational scenes she created were evidently intended to arouse public sympathy, but beyond admiration of the unusual mental power she displayed in her intellectual duels with the prosecutor, they had no effect upon people who could see behind the veil of effrontery a career of duplicity and falsification. The evidence of the medical experts, as usual, was contradictory. Dr. Van Vive exhibited in court glass discs containing morphia which he had obtained from the intestines of Alfred Availle, while Dr. Steinen, for the defense, was pertinaciously positive that Alfred died of heart disease, and that what was taken from morphia consisted of the closely resembling toxic products of putrefaction, or putrefactive alkaloids, called by pathologists ptomaines. In closing his address to the jury, the public prosecutor caused a profound sensation by reading the following words which, he said, had been written upon a visiting card by Monsieur Jonniot, the prisoner's husband, a fortnight after the death of her first husband, Monsieur Faber. "Your every wish is being realized." "If you acquit the prisoner," the learned counsel asked, addressing the jury in impressive tones, "who will be her next victim?" The jury retired to consider their verdict at 1 o'clock in the morning. At 1:45 o'clock, the stroke of a bell announced their return, and, amid a scene of intense excitement and suspense, the judges resumed their seats upon the bench. A moment later the jurymen filed into court. The foreman, Monsieur Barbeau, who appeared to be much moved, announced, in reply to usual questions, that they found the prisoner guilty on all of the 6 issues submitted to them, the issue in regard to each of the 3 persons alleged to have been murdered being a double one, namely, whether the prisoner had with intent caused the death of the person named, and secondly, whether she had done so by means of substances calculated to cause death. In regard to each of the questions put seriatim, the jury answered in the affirmative. No sooner had the jury delivered their verdict than loud applause followed. The president ordered the gendarmes on duty to clear the court if all expressions of opinion were not immediately suppressed. The prisoner was then brought back into court. She was completely unnerved, and when the verdict of the jury was read to her, she staggered and fell in a fainting fit on the prisoner's bench. The Advocate General asked the court to pronounce sentence of death. The judges retired, and returned after an interval of 10 minutes. Sentence of death was then pronounced in the usual manner. A large crowd awaited the termination of the trial outside, and as soon as the news that the prisoner had been condemned to death was received, loud cries of satisfaction were heard in all directions. People shrieked themselves hoarse, and sang, "Down with Jonniot! Let us lynch her! Let us hang her!" The condemned woman was conveyed back to jail in a prison van, guarded by a strong force of gendarmes, the crowd following with shouts and jeers. The contention of the medical experts, to which only brief reference has been made, has brought into bold relief a question, the future bearings of which, in medical jurisprudence, are of obvious importance. Since the bacteriologists have shown that a large proportion of pathogenic action, formerly unaccounted for and unexplained, is due to the production of ptomaines, the name given to the alkaloids of putrefaction due to the presence of bacteria, a new difficulty has been introduced into legal medicine. Aside from the proof we now have that infectious diseases are the product of the ptomaines resulting from the action of bacteria, we are confronted with the fact that, as Mr. Stanford puts it in his address at the British Pharmaceutical Conference at Edinburgh, these highly toxic alkaloids have been mistaken for other poisonous alkaloids in post-mortem examinations of human subjects where poisoning was suspected. In some criminal cases, these have been mistaken for conine, strychnine, delphinine, and morphine, which they closely resemble in their reactions. Others resemble nicotine, atropine, digitaline, veratrine, curarine. It is obvious, therefore, that post-mortem examination for poisons presents hitherto unsuspected difficulties. A case in point occurred in the Sonsonia trial at Cremona, Italy, where ptomaines were mistakenly identified as morphine, the reaction being the same. In another trial, that of General Gibbon's servant for the murder of his master by poison, the experts for the prosecution reported delphinine in the viscera. The defense proved, however, that although the substance responded to delphinine reactions, it was not delphinine at all. With reference to this subject, Dr. John J. Reese, the eminent toxicologist, very properly says, "It cannot be doubted that the alleged existence of ptomaines will be constantly employed by counsel in defending a criminal charged with poisoning with one of the vegetable alkaloids, urging strongly before the jury the possibility that the alleged poisonous alkaloid was, in reality, one of those spontaneously generated ptomaines. Such a course is stated to have been actually taken at the Lambson trial in London in 1883. On the other hand, it might be speciously argued by the prosecution that the reason for the non-discovery of the alleged alkaloid was to be attributed to the interfering presence of some ptomaine. For it should be remembered that while some of these alkaloids of putrefaction are extremely poisonous, many of them are inert, while others act antagonistically to certain poisonous alkaloids." End of section 65. Section 66 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies, an authentic record of remarkable cases, by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Female Poisoners, Part 2, A Famous Kansas Matricide. Frankie Morris, alias Mrs. A. Hurd, alias Mrs. H. D. Loveland, a woman of somewhat over 30 years, tall, graceful, of striking personal appearance, and of unusual intelligence and animation, was accused of murdering her mother, Mrs. Nancy J. Poinsett, by means of poison administered in a glass of beer, November 5, 1884, to obtain the sum of $15,000 insurance on her life. Mrs. Morris, as she called herself, and her mother, formerly lived in Erie, Kansas, where it is reported she met a young man named Cinnamon, who won her affections and then betrayed her. From this time forward her career was singularly eventful. She was next heard of as the mistress of a house of ill fame in Great Bend, Kansas. Here she met A. Hurd, a rising young attorney, who, like many others, was ensnared by her extraordinary power of fascination. In a few weeks he was completely under her domination, and in the course of a year he married her. They removed to Topeka, Kansas, where are situated the general offices of the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad, with which Mr. Hurd became connected as general attorney for the state of Kansas. Mrs. Hurd's former discreditable history not being known in her new home, she was enabled to move in respectable society in the capital city of the state, and for a while everything apparently went on smoothly. Her husband had a good salary, and with plenty of money at her disposal, a favorable opportunity was offered to make amends for her past life. But she did not seem inclined to take advantage of her good fortune. She wearied of the tameness of domestic life, and longed for the freedom and excitement of her former career. She and her husband lived unhappily. As she said on her trial, she occasionally cursed him, and it was apparent that it was but a matter of time when they would separate. Anticipating this outcome, she determined in some way to bind Hurd to her fortunes by stronger ties than at that time existed. She became sick, and concluded to visit Hot Springs, Kansas, for improvement in health. While there she was attended by a well-known physician, who had among his patients, at the same time, a woman named Foster, who gave birth to a child, and not wishing to keep it, Mrs. Hurd offered to take charge of it. On her return to Topeka, she palmed it off on her husband and friends as her own. But even this ruse, though successfully worked, was not sufficient, and in 1883 a divorce was obtained in the Shawnee County Court by agreement. The restless intrigante was not idle in the meantime. Among those with whom she came in contact in Topeka was a promising young man named Loveland. He was happily married, had a pleasant home, an attractive family, and a paying business. As soon as he became acquainted with Mrs. Hurd, he appeared to lose all interest in his home, family, and business. He was devotion itself to the charmer, and when she obtained a divorce he became her lover, according to the testimony in the case, although he was married to a wife who was a highly educated and beautiful woman. In his blind infatuation he neglected his family, several of his children died, and at last his wife, broken down in mind and body with the shame and disgrace that her faithless husband had brought upon her, became insane, and was taken to an asylum. Under the laws of Kansas this was a sufficient ground for obtaining a divorce, and Loveland was separated from his wife in the Sedgwick County Court. Soon after the divorce was granted to Mr. and Mrs. Hurd, according to the testimony on which she was convicted, the latter, who had taken the name of Frankie Morris, appears to have conceived a plan to obtain a large amount of insurance on the life of her mother. The first move was to induce her mother, Mrs. Nancy J. Poinsett, an old lady keeping a boarding house at Cherryvale, Kansas, to take out a policy of $5,000 in the Mutual Life Insurance Company of New York. The policy was secured through the instrumentality of the defendant's divorced husband, and the first premium was paid by him out of the money due her as alimony. Mrs. Morris was at that time living in Topeka. She moved to Kansas City, and in a few weeks made her appearance in the office of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of New York. She expressed a desire for a policy on her mother's life for $10,000, herself and child to be the beneficiaries, and eventually a policy for that amount was issued. It is stated that applications were also made to several other companies, but for some reason not made public, they were declined. Frankie then proceeded to complete her plans. Her mother was persuaded, against her own wishes, to move from her home in Cherryvale, where the family was well known, to Chanute, on the plea of getting a more desirable location. Before they had been there very long, Frankie proposed to celebrate the election of Cleveland on the 5th of November with Kansas beer. A boy was sent out for the beer, and on his return he delivered it to Frankie, who obtained a glass from a cupboard near by, and pouring out a portion, gave it to her mother, she herself drinking from the bottle. In a very short time Mrs. Poinsett exhibited the characteristic symptoms of arsenical poisoning, and soon afterward died. The attending physician, it was alleged, appeared to be under some sinister influence, and withheld statements which should have been made in his certificate. For this inaction or concealment, it is also said that he afterward narrowly escaped indictment by the grand jury. On the day after the burial of the victim, application for payment of the insurance was made with indecent haste. This hurried action aroused suspicion. Investigation followed, and Frankie was held for the action of the grand jury. Dr. E.H.S. Bailey, professor of chemistry in the State University at Lawrence, was employed to make a chemical analysis of various organs removed from the body of Mrs. Poinsett. He found in the stomach, liver, and other viscera arsenic in much more than sufficient quantity to prove fatal. In due time, the grand jury found a bill of indictment for murder, and the case came up for trial at Erie, Kansas, August 4th, 1885. The chain of circumstantial evidence was ably presented in the Neosho County courtroom before Judge Stilwell, in the examination of witnesses, and in the summary before the jury by the prosecuting attorney, C.A. Cox, and his colleague on the part of the state, C.F. Hutchings. After a patient hearing, which lasted a week, the jury brought in a verdict of murder in the first degree. On the 7th of September, application was made for a new trial. The grounds were flimsy, the most prominent being the use by the prosecutor of opprobrious expressions outside of the record and unwarrantably prejudicial to the defendant. The spell exercised over the contestants by the siren was amazing. On the 30th of November, when the case came up for a rehearing, a nolle prosequi was entered, and an order of dismissal gave Frankie her freedom. The representatives of the companies involved, Major T.C. Caskin of the Equitable Life and Mr. D.C. Gillette of the Mutual Life, addressed a letter to the prosecuting officer of Neosho County, Charles A. Cox, in which statements and comments occur that are essential to the completion of this narrative. They said: Although in the public prints and throughout the state we have been represented as having incited this prosecution, of publicly and to her face threatening Mrs. Morris with indictment and arrest if she attempted to recover under her policies, no one knows so well as you, unless it be her attorneys, that never have either of us seen, written, or spoken to either Mrs. Morris or any or either of her attorneys, or authorized any such communication for us for the companies we represent, nor have the companies by any other so communicated with her or hers, nor have we ever uttered any public threat, or privately indulged in malice or vindictiveness. You and others are our witnesses that from the moment the facts were placed in your possession upon which we based our opinion that Mrs. Poinsett had been poisoned, and you so quickly saw your duty and in such a manly way moved along its unpleasant path, we have never intruded even a suggestion. In your own good time, and according to your opportunities, you led the case, from the presumption attending the circumstances of Mrs. Poinsett's death, to the indictment, arraignment, trial, and conviction of her daughter for murder. We asked no more of you than the people or than all good citizens have a right to expect, that you should do your duty, and you did it nobly, in accordance with the forms of law and the usages of the courts. You asked of us help, and we gave it. You desired that Mr. Hutchings should be retained to assist you, and he was, at your request, so retained by us, and stated in open court precisely the circumstances attending his presence in the case, and the attitude of the companies towards it. Our interest was not pecuniary. It is not so now, or at least the pecuniary elements involved are so trifling that without them our course would have been the same. Our business had unfortunately supplied the motive for a dreadful and unnatural crime, such a crime against life, law, order, and the homes and hearts of society as to defy belief if conviction were not forced upon us and similar deeds did not crowd the records of the courts. We represent 2 associations, paying, on an average, $1 million a month, year in and year out, to the legal representatives of those who die of our membership. And Mrs. Morris would have been of the number of our beneficiaries long since, if we could have had the slightest doubt of her guilt, or the faintest excuse in law or equity. As Mr. Hutchings so ably stated, a principle is at hazard, one that threatens the fundamental rights of every individual or association of individuals, whether a cruel, cold-blooded murder can be done for money, and those who are the victims, people and property, be compelled to sit calmly by with folded hands and say to the fiend, "Thy will be done." We know, or if we do not, the noble array of attorneys for the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad Company, marshaled in groups for the defense, can tell us that we are 2 wealthy corporations, albeit our principle is benevolent and our reward honorable, and therefore we must partake of the strange perversion of the public moral sense that applies a different law to our wrongs than that to an individual. But the jury in this case did not so consider. They saw no difference between the inherent rights of one or many, and recognized the principle that brought us into the prosecution. They recognized more than that. They saw that there was no difference between this and any other murder, except in the pitiless manner of its execution, and the wolfish greed of the motives. And we venture to say that not between the lids of all recorded trials can be found its parallel for open infamy, for its disclosure of domestic infidelity and incontinence, for the exhibition of wrecks of human character, or for illustrations of the perversion of the law and the undisguised array of perjury and moral filth. The verdict came, and was hailed as a triumph of justice rare in these days of expediency and quibble. There had been some mutterings of discontent and alarm, when, upon the arraignment, the court, in its discretion perhaps, fixed the bail of the accused, which, however, she could not furnish, and in consequence awaited her trial in jail. But the verdict silenced all criticism, and the conduct of the court acquitted it of all undue clemency. Mark the change. The motion for a new trial was in order, and a day set for its hearing. Active preparations were begun by counsel for both sides. argument was made and decision rendered. That decision and what followed mark an era in the trial of capital offenses in Kansas. There was not an intimation that the accused was not guilty. The honored court saw no evidence, no error of law, no virtue in the exceptions cited, no admission of irrelevant testimony upon which a new trial could be granted. But out of his memory his honor plucked the tardy consciousness of opprobrious epithets and expressions employed by the prosecution when addressing the jury, which, although not objected to at the time by either court or counsel, were outside the record and had a tendency to prejudice the jury against the accused. When, since there were trials, has it not been the sworn duty of prosecuting officers to find cause of conviction and to press that cause with all their might upon the jury? Or when did previous good or bad character of the accused cease to furnish the strongest presumption of innocence or guilt? But such a decision was apparently only preliminary to what followed. The court then admitted the prisoner to bail, which was furnished, and she left the august presence. Section 9 of the Bill of Rights of the Constitution of the State of Kansas provides that all persons shall be bailable by sufficient sureties, except for capital offenses, when proof is evident or the presumption is great. Proof had been taken in open court, and presumption had become conviction. There was no discretion anywhere, not even in the law. The prisoner's place was in the jail, and every man in court knew it. We are not surprised at the tales we hear of your discouragement when you see the fabric of your great labor for right and law fallen to ashes, or that, as we hear, the county commissioners hesitate involving the county in debt to set up houses that will not be allowed to stand. And we comprehend how, yesterday, the defense stood with brazen front, surrounded by its witnesses, while the state looked around in vain for a friend. If either counsel, mindful of the honor and dignity of his profession, could contemplate the predicament to which the court had reduced a faithful and successful servant without shame and sorrow, nothing but an equal slight could stir his sense of right, or wake his alarm for the fate of the law he practices. We do not believe that the people of Kansas, young though the Commonwealth is, will long submit to such methods and indignities. The time must come when crime will not excite admiration, when criminals will not hold receptions in gorgeous toilets and trip gaily to their homes after kissing their hand to the judge and jury. We see the dawn of a nobler day in the conviction in this case, when, before an upright and fearless jury, in solemn trial, to which the defendant and her counsel came with wine, women, and laughter, as to a carnival, and were rebuked of justice and an outraged people, however much they now triumph. But we are with you as before, if, out of the chaos and wreck, you see wherein we can serve the state. We are not the public prosecutors. We do not assume such office. This is, and must be, a prosecution by the state, in which we cannot dictate nor direct. Such aid and support as is due from every law-abiding and law-respecting citizen we stand ever ready to furnish, and, if consistent with your duty, we should be pleased to know your purposes in the matter. The disgust and indignation with which the community regarded the escape of the woman were clearly typified in the newspapers of the day. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch, for example, said, "The facility with which new trials are granted to persons convicted of murder makes it necessary to provide by law for the preservation of evidence." Frankie Morris, formerly an inmate of a cowboy dance house at Dodge City, a woman whose life has been notoriously wicked and cruel, was convicted by the most conclusive evidence and by the unanimous verdict of an unprejudiced jury in Kansas of having poisoned her old mother with arsenic to obtain $15,000 of insurance which she had taken out on the old woman's life. Obtaining a new trial on some flimsy pretense, her friends have managed to get two of the most important witnesses against her out of the reach of the state authorities, and in the absence of the essential witnesses, the prosecution has had to dismiss the case against her. Thus, justice is baffled and defeated in one of the clearest cases of murder in the annals of crime. Yet all the constitutional requirements, and all the requirements of a fair trial, were complied with when those two witnesses had once given their testimony in court confronting the accused. An official record of that testimony, preserved by law for use in any new trial granted, would have prevented the defense from using the merciful concession of a new trial merely as an opportunity for defeating justice by spiriting away or murdering witnesses. End of section 66. Section 67 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies, an authentic record of remarkable cases, by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Female Poisoners, Part 3. The Execution of a Poisoner. On the morning of June 25, 1889, Mrs. Sarah Jane Whiteling was executed at Moyamensing Prison, Philadelphia, for the murder, by arsenical poisoning, of her husband, John Whiteling, age 36, March 20, 1888, her daughter Bertha, aged 9, April 24th, and her son Willie, aged 3, May 26th. Mr. Whiteling's life was insured for $230, Bertha's for $122, Willie's for $47, a total of $399. For this paltry sum, this unwomanly woman sacrificed the lives of husband and children, according to her own free and full confession, with calculations so cold and purpose so deliberate that suspicion was naturally aroused as to her sanity. But the carefully conducted examinations of the experts showed beyond question that the woman was sane, and the condition of the brain as revealed by an autopsy after execution confirmed their conclusions. In spite of the proved and acknowledged enormity of this woman's offense, the usual enginery of morbid sentimentality was set to work to save her from the gallows. The plea that a woman ought not to be hung, even though by such crimes she unsexes herself, was pushed and pressed to the last degree by the sentimentalists who expend upon murderers the sympathy that ought to go to the murdered. To their untiring interference with the course of justice was added the equally exhaustless ingenuity of criminal lawyers, a class of wranglers and obstructives whose defiant interference with the course of justice is one of the great scandals of the age. But beyond a short reprieve by Governor Beaver, all organized pressure upon the Board of Pardons failed to extort clemency, and the law was allowed to pursue its course. The case was noteworthy because Mrs. Whiteling is the first of the females who have resorted to homicide for the purpose of defrauding life companies to expiate her crime on the gallows. Even the number of male murderers who have paid the extreme penalty is sadly disproportionate to the number of those who have escaped. They can be counted on one's fingers, while a score of known murderers, to say nothing of those unknown except to omniscience, have, in one way or another, managed to evade the demands of justice. In at least 3 or 4 cases where men and women combined in planning and executing their murderous work, the women were worse impersonations of evil passion than the men, just as Lady Macbeth was more unscrupulous than her husband. The case of Mrs. Whiteling may serve as a warning hereafter to criminals of her own sex that they must not look to sex itself for immunity from the consequences of their actions. A family slaughterer. The history of the Somerville, Massachusetts poisoner, Mrs. Sarah J. Robinson, shows the successful removal of her entire family before she was convicted in due process of law. Her victims were 7 in number. Moses, her husband, Lizzie J., her daughter, Willie J., her son, Prince Arthur Freeman, her brother-in-law, his son, Thomas, Mrs. P. A. Freeman, her sister, and Oliver Sleeper, who boarded in her house and is supposed to have been a distant relative. Sleeper's death was the first, Moses Robinson's second, and Mrs. Freeman's, whose death occurred in February 1885, the third. Previous to Prince A. Freeman's death, Mrs. Robinson had had his life insurance made over to her. In June 1885, P. A. Freeman died, his infant child having died in the meantime. Thomas A. Freeman, a son of P. A. Freeman, for whom there was the sum of $2,000 in trust, died a short time afterwards. Then followed the death of Lizzie J. Robinson, and finally that of Willie J. Robinson. As the amount of the claim in each case was paid, the money seemed to stimulate the fiend to fresh exertion. With the exception of Oliver Sleeper, the calculating assassin confined her operations to the members of her own family successively. Mrs. Robinson was first tried for the murder of her daughter, but escaped the penalty through the disagreement of the jury. She was then tried for the murder of her brother-in-law, P. A. Freeman, and found guilty in the first degree. The usual interposition of criminal lawyers and of morbid sentimentality saved the inhuman wretch from the gallows. Another Massachusetts case. Holyoke furnished a second edition of the foregoing family destroyer in the person of Mrs. Lizzie Brennan, who was arrested at her home on the 26th of May, 1889, on suspicion of having caused the death of her husband and 2 sons by mixing arsenic with their food. The Brennans had 6 children, and Mrs. Brennan succeeded in insuring the lives of them all, including herself and her husband, for sums ranging from $300 to $2,000, the policies being made payable to herself. The husband, Michael Brennan, died in the preceding July under suspicious circumstances. James Brennan, a son, died suddenly about 6 weeks before the woman's arrest. She supposed his life insurance had been increased, but on claiming it at his death, she found the increase had been made by mistake in the policy of his brother, Thomas. It was the ill-fated Thomas's turn next, and he followed speedily. He had been taken violently sick about 2 weeks before his death, and went into the country, where he rallied. On returning home he was taken sick again, and died in great agony. Besides such destroyers of the home circle, Lucretia Borgia might pose as a saint. A Princeton Story. The trial of Mrs. Mattie C. Shan of Princeton, New Jersey, charged with the murder of her 20-year-old son, John F. Shan, by slow poison, was commenced on the 8th of August, 1893, and ended on the 19th with a verdict of acquittal. The alleged motive was to obtain the amount of insurance, $2,000, upon her son's life. Since the accused was freed, it seems hardly worth while to rehearse the details of the dismal story. The case is added to the long list of those in which the prosecuting officers, with apparently abundant testimony within reach, failed to convict. Whatever the basis of the procedure of the state in the course of suspicion, arrest, imprisonment, indictment, and trial, the jury could directly reach no other conclusion. If the woman was guilty and yet allowed to escape, no fault can reasonably rest with the jury. To those, however, who sift and probe and dissect, with the trained eye and hand of the inquisitor who is familiar with the varied forms of criminal assault upon life insurance companies, there are always diagnostic signs which, to them, are sufficiently clear and indicative. These are often passed over lightly by the prosecutors for the state, or twisted out of their significance by the lawyers for the defense, and criminal lawyers, as we know, are not over-scrupulous. In the present case, for example, the audacious scheme by which analysis of the alimentary canal was precluded was of itself conclusive. John died on Monday night, and on the night following 3 men entered the house and disemboweled the body. It was a bungling piece of work, but the object was accomplished, the removal of the digestive tract. The analytical chemists were therefore confined to the kidneys and the brain in their search for the bichloride of mercury with which John had been poisoned. Mrs. Shan's patched-up account, on the witness stand, of the nocturnal visit was ingenious enough to create doubt in the mind of the average juryman, but those who have been drilled to weigh and measure with dispassionate scales attach to such explanation or plea simply what it is actually worth, only this and nothing more. The reporters, with their usual froth and gush, had much to say about the innocent looks, the evident refinement, the tasteful dress, the admirable behavior, etc., of the prisoner. The public was treated to the same sort of nauseating stuff in the case of Mrs. Victor in Ohio, of Mrs. Wharton in Baltimore, of Mrs. Maybrick in London. These effusive writers appear to forget what Hamlet has told them: the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape. The best that can be said of such women is, that if their guilt was not proved, neither was their innocence established. Fixed the husband, but failed with the son. The widow Vandegrift at Mount Holly, New Jersey, undertook to put her son, Frank C. Norman, out of the way, in order to realize the amount of insurance on his life, in the early months of 1890. Her favorite drug was croton oil. Fortunately for the young man, Dr. W. E. Hall, the attending physician, intervened in time to save his life. The gist of Dr. Hall's testimony, which was direct and pointed, was as follows. Norman's symptoms were those arising from croton oil poisoning. No disease that he knew of was accompanied by the same group of symptoms. The medicines prescribed for the patient were cast aside by Mrs. Vandegrift, who dosed him with senna and croton oil. She told the doctor he ate 24 lemons and smoked 20 cigars a day, and that it was this that caused his illness. Norman denied the statement. Mrs. Vandegrift told the witness that her son's illness was a great disadvantage to her, as she was to be married to a Philadelphia gentleman on June 1st and go to Europe, but now it would have to be postponed. It was about this time Dr. Hall discovered that Mrs. Vandegrift was buying croton oil at a number of drugstores in Burlington, and he set a trap, he said, and caught her. On being accused of administering the poison, she denied it, but said she had bought some to remove her corns. When she was threatened with arrest, she begged the doctor not to have her locked up, and consented to allow her son to be removed to a hospital. Afterward she withdrew her consent, and threatened to have Dr. Hall and Dr. Gaunt arrested for defamation of character, whereupon the latter said with a smile, "Do so, and I will then show that you not only tried to kill your son in order to secure the insurance of $14,000 on his life, but that you also did kill your husband, Joseph Vandegrift, in 1887, by means of croton oil, and he told his friends just before his death that he knew you were killing him by inches." On hearing this statement, the doctor continued, her son left the house, saying he was now satisfied that his mother had been trying to murder him ever since he returned from Philadelphia. The risk of enlisting connivance. Mrs. Mary M. Cawford of Leadville, Colorado, age 35, conspired with her husband's younger brother, J.G. Cawford, age 59, to insure the life of her husband, Hans, then poison him, and with the proceeds moved to Nebraska and buy a farm. 3 policies were obtained, 2 in cooperatives and 1 in the Travelers, to the amount of $5,500, $1,000 in the Rocky Mountain Insurance and Savings, $2,000 in the Great Western Mutual Association, and $2,500 in the Travelers. The parties were all Danes, and were so ignorant and debased that the circumstances lose much of the interest that would otherwise attach to the case. Mrs. Cawford approached a dentist, Dr. Rose, and made a confidant of him, announcing her purpose and offering him a share in the plunder to the extent of $300 for an effective poison to be prepared by him. Rose held successful interviews with the woman in order to entrap her the more completely, and finally arranged to conceal witnesses of the transactions between them. Captain C. H. Perkins, a detective, and Mr. Jacob Bernheimer, the insurance agent, were so screened by a partition in Rose's office that they could see as well as hear all that was done. The woman was allowed to return home with a harmless liquid, and with directions for administering the pretended poison. That evening the guilty pair were arrested and lodged in jail to await judicial procedure, and Dr. Rose was credited with excellent management of the case as an amateur detective. End of section 67. Section 68 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. An authentic record of remarkable cases. By John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Female Poisoners, Part 4. A Deptford Case. On the 17th of July, 1889, at Greenwich Police Court, Elizabeth Frost, age 30, married, of 155 Church Street, Deptford, a borough adjacent to Greenwich on the Surrey side of the Thames, was charged as an accomplice of her mother, Mrs. Winters, with the wilful murder of Eliza Frost between February 1st and 8th, 1888, of William Sutton between December 4th and 8th, 1888, and of Sidney Bolton about February 1889, by poisoning. Mr. Angus Lewis prosecuted for the Treasury, and after briefly reciting the facts of the case, he informed the magistrate of the death of Mrs. Winters, and said it would now be necessary to proceed with the charge against the prisoner alone. In addition to the 3 charges of murder, there would be a further charge of attempted murder of Mary Ann Bolton, a little girl, sister of Sidney Bolton. He pointed out that in each case the deceased person was nursed by Mrs. Winters and the prisoner, and the symptoms were always the same. Mr. Lewis said that on the previous night they were informed that Mrs. Winters, before she died, made a very important statement, and it was desirable to have an opportunity to inquire into the truth of that statement. He therefore asked the magistrate now to further remand the accused, to which request Mr. Kennedy acceded. Mrs. Frost was brought up on remand when, in review of the confession made by Mrs. Winters, the charges of murder were withdrawn, and one of forging receipts, etc., to obtain insurance money substituted. Before the death of Mrs. Winters, her conduct had awakened suspicion. As an example of the circumstances which led to distrust, it may be mentioned that after the death of Sidney Bolton, his father was satisfied with the assurance given him by Mrs. Winters to the effect that she had failed to keep up the premiums with respect to the boy. But some time afterwards, the father was shown an advertisement circular of the Liverpool Victoria Legal Friendly Society, and among the names of the persons in respect of whose death the society had paid claims was that of Sidney Bolton. Inquiries were made, and the result was disclosure of a systematic series of poisonings. It was also learned that Mrs. Frost signed her name at the insurance office as Bolton, and represented herself as the mother of the dead boy when the claim for payment was made. When Mrs. Winters found that her end was approaching, she made full confession of her guilt in the presence of her husband and one of her daughters. She said she could not imagine what induced her to commit the crimes, as she had never been short of money. She further declared that her daughter, Elizabeth Frost, who was then under remand on the charges of murder, was entirely innocent, knowing nothing of the conduct which her mother was pursuing. Her own death was attended with suspicious circumstances. Although the coroner considered an inquest unnecessary, there was reason to believe, as Dr. McNutt said, that she was either quietly done away with, or she may have committed suicide by poisoning with arsenic or white precipitate. Dr. McNutt was the physician who gave certificates of death in the cases of the 3 persons whose bodies were subsequently exhumed, and who was censured for carelessness by the coroner's jury. In reply, he made the following statement: I ask in the name of common sense, on what grounds was I to withhold certificates? The following is a plain statement of the facts of the case. On February 3rd, 1888, I was called in to see Eliza Frost. She presented symptoms which might have been due to a variety of causes. She had the appearance of a woman addicted to drink. Mrs. Winters and Mrs. Frost were always present while I was examining the patient. If they are guilty of the crime alleged against them, was I likely to obtain a true account from these people? I was totally deceived, and every circumstance which might have aroused suspicion in my mind was carefully concealed from my knowledge. If, as Mrs. E. Delamain said at the inquest, the beef tea, etc., disagreed with the patient, why did she not inform me? Surely I was the proper person to be told of these suspicious circumstances. But she withheld from me, either through ignorance or gross carelessness, this information of vital importance, a knowledge of which, on my part, might have been the means of saving her mother's life. And now she tries to pose before the Deptford public as an ill-used woman. If the symptoms of arsenical poisoning ought to have been apparent to me on February 3rd, 1888, ought they not to have been equally so to Dr. Hinkston on the 7th? As regards the next case, that of the girl Mary Ann Bolton, I have simply to say that the reason of my objecting to her removal to the hospital was that she was rapidly getting better, and that I considered a convalescent home much more suitable for her. William Sutton, whom I next attended, was in similar hands, and deception, as usual, the rule of procedure. The same may be said with regard to Sidney Bolton. Disturbed at all hours of the night, and met with deceit and lies, it was simply impossible to arrive at an accurate judgment in the case. The death of Mrs. Winters herself was as mysterious as any of the others, and yet no inquiry seems to be thought necessary. Her symptoms from time to time were certainly as suspicious as in the other cases, and why the authorities have accepted a death certificate from a doctor who only saw the case twice, and who must have judged considerably from hearsay, passes comprehension, particularly so when it is remembered that a diversity of opinion existed among the several medical men who attended Mrs. Winters as to the real nature of her complaint. The reference of Dr. McNutt to white precipitate was derived from the confession of Mrs. Winters, in which she stated that she had used it in the murderous work through which she had defrauded the Prudential Office. It seems likely that she confounded the term white precipitate with either arsenic or corrosive sublimate. The form of mercury almost universally administered with homicidal or suicidal intent is the bichloride, corrosive sublimate, while white precipitate, ammoniated mercury, ammoniochloride of mercury, is so far down in the list of mercurial salts and is resorted to for criminal purposes with such extreme infrequency that it receives little more than a passing notice from the authorities on toxicology and medical jurisprudence. In medicine it is not used internally, and is only employed externally in the way of inunction. When taken internally, by mistake or design, it acts as a powerful poison, but it is so little known that it would be a matter of curious interest to learn how an ignorant woman like Mrs. Winters could have been led to use it. Of course, its presence is as readily detected by chemical analysis as that of any other mercurial preparation. The Liverpool Sisters. On the 16th of February, 1884, two sisters in Liverpool, England, Mrs. Katherine Flanagan, aged 54, and Mrs. Margaret Higgins, aged 44, were tried on 4 indictments for murder. First, with murdering Thomas Higgins, the husband of the prisoner Higgins, on the 2nd of October, 1883. Secondly, with murdering Margaret Jennings, who lodged with her father at the house of Flanagan, on the 25th of January, 1883. And thirdly, with murdering John Flanagan, son of the prisoner Flanagan, on the 7th of December, 1880. The fourth indictment charged the prisoner Higgins alone with murdering Mary Higgins, the daughter of Thomas Higgins by his first wife. The prosecution elected to proceed on the first indictment. Mrs. Flanagan was a moneylender in a small way, and was in the habit of taking for her security creditors' policies in industrial insurance companies. As an outcome of this practice, she acquired a taste for speculative insurance on the lives of parties who were under no pecuniary obligations to her. As there had been a certain amount of justification for her earlier transactions, the friendly societies and industrial companies to whom she had recourse appear to have become less guarded in their dealings, and less exacting in their inquiries as to the character and extent of her interest. Fault was found with them for not only insuring the life of Higgins for a total amount out of all proportion to his means and his position in a low and depraved class, but for insuring him without his knowledge. He had been accepted by the Victoria Legal, the Royal Liver, the Wesleyan Club, the Scottish Legal, the Prudential, the British Workmen's, and some others, for sums ranging from £25 to £40 each. There was reason to believe that Mrs. Flanagan had killed at least 6 people, among them her husband. She was accused of poisoning the latter, but she brought suit for slander and was awarded £5 damages. In Higgins' case, however, the circumstances led the way for such well-grounded suspicion that the coroner ordered the funeral to be stopped and a post-mortem examination to be made. Hence the detection of arsenical poisoning and the discovery of evidence which led to conviction. The jury returned with the verdict of guilty after an absence of 3/4 of an hour, and upon its announcement, Mr. Justice Butt, in passing sentence, said, "After a most patient and careful inquiry, you have been found guilty of the crime of wilful murder. Everything that ability could do has been done in your defense by those who kindly undertook it. The evidence is such as to leave no doubt in the minds of those who heard it that you were guilty of the crime. The relation the murdered man bore to you, to say nothing of the others whose death it has been suggested you have caused, makes the murder so horrible, and it has been carried out so cruelly, so relentlessly, and from motives so sordid, that it makes one shudder to think of the depths to which our common humanity is capable of sinking. Wicked, cruel, and base as you are, I do not forget that you are still human. One thing you have in common with us all, and that is the hope of an existence hereafter. It is the only hope left to you now. I trust that hope will be some alleviation of your suffering during the very short time that you have to live. For the crime you have committed, you must die, and it only remains for me to pass on to you the sentence of the law." His lordship then passed sentence of death in the usual manner and form. The topmost on the list. The preeminence or championship appears to have been attained by a married woman named Van der Linden, in the old historic town Leiden, in Holland. In the latter part of 1883 she was arrested on a charge of having murdered 16 persons within a few years, nearly all of her victims being members of her own family, including 5 of her children. She had their lives insured for her benefit, and received the amount of the policies after their deaths. She confessed her guilt, but her story was so incredible in the boundless wickedness it revealed that most persons were inclined to reject it in its full extent, even on the assumption of homicidal mania. If little more than half of the statements were true, she capped the climax of female poisoning. It is noteworthy, by the way, that nearly all of the famous poisoners of history have been women: Locusta, Lucretia Borgia, Spada, and Tofana in Italy, Brinvilliers, La Voisin, La Vigoureux, and Catherine de' Medici in France, and the Countess of Somerset in England, who attained in their day an infamous notoriety. But the victims of these assassins were husbands inconveniently in the way of lovers, or members of royal or noble families who blocked the path of promotion to persons ambitious to usurp their places. Such murders were instigated by intrigues and treacheries and political complications. A motive so sordid as that of robbing an insurance company was as undreamed of in those earlier days as was the system of insurance itself. Madame Brinvilliers put her father and brothers out of the way, but there were family complications and romantic intrigues which relieved her poisoning of vulgar and brutish coarseness. Tofana, when subjected to the torture, confessed having supplied her arsenical and antimonial solution in 600 cases of murder, but she never was accused of slaughtering her own children for pecuniary gain. In the chamber of the Froschturm of the old city wall of Nuremberg, among the strange instruments of torture and death which have been preserved, is the Iron Virgin, Eiserne Jungfrau. It is a female figure about 7 feet in height, which opens and shuts with springs, and while embracing the condemned who is thrust into its arms, pierces him with knives and daggers, and then releases and drops him into the dead vaults below. Once, during a visit, as the writer examined the workings of this curious contrivance, which forms the crowning feature of the diabolical contents of the museum, he wondered and shuddered at the barbarism of medieval days. But in reviewing the atrocities of such a devil incarnate as Van der Linden, the wonder and the shudder fade away before this appalling exhibition of latter-day Satanism. End of section 68.
Section 69 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies, an authentic record of remarkable cases, by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Suicide, Part 1. In further illustration of the varied forms of fraudulent intent under consideration, we have now to remind our readers that the annals of criminal jurisprudence prove that desperate men sometimes have recourse to suicide. The game of life turns against them until they become reckless of their own fate, and only solicitous of worldly provision for their immediate kindred. The Yorkshire squire, of whom Mr. Francis gives such a graphic account, destroyed his life to dupe the gamesters who had ruined him, and who had besides heavily insured him to cover the losses otherwise unprovided for. To complete the revenge by the forfeiture of the policies, the companies were properly notified. But such a motive is altogether exceptional. The invariable purpose in self-murder is to die, not that others may lose, but that others may win. The class of suicides of which the present chapter furnishes some notable instances, having no further interest in individual existence, exhibit both willingness and eagerness to impose upon the companies the burden of the support of those they leave behind. They adopt every available method of concealment of purpose, but at the same time they know full well that though in the application of circumstantial evidence to the proof of criminal responsibility the motive may be detected, their heirs will obtain the sympathy of impressible but unreasoning juries, and profit by the fraud. Of late years this subject has engaged the attention of some of the ablest underwriters of the country. Suicide has become so common, says President Patterson, that hardly a day passes in which we cannot find the melancholy fact reported in some of the papers, as an item of news accompanied by the cheerful intelligence that the deceased had left his family well provided with policies of life insurance. Concerning the fact that the suicide can obtain for himself no pecuniary or other advantage by hastening his own death, it becomes most important to consider the motives which induce him to commit the deed. When misfortunes and trouble, either present or prospective, have rendered the cares of life heavy and wearisome, suicide is the first remedy suggested by a weak and cowardly mind. The hope of escaping personal responsibility, or some impending pecuniary disaster, or the penalty of lesser crimes, and at the same time of making provision for those who would be destitute and dependent upon him, are the most powerful motives to self-destruction. The most convenient means of satisfying the motive, and one always at hand, is found in a policy of life insurance. The wrong done both to the insurers and insured is trifling in comparison to the greater wrong to society, and its effect upon public morals. The insurance of life in such cases is no compensation or endowment given upon the loss of it, but a positive temptation to throw it away. It breaks down utterly the one chief argument of self-conservation, viz., the argument of family want and protection, turning it directly round to make it an argument of self-destruction for the family benefit. It loosens in this manner, too, the bonds of reason just now reeling, it may be, off its throne, making desperation more desperate, distraction more distracted, bad impulse wider and more uncontrollable, and vice itself a more overmastering torment. And then, when court triers come after, practicing their loose trivialities in the name of justice, and covering over the tremendous fraud of self-murder by figments of insanity, too thin to be more than lying pretexts, anyone can see that the sanctity of life must be giving way with frightful rapidity. The only remedy is in removing the motive, and we firmly believe that if some legislative power could prevent the writing of any life policy which recognizes suicide as a legitimate claim upon the insurers, it would very soon cease to be regarded as a respectable or desirable method of providing for one's family. The various expedients resorted to by suicides to accomplish their purpose show in an interesting manner with what consummate skill they not only measure the effects of life-destroying materials, but so destroy them as to furnish evidence of insanity in some cases, of accident or of homicide in others, and in nearly all can be found some carefully devised plan for concealing the evidence which would prove the intention and betray the motive. A Pennsylvania Fellow d'Essai. One of the earliest cases of deliberate suicide in the United States for the evident purpose of defrauding a life insurance company is that of William Callender of York, Pennsylvania. Callender rode on horseback to Harrisburg, where on the 26th of March, 1851, he obtained a policy of insurance on his life in the sum of $5,000 from the Keystone Mutual Life and Health Insurance Company of Harrisburg. He started home the same afternoon, was taken sick on the way, and obliged to dismount from his horse at a toll house on the turnpike, where he died during the ensuing night. The policy was conditioned to be void if the assured died by his own hand, and the company being in possession of proof that Callender died from the self-administration of arsenic with the deliberate purpose of terminating his existence while in full possession of his mental faculties, declined to make payment. The administrator of Callender's estate having brought suit, it was proved by the defendant that at 8 o'clock on the morning of the 26th, Callender purchased arsenic at the drugstore of one Martin Lutz; that after effecting the insurance, he went to a restaurant, called for oysters, and after sprinkling the arsenic over the oysters, ate them; that the arsenic was detected in the stomach by post-mortem chemical analysis; and, moreover, it was in evidence that Callender had made declarations of an intention to commit suicide. One of the prominent points in the defense was that at the time of applying for insurance, the applicant was guilty of misrepresentation in matters material to the risk. He stated, for instance, that he was a farmer by occupation, whereas it was shown on the trial that he had not been a farmer for many years, but was habitually and diligently engaged in a business perilous to life, that of catching fugitive slaves. It was proved that he had lately been to Wilkes-Barre and other places in pursuit of negroes, and that only a few days before his death he had been in Hagerstown, Maryland, to bargain for the apprehension of fugitives. But proofs of misrepresentation were hardly needed to strengthen the defendant's cause. The rule of the court that suicide, according to the express terms and conditions of the policy, avoided the contract, was all sufficient, and the company was sustained accordingly. Upon approval, the decision of the lower court was affirmed, and the Supreme Court added that the court below was very plainly right in charging that if no such condition had been inserted in the policy, a man who commits suicide is guilty of such a fraud upon the insurers of his life that his representatives cannot recover for that reason alone. End of section 69.
Section 70 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies, an Authentic Record of Remarkable Cases, by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Suicide, Part 2. Culver-Cresses, Part 1. It is seldom that the public mind sustains so severe a shock as it did upon the announcement of what appeared to have been a brutal murder of Captain Culver-Cresses, a distinguished retired officer of the United States Navy, who was discovered in a dying condition in an unfrequented street in the city of Bridgeport, Connecticut, at a late hour of the night of June 3, 1872. The newspapers of the day were filled with sensational details of the occurrence, and every rumor touching the tragic event quickly found its way into print. After a lapse of several years, we may now view the facts and circumstances attendant upon this remarkable case with freedom from the prejudice which necessarily obscured them at the time of their occurrence. At all events, in this recital of incidents and facts, we shall confine ourselves to the narration of such only as are believed to be true. Closely intertwined with the history of this event are certain facts connected with heavy insurances which had previously been effected upon Captain Culver-Cress's life. It was, ostensibly, to meet the agent who had placed this insurance, that he was en route for New York at the time of his mysterious death. Therefore, in order to make this account wholly clear, it will be necessary to advert briefly to the particulars of this insurance. It appears that Captain Culver-Caresses called at the office of the Commonwealth Life Insurance Company in New York City on the 23rd day of December, 1871, saying that he desired to place a considerable amount of insurance upon his life, and requested an introduction to some of the other life companies. He was taken to the office of the North America Life and the Connecticut Mutual, where he underwent the usual medical examinations. On the evening of the same day, he left the city for his home in Litchfield, Connecticut. A few days later, an agent of the Commonwealth Company went to Litchfield for the purpose of conferring with Captain Culver-Caresses about placing the remainder of his insurance, and held an interview with him upon that subject on the morning of December 27th. In reply to a question as to his object in obtaining so large an amount, for he had said he proposed to insure very much more than $50,000, the captain replied that he had to go to Washington to attend to a suit against the Navy Department for more prize money, and as he might lose the suit and the money it would cost him to prosecute it, he had determined to place as much insurance upon his life as was the amount he was contesting for. He said he did not desire to have the insurance take effect before the 15th of January. He appeared to be distrustful of the agent because he was a New York man, and said that he had been swindled out of nearly all his prize money through the investments he had made with brokers there, and he named Utley and Doherty in connection with transactions in Rochester water bonds. Upon being assured that his premiums could be paid directly to the companies, he became satisfied upon that point, and then entered upon partial negotiations with the agent to place the insurance for him. He named some of the companies with which he had already conferred, and others which he proposed to patronize. "I want all the premiums," he said, "to be semi-annual, as my ready funds will not permit my paying them annually." The companies and amounts he mentioned at this time were New England Mutual, $10,000, Northwestern Mutual, $10,000, John Hancock, $5,000, National Vermont, $5,000, Commonwealth, $5,000. The agent arranged to forward the applications by mail to Captain Culver-Caresses, who stipulated that they should be in duplicate, in order that he might reserve a copy of each application, saying that if any trouble should arise, in the event of his death, he wanted copies to be in the hands of his heirs. The applications were sent as agreed, and about the 13th or 14th of January, the captain went to New York, having with him the application all filled out. He said that he desired more insurance, and mentioned these companies with the amounts he wished: Mutual Life, $10,000, Mutual Benefit, $10,000, Equitable, $10,000, North America, $10,000, Connecticut Mutual, $10,000, Manhattan, $2,500, New York Life, $3,500, State Mutual, $5,000, Atlantic Mutual, $5,000, and added that he would want still more. The agent had agreed with him to deduct 10% of the premiums, and on that point says, "It was new in my experience to have a man insure so easily, for I did not talk insurance with him at all. My conviction at the time was, that what induced him to insure so heavily through me was simply the fact that he could save 10% of the premiums." Subsequently, the agent found some discrepancy in the medical examination, and he at once started for Litchfield to see Dr. Gates, the examiner there, who evidently had made an error in the chest expansion. On reaching the 27th Street depot of the New York and New Haven Railroad, he unexpectedly met the captain, to whom he explained the object of his journey, and the two took the 3 p.m. train for Litchfield, riding in the cars together. The captain had with him, at this time, a sword cane, which he took pains to exhibit, and said that he purchased it because he thought he ought to have something of the kind in case he got into trouble, so he could defend himself. He also had with him a russet leather valise, which he kept by him. An incident occurred en route, which impressed the agent with the idea that Captain Culver-Caresses was a frugal, close, and exact man. At Stamford a lunch was taken, and as the agent could not make the exact change, he obtained 3 cents of the captain, who, before they arrived at Litchfield, asked him for it. The correction was made in the physician's certificate of examination, and the agent again returned to New York, where he placed the insurance through the several agencies. On going to the office of the New York Life, Mr. Adams, the policy clerk, refused to receive the application, saying he then had on file an application recently made by Captain Culver-Caresses. In conversation with Mr. Adams, says the agent, I said that the captain desired me to do all his business with the insurance companies, and that I was placing a large amount upon his life, over $100,000. Mr. Adams, with some warmth, replied, "He can't be in earnest. He is a poor man. He is a fraud," and added, "You wait a moment." Then he called a gentleman standing near, and said, "Do you remember that old naval officer who has been here 3 or 4 times and made application for insurance?" The gentleman answered yes. "Well," said Mr. Adams, "what do you think of his applying for $100,000 insurance?" "I don't believe he will take it," said he. "He is a fraud." Mr. Adams continued, "Why, he wanted to go to work for us as an agent last fall. I tell you he is a fraud." At the time of effecting this insurance in the several companies, as applied for, the captain had policies in the New York Life of $6,500, the Phoenix Mutual Life $10,000, and in the Manhattan $2,500. Subsequently, the policies were taken to Litchfield by the agent and delivered to the captain, who gave his check for the amount upon the Union Trust Company of New York. The next day the agent presented the check to the Trust Company's office, when he was told by the bank officers that the captain had telegraphed them, stopping payment. In a subsequent telegram the captain countermanded his order, with the explanation that he supposed he had discovered an error, but was mistaken. In March he wrote the agent to have a policy of $8,000 placed in the Army and Navy branch of the St. Louis Mutual. This was obtained for him, and he sent his check in payment of premium. The captain called again at the agent's office in New York on the 30th day of April, and said that his suit at Washington demanded his presence there, and that he also thought of extending his trip to Port Royal. On being told that he could go without detriment to his policies, he said, "I also want an accident policy, but before I have one, I want to know about this Savage case, which the accident company is contesting at New Haven." The agent replied that he was not familiar with the facts in that case, but he thought the company undoubtedly had good grounds for its defense. The captain expressed a desire to know what those grounds were, and at his request the agent took him to the New York office of the Travelers' Insurance Company, where the object of their call was made known to the travelers' agent. It was explained to the captain that Mr. Savage was at first reported to have been robbed and murdered, but upon investigation it was believed that the wounds were self-inflicted, and the company resisted upon those grounds. The general facts and features of the case were discussed with the captain more or less in detail. Upon leaving the traveller's office, he remarked to the agent who had taken him there, "Well, all that is necessary for the Savage heirs to establish is murder, and they will get the money. But does not the company have to establish suicide? And," he added, "if Savage was going to kill himself, why didn't he do it right out, and not linger?" He concluded that he would take $10,000 accident insurance, but would not take it then. He, however, decided to increase his insurance in the Northwestern Mutual by taking $10,000 additional in that company. While with him on this occasion, the agent held a conversation of interest, substantially as follows. The agent said, "Why haven't you been in on Erie? It has been going up, and almost everybody with ready money, as I suppose you have, would have made money." The captain smiled and answered, "Well, I have been in. Some time ago a friend of mine said Erie was a good investment at 19, as it was then selling. I bought 400 shares at that figure. Last Thursday I telegraphed my broker to sell, and he did at 65. The agent inquired who the broker was, and the captain said, "Doherty. He has held the shares ever since I bought them. If you will look at Thursday's sales, you will see the sale, in one lot, 400 at 65. As the agent had the stock reports at hand in his office, he turned to the report of Thursday's sales and was unable to find it reported. The captain then suggested Wednesday, but it did not appear among the sales of that day. It could not be found at all, under any day's sale, and the captain appeared to the agent somewhat confused in consequence. "Anyway," he remarked, "I got $18,400 out of it, and Doherty gave me United States bonds for the amount." The agent then asked why he continued to deal with Doherty after having been swindled by him. The captain turned away, saying they had "made it up." On his return home, the captain wrote to the agent for $5,000 additional insurance, the premiums to be paid quarterly. It was obtained for him as requested. The total insurance written upon his life at this time was as follows: New England Mutual, $10,000. Northwestern Milwaukee, $20,000. Mutual Life New York, $10,000. Equitable, $10,000. North America, $10,000. New York Life, $10,000. Commonwealth, $10,000. Connecticut Mutual, $25,000. Phoenix Mutual, $20,000. Travelers, Accident, $10,000. Mutual Benefit, $10,000. National of U.S., $10,000. John Hancock, $5,000. Berkshire, $5,000. State Mutual, $5,000. St. Louis Mutual, $8,000. National Vermont, $5,000. Atlantic Mutual, $5,000. Manhattan, $5,000. Charter Oak, $2,500. Total, $195,500. Captain Culvacresses made an appointment with the insurance broker to meet him at the Astor House in New York on the 30th day of May. For the purpose of keeping this appointment, as he stated, the captain left his home in Litchfield on Wednesday, May 29th, taking with him a russet leather valise, a small black morocco satchel, an umbrella, and a bamboo sword cane. Arriving in Bridgeport, he went directly to the Atlantic Hotel and there took supper. His movements that afternoon and evening are not fully known, but at one time during the evening he is known to have been on board the steamboat which was to sail at 11 o'clock that night for New York. He purchased a passage ticket, but afterwards concluded not to go, and so stated his mind to the clerk of the boat, who refunded him his money. He returned to the Atlantic Hotel, where he remained that night. The next day he telegraphed from Bridgeport to the agent that he was delayed, and made another appointment for the following day, Friday, the 31st, at 11 a.m. He appears to have remained in Bridgeport during the day, but his movements are not definitely known. That evening he was seen on board the New York boat, and he was on the wharf when she sailed. From the wharf he went to the Sterling House, accompanied by a policeman, reaching the hotel about midnight. The policeman found him about the steamboat landing 3/4 of an hour after the boat had left. The officer told him it was time to go to bed. The captain inquired where there was a good hotel. He knew the hotels in Bridgeport perfectly well, having often been to both the principal ones. The house was locked up, but the proprietor was aroused and let the captain in. He was immediately shown to a room, but it is known that he did not at once retire, and he was heard pacing the room an hour or more. He also opened the window, and several times threw out water as if emptying his wash bowl. The next morning he again telegraphed the agent that he was further detained, but would go at once to New York by rail, and would call at the agent's office upon his arrival. At about 3 o'clock that afternoon he put in an appearance at the agent's office, saying that he had been over to the Navy Yard and drawn his pay, and had been to the office of the Manhattan Life, where he had paid an insurance premium. He told the agent he would leave Litchfield the next Monday afternoon and be in New York again on Tuesday morning. He returned to Bridgeport, reaching the Sterling House the same evening, where he remained overnight. The following morning, Saturday, June 1st, he went back to Litchfield and remained at home over Sunday. On Monday afternoon he left home for Bridgeport by the Chepaug Valley Railroad. His wife is reported to have said that he left his watch at home, and that he only took $2 or $3 more than enough to pay his fare to New York; that she expostulated with him for taking so small a sum, and he said he could get what he wanted when he reached New York. When he left Litchfield he had with him his sword cane and umbrella, the russet leather valise, and no other baggage. This valise he sent in the baggage car, under check, to Bridgeport. Arriving in Bridgeport, he went directly aboard the steamer, purchased a passage ticket, and secured a stateroom. He deposited the valise in his stateroom, but brought out with him, on leaving the room, a small black morocco traveling satchel, his sword cane, and umbrella. He was next seen at the Sterling House with the articles described, at about 9:15 p.m. Having asked for supper and found it too late to be served, he went to a neighboring restaurant where he obtained supper, keeping his satchel in his lap while eating. To all appearances he was extremely solicitous as to the safety of this satchel, both at the restaurant and at the hotel. The same fact was observed at the time of his previous stop in Bridgeport, the week before, when he had the same satchel with him. His conduct attracted the attention of the hotel waiters. At the table he placed the satchel in a chair, evidently handling it with great care, and sat in another chair by its side. The head waiter objected to his occupation of 2 seats. The captain replied that he would have 2 or none, and he was permitted to indulge what was then thought to be a mere caprice. From the restaurant he went to an ice cream saloon, and thence back to the Sterling House. After talking a few moments in front of the hotel with the proprietor, he asked the way to the steamboat, and the proper direction being pointed out, he started off as directed. After going a block and a half, he stopped at Wheeler's drug store, where he purchased 2 sheets of writing paper and 2 envelopes, saying that he wanted one envelope larger than the other, as he wished to enclose the smaller. Having procured these articles, he requested to be directed to the boat, and the druggist, stepping out upon the sidewalk with him, pointed out the way, and remarked that it was then precisely 10:30 o'clock. This was the last positively known of his whereabouts during his life, a time half an hour prior to the report of a pistol, and a distance of 4 minutes' moderate walking to the spot where his dead body was found. From Wheeler's drug store to the boat is 8 minutes easy walking. The boat's time of departure was 11 o'clock, and that night it started promptly on time. Just as the boat was putting off, the report of a pistol shot arrested the attention of Police Officer Bailey, who at once ran to the spot whence the sound proceeded, and found Captain Culvacresses lying upon the sidewalk in a dying condition. His shirt, immediately about the wound, was on fire, the light from which served as a guide to the spot where the body lay. He was lying upon his back, with his left hand pressed to the wound in the corresponding breast, his right arm and hand extended palm upward, and fingers half closed. Diagonally across the street, in the gutter, lay a large, old-fashioned, percussion-lock horse pistol. The stock was broken, the detached fragment lying upon the sidewalk some 2 yards on, in a line with the pistol and the body. Closer inspection showed the fracture in the stock to have been an old one, the parts previously broken having been glued together, and further secured by tarred twine wrapped around it. It was evident that the pistol had just been discharged, and the exploded cap remained on the nipple. His sword cane lay at his feet about 2 yards distant towards the gutter, and his umbrella parallel with it towards the fence. The sword blade was unsheathed, considerably bent, and bore no stain of any kind. The bamboo of the cane was considerably splintered for a distance of a little more than half the length of the sword blade. Upon the side of the cane, exactly coincident with the bend in the blade, was a dent, as though it had been grasped at the two extremities and snapped over a fence picket. The dead body and the articles found near it were removed to the station house, where an inquest was held. The next morning, June 4th, there was found upon the north side of the street, some 60 feet distant from where the pistol was picked up, a red pill-box containing old-fashioned percussion caps, which, together with a large bullet of about the caliber of the one that had passed through the captain's body, were tied up in a cotton rag. The rag was tied by knotting opposite corners in precisely the same manner that a handkerchief found in the captain's valise was tied, enclosing toilet articles. It was noticed that a picket in the fence, near where the captain fell, was notched by a bullet, and farther on, the edge of the steps to the house door was nicked. These marks led to the discovery of the bullet which had passed through the captain's body. Subsequently, there was found near where the box of caps was picked up, an old, shabby horn powder flask, containing powder, the little end tied up with a much soiled rag. The finding of this powder horn has a history of its own. It appears that a boy, in passing, saw a bit of rag sticking out from under a gutter plank laid lengthwise with the curbstone, and pulled it out, carrying it a few steps as he walked along. He saw that it was attached to an old powder horn of no value, and threw it down where it was afterwards picked up. There can be no doubt that the powder horn was pushed under the plank with a view to its concealment. Early the next morning after the tragedy, the black satchel, to which allusion has been made, was found on the Naugatuck wharf, under or near a railroad car, at a distance of 4 minutes' easy walking from the spot where the shooting occurred. One end of the bag was slit open, apparently with a very dull knife, and contained only a blank check-book. Subsequently, upon close inspection of the satchel by the Bridgeport chief of police, a small quantity of gunpowder was discovered in the seams upon the inside. The powder corresponded in appearance with that in the flask. Indentations upon the inside of the satchel were noticed, and it was found by taking the pistol and placing it in the bag, in almost the only position by which it could be put wholly inside, that a concavity had been produced exactly at the point where the large projecting top of the hammer precisely fits. This indentation was worn and polished, as though by long continued rubbing of the lock against the inside of the bag, and the red morocco lining was found to be blackened by the attrition of the rusty weapon. The pistol was a large, heavily constructed article of French manufacture, with a barrel nearly as capacious as the barrel of an ordinary shotgun. The stock extended nearly to the muzzle. It was brass-mounted, with a brass plate extending over the barrel at the breech, with a fleur-de-lis crown and the letters F.M. engraved on it. Originally it was a flintlock, and had been altered to a cap-lock. The barrel on the inside was quite rough, either from the corrosion of time or owing to the roughness of finish. End of section 70. Section 71 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies, an authentic record of remarkable cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Suicide, Part 3. Caresses, Part 2. While the captain lay dying upon the sidewalk, it was observed by the officer who discovered him that his coat and vest were unbuttoned, suggesting the idea that they had been violently torn open at the hands of an assassin. When the body was prepared for inspection and autopsy, the clothing worn by the deceased passed into the custody of the chief of police. The removal of this clothing was effected in a room at the police station, in which were a number of tramps, and it is supposed that some one of them stole the pantaloons, as unfortunately they were not afterwards to be found. It is believed that they were torn in front at the point where the inner suspender button was attached, the rent extending downward several inches. The suspenders were not taken with the pantaloons, and these afford an indication of the manner in which the tearing was done. In one of the buttonholes of the suspenders was found fixed a button that was torn or blown off from the pantaloons, evidently by the discharge of the pistol, as upon the suspender at that place were noticed the marks of gunpowder, and the marks also of the scorching from the fire occasioned by the discharge. The remaining clothing consisted of a black broadcloth frock coat and vest of the same material, a navy blue overcoat of not very stout fabric, a wool undershirt, and a white overshirt with linen bosom. The shirts were burned or torn at points corresponding with the place where the bullet entered the body, but neither of the coats nor the vest bore any marks of the bullet's entrance. Both coats, as well as both shirts, showed rents posteriorly where the bullet tore through them in its exit from the body. The point of exit was below the vest, so that was wholly uninjured. The inside lining upon its left side was found to be blackened as though by smoke, and a pretty sharply defined line, limiting the discoloration by smoke, would seem to indicate that the left side of the unbuttoned vest was folded back at the time of the shooting. A careful inspection of the buttons and buttonholes of the two coats revealed no evidence of a violent wrenching open of these garments. The buttonholes had the worn appearance of careful and frequent use. The middle buttonhole of one of the coats had the stitching nearly worn out, so that any sudden strain, with the button in place, would have met no resistance except the well-worn edge of cloth. This particular button was always worn fastened. There was no breaking of even a single thread of the cloth, no evidence of a forcible tearing open of the coat by an attacking party. The closest examination of the garments failed to show the slightest proof of any struggle. No part of either coats or vest had the appearance of having been subjected to any unnatural pulling. Not a seam was parted. The shirt was much burned at the place where the bullet entered, the burning having been caused by the combustion of powder, a fact which shows conclusively the immediate proximity of the muzzle at the time. The appearance of the woolen undershirt was of even greater significance. At a point corresponding with the burnt hole in the shirt was a very large hole in the undershirt. The latter was of a material which does not readily burn, and the ragged edges of the hole in the undershirt were not even scorched, or in the least blackened. The missing pieces were violently torn away by the great force of the explosion at the instant of the discharge. No evidences were discernible about the cravat or collar that there had been a struggle of any kind. In one of the pockets was found a knife having a dull, ragged edge, apparently having been subjected to rough usage. It will be borne in mind that the small leather satchel had been cut open with an exceedingly dull knife. On his person were found also about $2.70 in money, the key to his stateroom on the steamer, a card upon which was written the captain's full name, and a memorandum book. An autopsy was held 16 hours after death, in which the following wounds and appearances were noted. A gunshot wound by a bullet, its point of entrance being 6 inches below the plane of the left nipple and 3 1/2 inches from the median line. Orifice of the wound 5/8 by 3/4 inches. Edges inverted, discolored darkly. Neighboring skin blistered as though by heat. Bullet passed between the 8th and 9th ribs of the left side. It produced a longitudinal slit in the stomach 5 inches long, and tore through the body of the 4th lumbar vertebra and the spinal cord, making its exit at that point. Close inspection of the surface of the body showed absolutely no marks of recent injury other than the wounds produced by the bullet. In whatever light we may regard the teachings of this post-mortem examination, it will be well to observe, in passing, that there were none of the usual evidences of a mortal struggle. The shattered and bent sword cane and the unbuttoned clothing naturally would lead to a search for marks of violence upon the person, such as are produced by grips, blows, violent exertions, the characteristic evidences of a rough assault. Not a finger mark, not a scratch was found. Nothing but the fearful wound which, in its blistered condition, showed immediate contact of the weapon at the time of its discharge, and which also, in its course, gave evidence of the terrific violence of the explosion. There is no reason for the supposition that a man like the deceased, who all his days had been accustomed to adventures and scenes of personal violence, would have allowed an assassin, or any number of them, to hold his clothing open and shoot him to death without a desperate struggle, and it is in evidence that no such struggle took place. One of the most remarkable circumstances about the event is that no sounds of a struggle were heard, as there would have been, it would seem, if a murder was committed, and such a struggle had taken place as to break the cane and bend the sword. The testimony of some witnesses on this point is very important and interesting. A lady directly in front of whose house the tragedy occurred makes the following statement. On the night of the shooting, at 10 o'clock, I went up to my room to sew. I sat with a bright light, both shutters open, though the windows were closed, the light so placed that it shone clearly into the street. I continued sewing till 10:30, when I undressed and sat down at the edge of the bed. At this time I heard a slight sound as of a stick hitting inside my closet door. This sound was a very slight one, and more like the breaking of a stick than like footsteps. The reader will bear in mind what has been related with reference to the splintered bamboo cane. It occurred about 20 minutes, it seemed to me, before the shooting. On this account I didn't put out my light, but stood up, braided my hair, and ripped the skirt off a dress. I then changed the position of the light, out of range of the window, so that it did not shine so plainly on the street. I then turned down the light and lay down upon the bed. This was, to the best of my judgment, 15 minutes before the report. I then heard the report of the pistol, and became so confused that for a time I was unable to collect my thoughts. Having listened for a little while, I covered my head with the bedclothes. While my head was thus covered, listening all the while, I heard 3 distinct groans. I then removed the bedclothes from my head, and heard 2 more groans. These were the only sounds I heard after the report until the people arrived at the gate near which the body lay. This lady was within a few yards of where the shooting occurred, and her attention having been arrested by what sounded to her like the breaking of a stick, she was timidly on the qui vive for every noise. Had there been a call for help, or other sound, at the time, it is certain that she would have heard it. Another lady, residing in the corner house, at the Main Street end of Clinton Street, says, I had been in bed about 5 minutes when I heard a loud report of a firearm. I jumped out of bed and hastened to the window, where I could get a plain view of the street, but saw no one running or passing out of the street, nor did I hear any outcry or sound of a struggle or conversation on Clinton Street, with the exception of the groans of a man who proved to be Captain Colva-Cresses. I could distinctly see the policeman as he turned into Clinton Street after the report, but I saw no one pass out either end of the street. My room is on the ground floor. The window was open, but the blinds closed. I was wide awake when the shot was fired, and was at the window in a very few seconds. Another lady in the same house corroborates the above statement as to occurrences on Clinton Street, saying that she was awake when the shot was fired and rushed immediately to the window. The reader will bear in mind that Clinton is a short street and is lighted at each end. The lamps are situated so that the women who hurried to the windows, as stated above, could see the entire length of the street and see the policeman who came in at the Water Street end. Unquestionably, they commanded a full view of their end of the street, and had any murderer attempted to escape in that direction, they would have seen him, while the policeman would not have failed to notice any attempt to escape from his end of the street. Again, if a murderer threw away the pistol, secreted the powder horn, dropped the box of caps and the other articles which were afterwards found, as has been stated, it would seem as though he could not have time to do all this after the shooting, without having been seen by these eye-witnesses. It becomes a matter of legitimate inquiry to account for the time consumed by Captain Culver-Cresses after leaving the hotel and the drug-store for the boat. For him to go through Clinton Street was, in distance, quite as direct a route as any, but not the usual one, and the captain was quite familiar with the way, he having passed frequently over the ground between the hotels and boat. He could not have gone directly to the place of shooting, for that was but a few minutes' walk, while fully 25 elapsed before the report of the pistol was heard. How is the time consumed to be accounted for? If the tragic scene was his own planning and performing, then we find that for him to have gone from the drugstore to the place where the satchel was found, and thence to the spot where the body lay, would have consumed about 12 minutes, provided he kept walking all the time. But the half-hour that is to be accounted for is amply sufficient for a man who was deliberately walking and meditating upon the deed, and who, selecting a place where the bag should be found, stopped to cut it open, after taking out the pistol it contained. He would still have time to arrange the requisite details in Clinton Street. To show the probable movements of the captain during this time, we have the testimony of a man who was occasionally employed on the steamboat, and who left the wharf that night at about 20 minutes before 9 o'clock. When he had gone a short distance he met a stranger, who inquired of him as to the way. Subsequently that night he met the stranger again, and gives this statement. I was passing down Main Street, between Clinton and Union, when I saw a man ahead of me going towards Clinton Street. He stepped out to the right on the curb to let me pass. It was so singular an action that I looked at him, and he looked at me. I noticed it was the same man whom I had seen upon leaving the boat. He had a small satchel, which appeared to be hung by a string about his neck, and carried a cane and umbrella, and seemed to be arranging something in his left breast with his right hand. I passed him, turning down Clinton Street, he following slowly. I turned about when I was part way down the street, and saw him passing over and going down Main. He appeared to hesitate at the lower corner, whether to come down Clinton Street or not. When I had been in my house about 20 minutes, I heard a loud report like that of a rifle, and soon afterwards recognized the dead man as the one whom I had seen twice before that evening. Upon opening a box of special deposit, which Captain Culver-Cresses kept in the vault of the First National Bank at Litchfield, there were found certain memoranda, which, at first, were supposed to afford a clue to the mystery. It unexpectedly appeared that the captain had been the possessor of a very considerable amount of wealth, which he had invested in stocks and bonds, and it was conjectured that he had the certificates of these bonds within the small satchel which he so watchfully guarded while in Bridgeport. The inference was that he had been stealthily tracked and followed by persons who knew he had these bonds, the bag snatched from him after resistance, which resulted in his being shot to death, and the bonds hurriedly abstracted by the murderers and robbers, who left the empty satchel where it was afterwards found. The following is a transcript of these memoranda in the order of their dates. September 7, 1871, 10 Central Pacific, first mortgage, 6%, $10,000. 8 Union Pacific First Mortgage 6%, $8,000. 16 U.S. 520s, 67, January and July, $16,000. 6 State of Connecticut 6s, $6,000. 5 Danville, Urbana, Pekin, and Bloomington Railroad, $5,000. 400 Erie, $40,000. 150 Pacific Mail, $15,000. In a side memorandum, the statement is made of Erie bought for 19, sold for 65, and several other memoranda relative to purchase and sale. The whole list is scratched, altered, and interlined. Beneath is a statement bearing the date of April 4, 1872, which is also interlined, altered, and scratched. 10 Central Pacific First Mortgage, 6%, $10,000. 8 Union Pacific First Mortgage, 6%, $8,000. 5 Danville, Urbana, Pekin, and BRR, $5,000. 6 Connecticut 6s, $6,000. 21 Rochester Water Loan Bonds, $21,000. 12 Connecticut Valley Railroad, $12,000. 29 U.S. 520s, 67, $29,000. 7 U.S. 520s, 65, $7,000. 10 Chepaug Valley Railroad, $1,000. 3 Alabama 8s, $3,000. A third, perfected list reads as follows. May 13, 1872. The following are the securities which I now hold, and those marked with the letter D I shall, on my arrival in New York, place in the safe deposit, No. 120 Broadway, Equitable Building, for convenience. D. 10 Central Pacific First Mortgage 6s, $10,000. D. 8 Union Pacific First Mortgage 6s, $8,000. D. 12 Connecticut Valley First Mortgage 7s, $12,000. D. 29 U.S. Gov. 520s, $29,000. D. 15 U.S. Gov. 520s, $15,000. D. 6 Connecticut 6s, $6,000. 5 Danville, Urbana, P&B Railroad, $5,000. 10 Chepaug Valley, $1,000. 21 Rochester Water Loan, $21,000. I also hold life insurance to the amount of $193,000 and coupons due 1st of May on U.S. bonds, GMC. Of these bonds, it was learned that the Rochester Water Loan, the Chepaug Valley, and the Danville Railroad were in the bank at Litchfield, and were of no value whatever. His box at the bank in which he kept his memorandums and papers was quite full, and this circumstance suggested the inquiry as to where he had kept his other bonds marked D. A letter was received by the Safe Deposit Company in the latter part of May, requesting the company to hold a safe at the captain's disposal, but he was in New York one day subsequent to the date on which the letter was written, and did not visit the safe deposit office. It looked somewhat strange that only his bonds and papers of so little or no value should have been kept at the bank. It will be observed that the memorandums do not indicate the numbers to any of the bonds, though it would seem that a man who actually held such securities, and was about to deposit them with such care as to leave a memorandum at home, would be particular about the numbers. Owing to this omission, it was impossible to trace anything but the 12 Connecticut Valley bonds. They had been issued but a short time, and a protracted, thorough, and complete search developed the fact that Captain Culver-Caress's never owned any of these bonds. The investigation as to Captain Culver-Caress's ownership of the bonds covered a broad field of inquiry, and many important facts were gathered. The evidence touching this feature of the inquiry was submitted by the insurance companies to Judge McCurdy, who tersely epitomizes the facts and expresses his views as follows. Quote, "The obtaining such an immense amount of insurance, making so small a payment of premium, and dying immediately after, create alone a suspicion of fraud. but the suspicion is greatly increased by the accompanying circumstances. He, of course, was fully aware that, to remove this suspicion, it was necessary that he should appear to be possessed of a large property to justify the amount of insurance, and to enable him to meet the premiums. It was with this object that he seems to have prepared the memorandum of bonds, evidently, and indeed ostentatiously, to be exhibited after his death. It will be observed that this kind of property is most difficult to be traced, bonds having no earmarks. This list was deliberately prepared and revised, with slight changes, 3 times. It amounted each time to about $100,000, and the last 2 memorandums contained 12 bonds of $1,000 each, in all $12,000, to the Connecticut Valley Railroad Company. Now, it has been ascertained, beyond all question, from the parties who held all the bonds of the company, and have held them from their issue, that he could not by any possibility have ever held a single bond of this road in his possession. This fact stamps the character of falsehood and fraud upon the whole list. There is no reason to suppose that he held any of the bonds which he names, except those of the Chepaug Road, of no value, the Danville Road, and the Rochester Water bonds, of no value. There is no reason to believe that he at any time, except when he drew his prize money, was worth more than $10,000, including his place at Litchfield. He had no visible means of making money. His salary was barely sufficient to support his family. His prize money, $17,338, was invested and lost in Rochester water bonds. The pretense that he made a large sum by an Erie investment is proved to have been a sham. His family and friends knew of no amount of property. Mr. Holmes, who kept his papers and accounts, and must have been acquainted with his circumstances, says he never was worth more than $8,000 or $10,000. He borrowed small sums from time to time of the Litchfield Bank, apparently to support his family, and repaid them when his salary became due. When he attempted to borrow a large sum, he had no collaterals to offer as security, except the worthless water bonds, and he died in debt to the Litchfield Bank without a sufficient security. He kept no known deposits or accounts with bankers or brokers. His business was principally done through Messrs. Cisco & Co., and the transactions, except in one instance amounting to $4,000, were very small, running from $300 to $1,000. His sworn assessment list shows less than $400. If he had bonds to the amount of $100,000, where did he buy them? Where did he get the money to pay for them? How long had he held them? Where did he keep them, and why not continue to keep them as before? Where did he cash his coupons? At the instance of his family, the president of the Board of Brokers publicly requested that any persons who had furnished him any bonds, or assisted him in any bond exchanges or negotiations, should make it known, but there was no response. The most skillful detectives have been unable to discover any such transactions. The whole pretense is a manifest and palpable falsehood. Assuming it, therefore, as a fact beyond all question, that he was not, at the time of his death, worth more than $10,000, it follows that he could not have taken out insurance to the amount of $200,000 in good faith and for an honest purpose. His first premiums, amounting to nearly $11,000, would have absorbed all his means, including his house, and if he had lived to the age he had a right to expect, the aggregate of his premiums would have reached the neighborhood of $150,000, exclusive of interest. He was evidently aware that his taking such an unusual amount of insurance would be a source of suspicion, and so he gave as a reason for it that he had a suit pending at Washington against the government, involving about the same amount, and as he might lose that, he wished to secure himself in this sum. Now he had, in fact, no suit for any sum at all. He had only applied to the proper department to make an abatement of the assessment, about $1,700, on his prize money, which was refused." End quote. On the morning of his departure from Litchfield to proceed upon the last journey he was to take, as reported by his own family, he betrayed more than ordinary emotion, and gave evidence of a depth of feeling quite unusual. 3 times did he return to bid them adieu, and the third repetition of his fond farewell called forth the remark, "Why, one would think you expect never to return." He was strongly attached to his family, and his domestic relations were those of an affectionate and happy household. This fact has been published as tending to discredit the theory of suicide, and it has been alleged also that there was entire absence of motive for such a deed. When it shall become known what constitutes sufficient motive for the act, then and not till then can we truthfully make such declarations. The mind of the person who commits the deed is the sole judge of the sufficiency of the reason, and persons meditating suicide always keep their own counsel. It has been alleged further that the pistol being found across a street some 35 feet in width was conclusive of human agency other than that of the deceased. A murderer may intentionally leave the weapon near his victim with the design of diverting attention from the true manner of death, yet in such cases the weapon is usually left near the body. The distance which this pistol lay from the body can be accounted for in 2 ways. 1. It could have been thrown by an assassin, and this explanation might be considered if there was any evidence showing that an assassination had been committed. 2. If heavily overloaded and placed by a suicide against the elastic walls of the chest, and thus fired, the recoil of such a weapon, in the opinion of persons competent to judge, would have been quite sufficient to cast it 40, 50, or 60 feet away. That it was heavily loaded is proved by the loudness of the report, arousing the whole neighborhood, and by the course of the ball. This bullet passed through the body, through the corner of a picket, a part of the fence, and then it struck a doorstep directly upon a nail, driving the nail before it with prodigious power. We have already described the pistol. It certainly was not such a one as highway robbers make use of in these days of perfected weapons. It was so large as not to be easily concealed or carried. It was of such peculiar workmanship, it surely would be traced to suspicious ownership. The report of its discharge was like that of a small cannon. Its lock was rusty and difficult to work, altogether the least possible offensive weapon of the modern city robber. It is well known that suicides frequently make use of some old, useless pistol, or a gun barrel merely, and furthermore they are apt to overload them. It is not probable that a modern instance can be cited wherein a premeditated robbery has been planned and executed with the aid of such a weapon. The most thorough search, stimulated by the offer of large rewards, failed to discover any trace of murderer or murderers. The preliminary proofs of loss under the several insurance policies were duly presented, when the companies generally denied liability on the ground that the death of Captain Culvocaresses was the result of a settled and deliberate purpose to destroy himself and defraud them. The whole matter soon passed into the hands of counsel, and preparations were made to defend the expected suits at law. Finally, a proposition for negotiations, with a view to an adjustment by compromise, was favorably received and entertained by counsel representing the companies, and resulted in an amicable settlement of the several claims in the manner indicated. End of section 71.
Section 72 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. An authentic record of remarkable cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Suicide, Part 4. The Monroe-Snyder Case, Part 1. In the staid, quiet old borough of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, whose atmosphere is pervaded by the wholesome influences of that good old-fashioned Moravianism which is seen in the works and ways of its citizens, a mysterious event occurred on the morning of February 22nd, 1873, which greatly perplexed these excellent people. In the glowing words of their local paper, men ominously shook their heads, women cowed in fearful contemplation, children looked bewildered. All felt that the community had been outraged. The cause of this dire consternation, when stated in plain prose, was the finding of Monroe Snyder's dead body in the shallow stream of Monocacy Creek, just below the old South Bethlehem Bridge. Mr. Snyder was a citizen of good standing in Bethlehem, and it was believed that he had been cruelly murdered and his body thrown into the creek. A hurried inspection of the corpse revealed 3 cuts or stabs, all of which were located upon the abdomen. The coroner soon arrived, and after viewing the situation, he impaneled a jury, and at once entered upon the usual superficial method of conducting such inquests. Under his direction, an examination and autopsy of the body was made by 3 physicians, who do not appear to fully agree in their testimony as to the depth of the abdominal wounds, but they were all of the one opinion that death was caused by an effusion of blood upon the brain. There was no external mark of violence upon the head, nor were there any wounds or lesions upon the surface of the body which the most thorough inspection could detect, except the 3 stabs upon the abdomen. These wounds were not regarded as immediately dangerous to life, and were not even temporarily disabling. They were supposed to be peculiar in shape, as though made by a pointless knife, or a knife having a broad cutting end. 2 of these cuts were upon the right, and one was upon the left side of the median line. One was on a level with the navel, one was 1.5 inches, and the other 1.25 inches above it. It is possible that one of them barely pierced through the abdominal walls into the cavity of the abdomen. There were several inches of snow upon the ground at the time of the occurrence, and an effort was made to discover in the footprints or other marks about the bridge some token which would afford a clue to the mystery. Certain marks were observed, and thereupon it was reasoned out that Mr. Snyder was assaulted at the upper end of the bridge and struck upon his head with a sand club, which left no mark, and was knocked or thrown over the side of the bridge, falling insensibly upon the snow beneath. There was noticed what seemed to have been the impression of a person having lain there, and around it were footprints in the snow. It was further conjectured that the inanimate body was thence carried underneath the upper or dry arch of the bridge, where it was robbed of such money or other valuables as may have been upon it, and that then, for what purpose it would be difficult to guess, the abdominal wounds were inflicted. To effect this stabbing, the clothing was carefully unbuttoned and turned aside sufficiently to facilitate the purpose, and afterwards decently adjusted. The pantaloons, vest, and coat were properly buttoned immediately over the stabs. This having been done, the apparently lifeless form was carried, not dragged, through the arch to the opposite side of the bridge, where the assassin entered the water and threw his burden into the shallow creek to give an appearance of death by drowning. Footprints going towards the water from underneath the arch were noticed, but there were none returning from the stream. The observers were at a loss to account for this at first, but finally concluded that after throwing the body into the creek, the assassin walked in the water up or down, and ascended the bank at some point not yet known. All that was lacking in evidence was supplied in speculative theories, and upon the evening of the same day the jury returned a verdict that Monroe Snyder came to his death by effusion of blood upon the brain, caused by a blow upon the head inflicted by some person or persons to the jury unknown. It may be observed that there was not a particle of evidence to support the finding that Mr. Snyder had sustained a blow upon his head. The effused blood was by no means evidence of it, for the effusion was in no respect different from that which arises solely from internal causes, independently of any external violence whatever. As a matter of fact, it may be stated also that it was afterwards learned that what was supposed to have been the impression of Snyder's body lying in the snow upon the bank at the upper end of the bridge was made by other parties during the night previous to the one upon which Snyder perished. The hastily rendered verdict was in full accord with the temper of the community, but upon sober second thought there was manifested a feeling that further investigation ought to be made. Some things gradually came to light which looked queer, if not altogether unaccountable. At first it was supposed that Mr. Snyder had been robbed as well as murdered, but subsequently it became known that he had nothing valuable upon his person of which he could be robbed. He had left his watch, pocketbook, and safe key at home that day before going away, and there was no reason to believe that he had any money or other valuables about him at the time of his death. Finally, it began to be whispered that Monroe Snyder may have committed suicide, and different opinions and theories were at length entertained. As a result of all this conjecturing, the coroner recalled his jury to a further hearing of evidence in the case. During several ensuing days, voluminous testimony was taken, the evidence being sharply scrutinized by the legal adviser of Mr. Snyder's son Lewis, the district attorney, and others. We learn from the evidence of Mrs. Kresge, sister of the deceased, that Snyder called at her house the Wednesday before his death, where they held a kindly conversation upon family matters. He was dispirited and sad, but not more so than she had seen him on previous occasions. His hearing had become impaired, and he was apprehensive that it was growing worse, and in speaking of this he cried about it, and said he was going to New York to consult an aurist. He said he would go the next Friday, and that if anything should happen to him his folks would be able to help themselves. He spoke of a dream that he had had of their parents, who were dead long ago. He appeared melancholy, and when he said goodbye he was still crying, on account of, as witness believed, his defective hearing. He parted with his sister upon the porch, walking away slowly, and she went back into the house to the front window. From the window she saw that he was still crying. He turned and looked back, and when he saw her at the window he wiped his eyes with his handkerchief. The day and night following this interview with his sister, he was engaged in writing the closing portion of a lengthy, confidential letter addressed to his son, Louis W. Snyder, which will hereafter appear. Louis says in evidence that he retired that night at 10 o'clock, and does not know whether his father was then in bed or not. The next morning, Friday, February 21st, Mr. Snyder left for New York by the early train. It was rainy, but he took no umbrella. No one seems to have known what his business in New York was, there being no evidence of his purpose other than that which he had stated to his sister. His son Louis says, in evidence, that he had not been able to ascertain where his father went while in New York, that he had made an inquiry, but without avail. It is not known that he consulted an aurist. He rode in the same car to New York with a Mr. Warman, and upon their arrival in the city they separated at West Street, Snyder remarking that he wanted to buy an umbrella as it was then raining. He appeared to Mr. Warman to be in his accustomed health and spirits. Mr. Warman left New York by the 5:30 train that afternoon to return home. On the Jersey side he found Mr. Snyder in the smoking car, ready to return by the same train, and they again rode together part of the way, conversing a little. The train was delayed some 20 minutes or more at Glendon, and Mr. Snyder asked what caused the delay, and inquired of Mr. Warman if he thought the train would arrive in Bethlehem in time to catch the omnibus. Warman replied that he thought it would not. Snyder said that he hoped it would, as he did not like to cross the bridge alone. The bridge he spoke of was not the one near which his dead body was subsequently found, but a long, covered structure near the Bethlehem depot, known as the Lehigh Bridge. It is necessary to cross this bridge to pass from the depot to the borough of Bethlehem. Warman noticed that Snyder had a new umbrella with him, and remembered Snyder's saying that he hoped it would not rain on the morrow, as he intended to go to a funeral at Howerton. According to Mr. Warman's evidence, no one but himself spoke to Snyder between Easton and Bethlehem depot. Arriving at Bethlehem, the omnibus was not waiting, and as Mr. Warman's way home lay in a different direction from that of Mr. Snyder, he bade the latter good night and went directly home, leaving the car in advance of Mr. Snyder. The testimony of Mr. Wilson is somewhat conflicting with that of Mr. Warman. Wilson entered the train at Freemansburg and rode beyond Bethlehem to Allentown. He was well acquainted with Mr. Snyder and rode in the same seat with him to Bethlehem. They conversed at considerable length upon Snyder's business matters. Warman, whom Wilson did not know at the time, sat behind him. Wilson swears positively that no one talked with Mr. Snyder from Phillipsburg up but himself, and that Warman followed Snyder out of the car, not preceded him. Mr. Snyder asked Wilson to stop off at Bethlehem and pass the night with him at his house. Deficient and apparently unimportant as this evidence is, it is all the knowledge we have concerning the man up to the time of his leaving the train to go home. Did he go home? Mr. Louis Snyder says that he has no information or knowledge that his father was at home after leaving for New York that Friday morning. During the first inquest, there was nothing known to the public touching Mr. Snyder's whereabouts after he left the cars upon the arrival of the train at about 9:10 p.m. At this stage, a new witness appears. Augustus Billing, the aged toll-keeper of Lehigh Bridge, tells the story as follows. It is my business to light the lamps on the bridge and put them out. I generally light them at dark and put them out about 10 o'clock. On last Friday evening, about 5 minutes before 10 o'clock, I went across the bridge to put out the lights. There are 3 lights on the bridge, the middle light in the center. I knew Monroe Snyder pretty well and knew where he lived. I did not observe the passengers who came on the train. When I went to put out the lights, I did not see any living, moving thing. I saw nobody walking on the bridge, either in the driveway or elevated walks. I think I would have seen them if anybody had been there. I always begin to put the lights out at the other end of the bridge. I did so that night and walked in the footpath because I have to. No one walked toward me. Between the two lights, the middle and the outer light at the south end, I came upon a person lying on his back on the footwalk. His hat was off, lying about 3 feet from him, and when I saw the body lying there, I thought it was a drunken man. I had a common lantern with a tallow candle in it, and when I came up to this person, I set the lantern down upon the walk. Then I went to the body and shook it gently. I didn't know who it was then, and I said, "Get up here, you'll freeze to death." He didn't show any sign of life then, and I shook him again a little harder. Then he gave signs of life, just the same as one waking from sleep. When I saw he was awaking, I took him by the shoulder and raised him into a sitting position. Then I said again, "Get up here, you'll freeze to death here." Then the man said, "I can't, I'm stabbed." Then I said, "I'll help you." I lifted a little to assist him, but he got up pretty easy. Then I said, "Here is your hat," and I went and picked up his hat and put it on his head, and then I saw it was Mr. Monroe Snyder. Then he said again, either, "I am stabbed twice," or "They stabbed me twice," or "He stabbed me twice." Then he pulled up his waistcoat. His coat was unbuttoned. He pulled out a little of his shirt on the right side and wanted to show me where he was stabbed. I looked but could see no blood or cut on the shirt. I took up my lantern to look, and I doubted that he was cut. Then he said, "I think I can go home," and he turned toward this end and walked a few paces, and I went to extinguish the light on the south end. I put out that light and turned back to put out the middle light, which I did, and did not see Mr. Snyder when I got back to the middle light. Then I came over to put out the last light on this side, thinking that he might have fallen down the steps, for I did not see him any more. Then I put out the last light and had nothing but the candle lantern. I looked all around at the end of the bridge but saw nothing of him. Then I went down the street a little way, looking all over the street and sidewalks to see if anybody was moving. I saw no one, and then felt easy about his getting home. I went into my house and to bed. That is all I knew of it till I heard his body was found. I did not find an umbrella on the bridge, though I have looked since. It was about 5 minutes past 10 when I got home. When I went into my house, I mentioned to my wife and family that I had saved a man from freezing to death, that it was Monroe Snyder, and that I thought he was drunk. I didn't take particular notice whether he staggered or not when he walked off. I neither heard nor saw any more of him until in the morning, when I learned that the body of a man had been found in the creek, and sometime during the forenoon I heard that it was the body of Monroe Snyder. After hearing of Snyder's death, I went along the bridge to see if I could find any blood at the place where he told me he had been stabbed, but did not find any. I heard that they had an inquest on Saturday, heard of it before night, but did not come over to tell the coroner that I knew about it. I did not send him any word of what I knew about it. I did not tell the coroner at any time. I told Mr. Charles Botter one day this week that I had seen Mr. Monroe Snyder on the bridge. Before I told him, I came over to Mr. Mish's to order some coal, where we commenced to talk about this matter, and he told me they were to have another inquest. I think it was on Tuesday at forenoon. Then I went home, and I thought that I would go and tell the inquest what I knew about it. I went back and told Mr. Mish to tell the coroner to send for me when he began. I told Mr. Botter afterwards. I was then subpoenaed as a witness. I told Mr. Botter on Wednesday, and told him not to say anything about it. Then Mr. Irwin, the burgess of the borough, sent for me. I met there 2 detectives from New York, who examined me very closely. At first I refused to tell them anything about it, because I was a witness, and I thought I would then have to testify anyhow. I thought Mr. Snyder was drunk that night, and told the burgess, the detectives, and Mr. Botter that I thought so. The reason I didn't ask Mr. Snyder where he had been stabbed was that I did not see any marks, and didn't think that he had been stabbed. I am positively certain that Monroe Snyder was the man I saw that night. He did not ask me to help him. If he had, I would have gone home with him. I did not know that it was customary, when an inquest was sitting, for all who knew anything about it to come and tell it. After it was known who it was that was found in the creek, I did not make it public about finding him on the bridge, because I was afraid people might blame me for not going home with him. It happening that he was dead after I had seen him, I was afraid I would be very much blamed for not going home with him. When I heard that the second inquest was to be held, I thought it time to make it good, and so I told Mr. Mish to tell the coroner to subpoena me. It worried me that I had not come forward at first to tell all I knew. Mr. Charles Botter testified regarding a conversation which he had had with Mr. Billing, the toll-keeper, about Monroe Snyder, and repeated the conversation at great length. It was the story of Mr. Billings finding Mr. Snyder on the bridge, and all the circumstances connected therewith agreed perfectly with the testimony given by Mr. Billing. On the same day, while walking over the bridge, he found a paper sticking between the boards a short distance from where Mr. Snyder was said to have been lying. It was an envelope from which one end had been torn squarely off, so as to admit of drawing out the enclosure. It was postmarked Danville, N.J., February 1st, 1873, and addressed to Mr. Monroe Snyder, Bethlehem, PA. This envelope had been picked up from the floor of the bridge on the same day Snyder's body was discovered in Montecasey Creek, and the man who found it placed it between the boards where it was afterwards seen by Botter. It does not appear that Snyder was seen so as to be positively identified after he left the Lehigh Bridge. At a later hour during the night, it so happened that some 2 or 3 witnesses noticed a solitary person in the vicinity of South Bethlehem Bridge, and one of the witnesses thought at the time that he recognized the figure of the person as resembling that of Monroe Snyder, whom he knew. It was then past 2 o'clock in the morning, and was a pretty cold night. The person was standing in a leaning posture, on the bridge against its south parapet. Witness walked close to him in passing, and looked back over his shoulder after passing, and saw the man still standing there. End of section 72. Section 73 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. An Authentic Record of Remarkable Cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Suicide, Part 5. The Monroe Snyder Case, Part 2. Mr. Snyder had been unfortunate in some of his financial investments and speculations during the 2 or 3 years preceding his death, so that his estate was impaired to such an extent as to subject him to serious embarrassments. His residence and other real estate were mortgaged for a large amount, and what money he could raise was invested in hazardous slate and ore speculations, from which he derived no income or profit. By the highest estimates, the total value of his property was $27,500, while his liabilities amounted to more than $36,000. Among other efforts to retrieve his diminished assets, he had entered into business relations with a Mr. Lynn, which proved to be the cause of much annoyance and trouble. The day before leaving home for New York, he effected a settlement with Lynn, disposing of the leases which he held for operating in hematite ore in New Jersey. He then completed a lengthy written statement addressed to his son Louis, wherein he speaks of the settlement just effected with Lynn. An ill-defined rumor concerning the existence of such a paper was afloat, and Mr. Louis W. Snyder was recalled to the witness stand when the district attorney called the witness's attention to the fact that much had been said about a certain paper which was left addressed to him, and asked if he would show that paper to the coroner and jury. The witness replied, "No, sir, I will not. It is a purely private matter which has nothing to do with this case. I found it in my father's safe on Sunday morning after his death. He also left a will. I am directed in the instrument not to reveal its contents. It reveals nothing bearing on the case." The legal adviser of the witness here interposed and said that he had read over the paper referred to, that it directs about certain stock, instructs his son, the witness, to keep out of certain enterprises, and gives a great deal of information solely regarding business. It speaks of his holding some doubtful securities and of other matters which it would be entirely improper to lay before the public. It speaks of enterprises in which the prospect may be good, but counsels sticking to legitimate business, which is surer, though it returns less profit. The coroner expressed a desire to see the paper. The counsel for the witness said that he could not, that it had nothing whatsoever to do with the case. Some sparring between the lawyers ensued, and the witness said that he must decline to show the paper. The district attorney remarked that unless the paper was shown, there might be unfounded suspicions against the witness, which would be removed by its exhibition, and that the coroner must see the paper. The witness's counsel here exclaimed, "Commit him if you dare. What is this suspicion founded on? Nothing. I will agree to let the district attorney see that paper, but the coroner cannot, and I have instructed my client not to show it. If the district attorney thinks it should be made public, I will so instruct my client." The witness and his counsel then retired with the district attorney, where they privately examined the much-talked-of paper, and upon their return to the jury room, the district attorney said that he saw nothing whatsoever in it, which in any way connected it with the case. The handwriting was identified as that of the elder Mr. Snyder, and the prosecuting attorney expressed himself as perfectly satisfied. But the effort to suppress this important manuscript did not succeed, and the demand for its production was reluctantly complied with. It was produced upon the condition prescribed by the counsel of Louis Snyder, that a separate oath be administered to the coroner and jurors that they should not divulge its contents. The representatives of the press then demanded the publication of the letter, and those having it in charge, fearing the censure and odium as well as suspicion that would be aroused and expressed if they longer pursued this policy of silence, reluctantly yielded, and the letter was published. Its contents have such an important bearing upon the questions involved in the case that we here introduce a verbatim copy. To my dear and much beloved son Louis. Louis, sometimes I feel, and it appears to me that I want to be here, with you and mother, on this world, long any more, but we don't know what God will let happen with us. but we have to submit. I don't hope to get killed or die soon, but sometimes I feel and think that I would not be in this world long anymore, Louis. If God calls me home or away from you and Mother, you must do the best you can. First of all, be kind to Mother, whatever you do, and see that she is well cared for. Louis, I have more debts than you know, or that you think, but I can't help it. You know that I have always tried to do the best I could, but oftentimes where I thought I could make something, I lost. I often thought that I would tell you more about my circumstances than I did, but when I meant to tell you, I could not do it, and if I would, it would not make it any better. If I could turn things into money, what I would like to sell, I could shift it round, but there is no sale for nothing at present. Louis, I have my life insured for $65,000 altogether, for $20,000 in the Penn Mutual Life Insurance Company of Philadelphia, and for $30,000 in the Mutual Life Insurance Company of New York, and for $10,000 I have an accidental policy in the Hartford Company of Connecticut, and $5,000 in the Mutual Protection Life Insurance Company of Philadelphia, which is for the benefit of Mother. $20,000 in the Penn Mutual is for Mother, and $10,000 in the Mutual Life of New York is for Mother. All of my other insurance is for your benefit. If anything should happen with me, Louis, get the money out of the insurance companies, for they have to pay it. The agents of the companies I insured in will assist you and pay all my debts, for I borrowed some money to pay the premiums on the insurance, so that my creditors could perhaps get a hold of insurance, and if they could not, pay all my debts and be a man, so that nobody can say that they lost money on your father. You can pay all my debts and hold all the property if you get the money out of the insurance companies and have money left. I insured too much. It costs too much money to keep it up or to pay the premiums. But I am in now. I will keep it up if I can. Louis, keep out of these companies, for it is worth nothing to be in these large companies, and be very careful that you don't get cheated so much. And don't let people talk you into all these things or into anything. Louis, don't show this paper to anybody, whatever you do. Don't let any person see it. Keep it entirely a secret. If anything should happen with me, sell my interest in all these iron mine or ore leases. It is too expensive and very risky business. And don't listen to what other people tell you, and tend well to your store. The insurance companies must pay the insurance, what I am insured. They can't get out of it. If I am gone once, don't let people know for how much I am insured or how much I am in debt. Keep it as much secret as you can, for not everybody need to know, for it won't make it any better. But when you get the money out of the insurance companies, if it ever should happen so, don't think you would keep the money and not pay the debts. For that purpose I insured so much, that all my debts can be paid if anything should happen. You can pay the debts and have some money left, and keep all the property what we have if you manage it right. The agents of the companies will assist you in taking the affidavits for proof of death, and so on. Louis, you will find my last will and testament in the safe in a sealed envelope. Louis, don't do as I have done. Don't let people talk you into anything, to go security or endorse notes to the banks and all sorts of such things. Be very careful about such things, and don't do as I have done. I done a great deal too much of such things. Louis, keep that safe, and the gold, and the silver money what is in the safe. Keep that without fail, and keep all the property for the present time, if I should be called off, for in course of time the property here will bring a good price. I made you my executor in my will. If anything happens with me, you must take my will to Easton, to the register's office, inside of 30 days of my death, and take out your papers as executor of my estate. The man that signed the will, as witnesses, you must take to Easton to testify to the will. You don't need to give security as executor. You can take an inventory or an appraisement of my things, and before you have to keep a sale, you can see whether you get the money of the insurance companies or not. Monroe Snyder. Louis, I don't hope or expect to die soon or get killed, but God only knows. We can't tell. Life is uncertain, but death is certain. About keeping Llewellyn's insurance policy up. If he lives longer than I, you can do as you please, or as you think best. Try and keep everything as it is and as quiet as possible. It is of no use to let everybody know how things are. I know if something should happen with me, Mother would trouble herself a great deal about it. If it should be the case, take good care of her, whatever you do. Louis, I think I told you that the Penn Mutual Life Insurance Company holds a mortgage of $5,000 on our house, for which they hold one of my insurance policies of $5,000 as collateral security. I have a paper in the safe that shows it, and the receipts that I paid the premiums on it. They also hold a fire insurance policy as collateral security, which is transferred to them. You must see that it comes all right. Jonas Snyder holds the fire insurance policy on the drugstore building as collateral security for Mr. Taylor's mortgage. That policy is not transferred. I have a receipt in the safe from Jonas Snyder. Lawyer Stout at Easton is the agent for the fire insurance company, where the drugstore property is insured in. Mrs. Reeder at Easton holds the insurance policy on your stock as collateral security for the $1,000, what shoemaker had loaned of her. Lawyer Reeder attends to her business so that you can find everything, and try and straighten it up for God's sake. Monroe Snyder. Louis, I think it would be best if something should happen with me if you would get everything appraised and sell it. Mother can take at the appraisement what she wants, and anything of the personally property you want, you can buy. But the houses or real estate you can't buy, because you are my executor. You can't give a deed to yourself, but Mother can buy the real estate or get a good friend to buy it for her, and she can take the deeds, and afterwards give you another deed. I think that would be the best way. And about Grandmother Beale's estate, see that it comes all right, so that Daniel and Regal, who are my security, need not to pay anything for me. The best way, I think, is to sell everything after I am gone, as soon as you get the money out of the insurance companies, for that matter about the St. Nicholas Slate Company, and others might make you trouble, where I am security, if the property is not sold. If you sell the property for cash, it won't come so high, and if you give the money of the insurance companies for my insurance, that would be the best way. Anything of the personal property you can take by the appraisement or buy it. You and Mother can keep all the personal property. Keep by the appraisement or buy it. Don't let the safe go to strangers. Keep that and keep the silver and gold money, what is in it. If you don't keep the other money, if there is any, the silver and gold. Don't say anything to nobody. That is some of Grandpap's yet, and William and Amanda had some when they died. That is in the safe yet, and yours too, what you have for a good many years. Keep all that, and don't let Mother give all her money, if I am gone, so that she has something to live. If the insurance is all paid, you can get along right well, and I can't see no reason why they won't be paid, for the premium is all paid, on the policies, and the companies are good companies. Do the best you can, but never go security for nobody, nor never endorse a note for no man, no matter who he is. If you manage right, you can get along without asking anybody to go security for you, or to endorse for you. Don't give up Shoemaker's slate stock certificates, what I hold, as collateral security until he has settled all his notes, what I have endorsed for him. This guardian thing you must also settle. Charles' things are all settled, but Owen Beale's child I am guardian for, and for Louis Birkenstock's 2 little girls. If I am not here any more, they will get other guardians, but don't go guardian for nobody, it only makes trouble. But see that these things all come right. The books and papers about this guardian business are all in the safe. They show everything how it is. Louis, you know how it is with the wagons, that one of them belongs to you, which one you want, and that sleigh, wolf robe and blanket and bells are also yours. It was bought for you, and you must keep it. If Henry Beale ever asks you to take that slate stock back, what he got of me, don't you take it. Don't you pay him any money, don't give him a cent, for he can't make you do it. Perhaps he will never ask you. I don't know as he will. He never asked me to take it back, if he would or ever will. I won't do it. Only see that Grandmother Beale's estate is settled up right, so that they can't say that they did not get their money. And if the securities had to pay anything, I think Daniel is pretty severe, if he gets mad once at anybody. Mother's money, you must take care that she gets out of the insurance companies, for she can't. You must see, too, that you will also find a receipt for your stock in the drugstore, so that you can hold that. Perhaps my creditors might try to get a hold of it, but I don't see how they can, if you have this receipt, that shows that you paid me for it. If anything happens with me, settle everything up all right, and as soon as you can, and as quiet as you can. The sooner the better. If you sell the houses, let Mother buy them, or get a good friend to buy them for, and she can take the deed and give you a deed. Again, I think Henry Beale would be a good man to buy the houses for Mother. You can't trust anybody, particular no stranger. Perhaps if you would get Hess to buy it, he would not let you have the half, any. If you sell the houses for cash or short credit, they won't come so high, and you can do that because you get the money out of the insurance companies. If Mother ever gets money of the insurance companies, if she lives longer than I do, you must take care of it, for she can't, and don't let her lend out unless you see it. If you put it in a good national bank, I think that is the safest, or take the first mortgage on real estate. Whatever you do, don't let people belay you, or lay you in things as they did me, and stay out of these companies. Never go in a company of no kind, for it is worth nothing to be in these companies. But you are old enough to look a little ahead, and don't spend much money on them iron ore leases. If you can get a little something for them, sell, and if no, let them run out. And don't spend much money on them, for it is very risky business. Lottery business, as Mr. Jacob Highstand said. Louis, I settled up everything with Lynn. He is to pay everything we owe over in Jersey. So now, Louis, keep out of these things as I told you often, because it is worth nothing. This mining is very risky business. Don't spend any money on them leases what I hold, and if you can get anything for them, sell them. If not, let them run out. If anything should happen with me, which I hope it won't, but we don't know, for life is uncertain, but death is certain, Lynn must pay everything what owe in Jersey, for lumber and work and for hauling the ore, and Klein's royalty and Klein's timber, and everything, before he can get them notes, what he left me as collateral security. I also gave him that lease there at Klein's, what I had on Henry R. Coont's land, otherwise I could not settle with him. Monroe Snyder. This letter tells its own story of despondency and of impending bankruptcy. Louis, I have more debts than you know or that you think, but I can't help it. If the harassed debtor could only shift around, there would be some hope, but there was no sale for nothing at present. Then he immediately adds, "I have insured my life for $65,000, and proceeds to enumerate the companies and the amounts insured in each. The aggregate sum is rather large for a man of his age and means. Even the payment of one annual premium must have been burdensome, for it appears that on his policies the estimated yearly payments, less dividends, would be $1,869. As a matter of fact, he was unable to pay his premiums in full, and he gave his note in settlement of one of them. His bank book had been posted, and not a cent was due him as a depositor. His check was protested, and several notes were rapidly maturing which he was unable to meet. As guardian, he had been cited to file his account, and at a time when it was impossible to pay his wards $1 of their money. He knew that before another season would pass he must be regarded as a ruined man. It will be observed that he looks forward to the sum insured as the sole hope of saving his estate to his family. In short, he says, I insured so much that all my debts can be paid." According to the evidence of one of the agents, the insurance last placed upon his life was solicited by the agent and not by the insured. Snyder was unwilling to insure unless he could trade off some of his slate stock in payment of the premium, and the agent undertook to dispose of it for him, but without success. Finally, he consented to give his note for one premium, which he did to the sum of $517.80. With a view to detect, if possible, the guilty person or persons who caused Mr. Snyder's death, numerous witnesses were subpoenaed and every rumor thoroughly sifted. Under the stimulus of rewards exceeding $5,000 in amount, the best detective talent of New York and other cities was actively at work, but no trace of an assassin could be found. Finally, the evidence being all in, the jury after an hour's deliberation found that Snyder's death was occasioned by an effusion of blood upon the brain, caused by injuries received at the hands of a person or persons to the jury unknown. This verdict, as compared with the previous one found by the same jury, differs therefrom in assigning, as the cause for the effusion of blood upon the brain, simply the word injuries, with all that word implies, in the place of a blow upon the head. Evidently, after a protracted hearing of the evidence, the jury had become satisfied there had been no blow to the head. There certainly was no external visible sign of such a blow, according to the evidence, nor were any injuries found upon his person other than the cuts upon the abdomen, and to these, ex necessitate, the jury must have referred as the cause of the effusion of blood upon the brain. It would be interesting to know by what pathological reasoning they arrived at this brilliant conclusion. At the time of the autopsy, it was agreed by the medical gentlemen in attendance that this effusion was the immediate cause of death. No examination, however, was made of the lungs, and no inquiry was made to ascertain if the effusion was the result of strangulation from drowning. As there was an entire absence of external indications of violence, the presumption became very strong that the cause of the effusion was internal, and not external. End of section 73. Section 74 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. An Authentic Record of Remarkable Cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Suicide, Part 6. The Monroe Snyder Case, Part 3. But the case did not end here. The insurance companies were not satisfied with the preliminary proofs of loss under the respective policies, and the claims were not paid at maturity. Finally, a compromise was effected under a portion of the insurance, while the Mutual Life decided to defend its interests in a suit which was instituted to recover the sum of $30,000 under its policies. This company had certain legal defenses under its contract of insurance with Snyder, but in addition thereto, the cause was tried upon its merits under the question of suicide or homicide, the policy declaring the contract void if the insured died by his own hand. The case is very fully stated in the charge of the court to the jury, from which we make the following extracts. It is conceded to be impossible that the body could have been where it was found through any simple accident without some effort or will of a human creature. There is a difficulty which we will consider more particularly hereafter in comprehending how the body could have been where it was found without some other agency than that of the dead person in his lifetime. The stream had not force enough to move it, even if the fall had been in the water, but the weight of probability is that the fall was in a dry place, and not in this shallow stream. The body was from 20 to 25 feet, I think you will safely say from the evidence, at least 22 feet, from the nearest point which it could have reached from the bridge. Now, gentlemen, it is very unsafe here even to argue about probabilities. The most improbable things are sometimes true, and the most probable things sometimes don't happen. But if you go from your probabilities, if the murderer stabbed this body after death, it is very strange he did not cut deeper. If, on the contrary, the wounds were inflicted during life, either by a murderer or by a suicide, there is no difficulty in finding just such little wounds as these. If a man stabs himself, he will very likely shrink from cutting deep, and if a man stabs another, he must do the best he can. It is admitted that the defendant has assumed and taken on itself the burden of proving the theory to your reasonable satisfaction, that this man died by his own act or hand. In other words, that the death was caused by suicide, and the question or questions are whether the evidence is incompatible with the contention on either side, on one that it was suicide, and on the other side that it was murder. The learned judge then very impartially and exhaustively analyzed the confidential letter which Snyder left addressed to his son, and then proceeded to say, "It is, for the decision of this case, of no importance whether he afterward conceived the idea of suicide or entertained it when the insurance was effected. It is the same thing in any legal result, but it is important that we should get at the truth by whatever means, because if we get upon the path by untruthful means, we get off the track and don't know where we shall lose ourselves. And for that reason I have thought it my duty in this painful case to do justice to this man's memory, for he has an awful account to settle of debts, and in this respect I think injustice has been done him, and that there is not in the least ground to impute to him an intention to take his life when he made the last of these insurances. But, as I said before, that is not, I think, the question. The true question is whether, after that last policy was effected, this man, considering the desperate condition of his affairs if he lived, and the favorable condition to his family if the insurances were received by them, did not conceive, but meditate with more or less of resolution, the thought of taking his own life. If that is made a subject of serious inquiry, and I think, gentlemen, that it is, if you go into probabilities, much more probable that when this simple-hearted man, as I think he seems to have been, found himself in this vortex of difficulties, not able to look his affairs in the face, when he saw that he had the insurance to this large amount, that the thought or temptation, or whatever it may be called, may have come into his mind, and that is the inquiry which we must approach with candid and serious thought. Now, here the evidence is twofold. First, the letter, and secondly, the occurrences which immediately preceded and followed it. When I say immediately preceded, I say immediately preceded the last stage of it. Gentlemen of the jury, this paper is not, independently of all its particular contents, of an extraordinary kind, as I can see at all. I mean to say that there is nothing surprising in a man's leaving confidential directions to his only son and heir as to what shall be done after he is dead, the sort of directions that are not to go into a will. I am not now speaking of this paper in particular, I am only speaking of the character of such documents. Now, there are two views of this paper called a letter. One is that it was a post-mortuary confidential communication to the son and heir, the other that it was a letter of one contemplating suicide. And there's the third view, perhaps, that it was partly each. That it was the production of a man who, although he contemplated suicide, was irresolute in writing it, and afterward as to executing the purpose. He certainly speaks in this paper of what he was to do if he were to live and go on in the world. He certainly speaks in the other parts of it that he was to go out of the world very soon with violence. It is, it seems to me, a paper of a man who seems to be vacillating between contending purposes. You have looked, at my request, in the early stage of this case, at the signatures of the 3 stages of this paper. It is, I think, both from the contents of the papers themselves and from one of the signatures, there are 3 places where it is signed, evident that this paper was written at intervals. When the first stage of it was penned, nobody can conjecture, except we all know it was after the 13th of January. Of that fact there can be no doubt. We also know the last of it was finished either on the night of the 20th of February or the morning of the 21st. The court then read to the jury extracts from the letter relating to the question of insolvency, and about keeping the fire insurance policies in force, and then said, "When he wrote the first of these 3 parts, he thought they would keep the property and pay the debts out of the policies. He, in the 3rd stage, the 3rd division of the 3rd part, changed his mind, and thinking things not likely to be quite as favorable as he thought at first, he thinks that they had better sell, and says, 'Lewis, I think it would be best, if something should happen with me, if you would get everything appraised and sell it.' Then again he says, 'Lewis, if mother ever gets money of the insurance companies, if she lives longer than I do, you must take care of it, for she can't, and don't let her lend out unless you see it.' Then, gentlemen, he goes on, 'Lewis, I settled up everything with Lynn. He is to pay everything we owe over in Jersey.' Then he describes his first settlement, and he closes up with Lynn over again. 'If anything should happen with me, I hope it won't, but we don't know, for life is uncertain, but death is certain. Lynn must pay everything what I owe in Jersey.' I will now ask your attention to the parts of it which seem to import, or may be contended to import, that he intended, or expected, or contemplated an early and violent death. The heads of the argument on this subject are several, one that in which concealment is enjoined. Now, gentlemen, this I repeat is unimportant, unless it is made out there is something to conceal. Merely directions to the son that this paper was not to be exhibited, unless there is something in it which gives effect to that direction, I have said, would be dealing very unfairly with what men leave behind them for their families. There is, however, I observe, as I shall read presently those parts of the letter, frequent expressions of apprehension of death. early death. There is also an indication of doubt as to getting money from the insurance companies. There is also an indication of an early time of anticipated settlement of dependencies, but that is fully answered by other passages which look to the future as though he was going to live. The court then read and commented upon the remaining portion of the paper relating to apprehensions of early death and to the several insurances effected upon his life, and said, "Now, there is nothing surprising or evil in telling his son that he had effected this insurance and that the son must get the money, but the manner in which the subject is recurred to afterward is important, and the passage I have read is perhaps in one respect very important, but that is more for your consideration than for mine. He refers to the whole of the insurances amounting to $65,000, which he looks to as a fund for the payment of his debts. Now, he includes in that $15,000, as I understand it, or $10,000, as it is admitted, of insurance against accidents. If he did not contemplate a violent death, would he have reasonably considered that as a part of the available funds of his estate? Would a man who would look to something out of the common course as the cause of death speak of an insurance against accidents in the same category with the insurance that must be paid at all events, and sum them up as one whole as the fund to pay his debts with? The answer to it, however, is that there was enough without the policy against accident. But is that a satisfactory answer? Don't it still remain that whether there was enough or not, he looked upon it as a fund to come into the hands of his executors? Now, that there was an early time for the expected settlement with the insurance, that he had an idea of some difficulty about it, that he includes the policy against accidents in the sum of insurance money, are the points of chief importance bearing on the question whether he meditated suicide, in my opinion. In this immediate connection, I will refer you to the interview with his sister, Mrs. Kresge, because if the letter alone is sufficient, or if it warrants suspicions, they may be increased by what passed at the interview with Mrs. Kresge, and now certainly by the occurrence which follows. The question is, gentlemen, whether anything in this interview amounted to a leave-taking. It has somewhat this tendency, apparently, but we might have heard the answer, that it is only from what we know afterward, a sort of after-born wisdom, that makes us attribute importance to what may have been a mere ordinary occurrence. In its important relations, I confess it has some bearing upon the question. But now, gentlemen, let us consider the occurrences which followed, because it may be that these occurrences are such that, compared with the letter and with the interview of Mrs. Kresge, you may put them together and attribute a purpose that no one alone would satisfy you in attributing, and all of them together may remove a doubt that you might have as to any one in particular. The occurrences which followed the letter, if they form the inferences of premeditated suicide, they certainly throw a great doubt upon the question of the firmness of any such resolution. The evidence covering what occurred on the day and night previous to his going to New York is next considered by the court, the settlement with Lynn, the trip to New York and return, and the alleged conversations in the cars with Warman and Wilson. Upon the latter fact, the court says, "Now, gentlemen, nothing can be more natural than that conversation, and it was a businesslike conversation, which the event verified, because the omnibus, in fact, was not there when he got there. If he meditated suicide, it would have been a great comfort to him to have somebody to go home with him to prevent it. From that conversation, in other words, if he did, he was irresolute, and if there was any doubt about that, the doubt, I think, is removed upon the testimony of Mr. Wilson. Now, gentlemen, this transaction indicated, you may think, that if he meditated suicide, he would have been very glad for an excuse for not executing his purpose that night. In other words, that there was irresolution and no fixed purpose, but that he would if he found himself alone. No omnibus, no companion, occurs to the thought of suicide as quite consistent. Now, where do we next find him? And here comes a different part of the case. You find him, if you believe Mr. Billing, and I see no reason why you should not, we find him lying on his back on the footpath of the Lehigh Bridge, apparently asleep, at 5 minutes before 10. Billing would seem to have been a stagnant sort of person, but a very good man, apparently. The court here reviewed the evidence of the toll-keeper, and proceeded to say, "Here was a man who should have been at home, and was found lying on his back, with, as he said, wounds. If these were the wounds already inflicted, and he had laid down there to die, and got asleep, and was likely to be frozen to death with the cold, how does that alter the aspect of the case, unless you believe that the wounds had been inflicted by some person who had left? Now, Mr. Snyder, the deceased person, if that was the man on the bridge, did not make a long stay on the bridge. He went his way towards home, and he said, 'I can go home,' so Mr. Billing tells us. But independently of that, he did what was the same thing as saying it. He went towards the town. Here was then a man who, after more than half an hour, if found in this position, saying he was stabbed, moving towards home and not reaching home. How does this present itself to your mind? How are you going to explain it? Do you believe that he had been wounded by men who had left him there? If so, you will adopt that theory if you think it was a rational one. If you believe what he said about the wounds was untrue, that is an explanation that diminishes the difficulty. He was wounded, as he said, able to walk, to go toward home, even though he might have been frozen to death and got to sleep after the wound. Why did he not reach home? What was the impediment? As to the subsequent witnesses, I do not think that, in the absence of Billings' testimony, they sufficiently identify Mr. Snyder as the man who was seen, although I would leave that entirely to you as a matter of fact, but that the testimony of Mr. Billing, with the testimony which follows him, suffices entirely to convince you that Mr. Snyder, in a state of irresolution, unwilling to execute his purpose, hesitated, not content to go home, nor with firmness enough to take his life, was rambling and tumbling about in the dark at night. If he is the man referred to by the subsequent witnesses, then it is almost impossible not to look back to this letter, however obscure, and not to look back to Billings' testimony, not to look back to his interview with his sister, not to take a painful view of this occurrence. Now, was he seen afterwards? Did he remain on that bridge without going home, or was he dead, or soon after murdered by one or more unknown men? Why, gentlemen, if Billings' testimony is true, it requires a great deal of self-possession to comprehend how this man was not taking care of himself, and why he did not go home, and so forth. We come to a later hour when there is something more like identification. There is a man who was engaged in the zinc works, and who was walking home after 2 o'clock at night. The court here reviewed the testimony of this witness, who saw a person resembling Monroe Snyder standing on the bridge crossing Montecasey Creek, and then proceeded to say, "Now, gentlemen, I think this is sufficient identification for us, if it is to be considered by you for what it is worth. If Billing tells the truth, and as I said, I see no reason why we should disbelieve him, and if Monroe Snyder, as is unquestionable, never got home, and a man is seen in this attitude whose figure resembles Monroe Snyder, so then, this man roamed about in the darkness of this night until after 2 o'clock. Was that Monroe Snyder? Had he, before or after he was with Billing, stabbed or attempted to stab himself? Had he passed or crossed the bridge without going to his house? Had he thus been on the bridge? If so, there is evidence tending strongly to prove that he was meditating suicide, that he was irresolute, that he could not bring himself to carry his purpose into effect, that for the want of an instrument to stab himself, he could not stab deep enough, that if he meant anything else, he could not execute his purpose. In short, he was very irresolute. Now, gentlemen, it does not do to theorize about what may have occurred. If we can find any other rational view of the case, it would be very irrational to say that he had been, all this time, meditating suicide. He nevertheless might have been afterward murdered and thrown over, but if you can find any other way of reconciling evidence, as I said before, probabilities are not facts. If he was the same man, as the defense alleges, thus roaming about, he certainly had not courage enough to execute his purpose. However, you may believe he meditated it. If you believe that he meditated suicide, whether he formed that resolution after the cars had been detained at Easton, or had formed it as long as some 48 hours when he was conversing with Mrs. Kresge some earlier time, when he was writing this paper for his son, I say, if you find that he meditated suicide, then I would advise you to attribute his death to the purpose he had formed, if you can reconcile the way the body was found with suicide. But observe, you must be convinced that he meditated suicide, and that the position of the body was consistent with the commission of suicide. If, on the contrary, gentlemen, you doubt his identification by Billing, if you disregard this loose identification which followed, if you think the writing and the interview with Mrs. Kresge can be reconciled with a more natural and more innocent purpose, why then there is no trouble in your verdict. But supposing that you cannot get over these things, supposing that he meditated suicide, then let us recur to the crisis. How did his body get where it was found? Could it have reached the position where it was found without some other human agency than that of the deceased man itself? You have heard the arguments there are about the idea. You have perceived already that for a murderer to throw a man over, intending to kill him from that height, is by no means an impossibility. That a man himself should form that idea, intending to commit suicide, deserves some consideration. If he happened to fall on his head, it would do very completely. It is for you to say whether there would not be more than that blood on the hat, and whether his skull would not be dashed to pieces, but he might not have fallen on his head. Might he not at least have broken his arms or legs and saved his life, and not been killed by it? Did he choose that mode of death, therefore, if he wanted to commit suicide? The fact is evident, the body was found, but is it found where it would have been consistent with such a purpose? And if you find the purpose executed, you might get over the difficulty. But if you find that the body could not be where it was without some other human agency than his own, have the defendants succeeded in proving suicide? The burden of proof is on them. I don't bring it beyond any unmanly doubt. I mean within a reasonable ground. If you think that that man could have got to the place where his body was found without some other human agency, then your verdict should be, I think, for the defendant. If you find from the evidence that he meditated suicide, I don't say that as a matter of law, but as a rational conclusion from the evidence, or if you find the contrary, and I don't know how far a man of 50 can jump, but I believe 9 feet is a pretty good jump. We young men think 13 feet is a pretty good long one. You can take into consideration these measures, but as far as a man could jump, he would fall much short of it. There would be a curve inward before he could get to the ground, and if you think he could have got, by his own jump, more than 6 feet, then his body was found 20-odd feet from the bridge, as I understand the evidence. Could he have got there? If you think, further, that he could not have been where he was found without some other human agency, then it would be forcing things to say that he committed suicide and murder both, or that he attempted suicide and was afterward murdered and dragged to the place where he was found. These are fancies which you will hardly entertain. The learned judge commences and closes that portion of his very able charge to the jury which touches the question whether Snyder committed suicide or was murdered, with directing attention to the difficulty of comprehending how the body could have been where it was found, without some other human agency than that of the dead person during his lifetime. The court thinks that if Snyder could have got to the place where his body was found, without some other human agency, then the verdict should be for the defendant. In the mind of the court, the whole question resolves itself into a solution of this difficulty. Everything else points, by inference, unmistakably to suicide. But, says the court, as a rational conclusion from the evidence, a jump of 20-odd feet from the bridge into the stream beneath is too much of a jump for human credulity. For a murderer to throw a man over, intending to kill him from that height, is by no means an impossibility, says the court, but his honor does not say that it is or is not an impossibility for a murderer to seize his struggling victim and throw him at arm's length to such a distance from the bridge. The court thinks 13 feet is a pretty good long jump, quite too heavy a strain to place upon the legs of a man of 50. But there appears to be no limit placed upon the distance to which a man may be thrown by a murderer. The body was found 20-odd feet from the bridge, exclusive of the curve inward. The doughty Snyder was no infant to be tossed, unresistingly in such a manner. Ordinarily it would be regarded as hardly within the bounds of possibility for a murderer to throw his victim to such a distance. At the time of the occurrence, there was no evidence tending to show that Snyder either was thrown off from the top of the bridge or threw himself off. There were no bruises or marks upon his person indicating such a thing, marks that would have existed equally in either event. As for the distance the body lay from the bridge, that of itself did not conclusively prove anything, for it was known that water had been let into the stream early that morning from the dam above, in sufficient volume to have moved the body several feet. The body must have been moved by the force of the water flowing down the stream. But whether it was moved or not is immaterial, so far as falling from the top of the bridge upon the stony bed of the stream below is concerned. His body was never subjected to such a fall. Of course, the jury jumped to a verdict for the plaintiff. End of section 74.
Section 75 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. An authentic record of remarkable cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Suicide, Part 7. Jacob C. Wallace, Part 1. That any person, sane or insane, should deliberately contemplate and plan self-destruction for the purpose of benefiting others, and that such suicidal act should be the outgrowth of a cunningly devised scheme to deceive and defraud, seems incredible, yet it is a procedure by no means uncommon in the experience of life insurance companies. The investigation of such cases is usually attended with many obstacles. To the credit of human nature, it is found that there is a universal unwillingness to accept evidence of self-slaughter, even in the absence of any rebutting testimony, and the popular impulse is in full accord with the presumption of law upon that point. It is to be expected, under such conditions, that the hastily conducted inquisitions of coroners tend to conclusions and verdicts more in harmony with sentiment than with truth. Especially is this apt to be the case when the preparations which the suicide has carefully made for the accomplishment of his purpose apparently indicate homicide or an accident. It was therefore quite natural that a jury composed of good and true citizens, charged diligently to inquire how and in what manner Jacob C. Wallace, late of Johnson County, Missouri, came to his death, should find that his death was caused by an unknown assassin or assassins on the 22nd day of September, 1873. It appeared in evidence that Mr. Wallace, a farmer who bore a good character among his neighbors, left his house at about 1 p.m. on the day of his death, for the alleged purpose of visiting a neighboring farmer and creditor, Mr. Quick, to pay the sum of $80. He was last seen alive as he started off on this errand, traveling on horseback in the direction of Mr. Quick's residence, and nothing definite is known of him afterwards until about 4 hours later, when his dead body was discovered by his daughter Maggie. The girl saw her father leave the house and heard him say where he was going. Late in the afternoon, as was her custom, she started for the purpose of finding the cows. As she was going towards the edge of the woods, she met her father's horse with the bridle rein dragging, and the ring upon the right-hand side of the bit broken. She at once mounted the horse and rode home, and learning that her father was not there, she rode back to the place where she had found the horse loose. She then continued along the road in the direction of Mr. Quick's house, when she noticed some papers scattered by the roadside. She dismounted to see what they were, and found papers and envelopes with her father's name written upon them, and also found her father's pocket-book, which was stretched out in the road with no money in it, but some papers. Looking around, she saw her father lying dead in the bushes, and she immediately returned home to make known what had happened. In a little while, several neighbors had responded to the alarm, among whom were 2 physicians. It was in evidence that the death was caused by a gunshot wound involving both lungs and the heart, and that the pistol with which the wound was inflicted lay 45 feet distant from the body. The pistol was not recognized by any member of the family of the deceased, and no one had ever seen it in the possession of Mr. Wallace. Subsequently, it was identified by a gentleman who testified that he accidentally lost it on a road in the vicinity sometime during the winter of 1870-1871, and had known nothing of it since. The several members of Mr. Wallace's family were able to testify that they knew of the purpose of the contemplated visit to Mr. Quick, but they did not know, of their own knowledge, that Wallace had any money upon his person at the time of his leaving home. Mr. Quick was at home all that day. He was not looking for the deceased to visit him at that time, but had been promised payment of the debt owing to him by Wallace without any definite time fixed for payment. The several sons of Mr. Wallace had heard their father speak of being apprehensive of assault, and at the inquest an ill-defined suspicion seemed to rest upon a certain Bone family in connection with the tragedy. The reason for this suspicion was substantially as follows. Some time before, Mr. Wallace had purchased judgments which had been obtained against the several tracts of land belonging to a family by the name of Bone, consisting of a father and his grown-up sons and sons-in-law. The Bones resisted, and litigation ensued. Wallace was successful in the courts, thereby acquiring legal possession of the land, together with the bitter hatred of the Bones. Wallace's counsel advised him to deed back one piece of land of 80 acres, on which a sister of the Bones was living, conditioned upon all the other Bones peaceably retiring from the rest of the property. The deed was given, and the condition complied with. One day, however, 2 of the younger Bones went into the office of Mr. Wallace's counsel at a time when Wallace was present, and threatened vengeance upon both attorney and client. That they were capable of executing it in some cowardly manner, no one seemed to doubt. They had always been regarded as desperate characters. They were border ruffians in the Kansas Free State warfare, were Quantrell men at a later day, and were uncompromising rebels during the late war. Wallace was known to have expressed himself as being in fear of death at their hands, and with some show of reason. Although there was well-grounded suspicion, it does not appear that any steps were taken at the time of the inquest to ascertain the whereabouts of the several members of the Bone family on the afternoon of Mr. Wallace's death, with the exception of taking the evidence of a son-in-law of Old Bone. Nothing of importance was learned from his testimony, other than that he clearly proved an alibi for himself. That a homicide had been committed, no one doubted. The examining physicians stated in evidence that, in their opinion, a man could not throw a pistol 45 feet, nor could he walk a distance of 45 feet after receiving such a gunshot wound of the heart. The general facts of the case as above related, were quickly brought to the knowledge of certain life and accident insurance companies, and an investigation concerning them ensued. It was found that shortly before his death, Mr. Wallace had sought and obtained a considerable sum of insurance, an amount quite disproportionate to his means for carrying it. It was further ascertained and established, beyond question, that no member of the Bone family had any guilty knowledge of Mr. Wallace's death. The affidavits of good citizens of unimpeachable reputation for truth and veracity showed conclusively where each and every member of that family was during the afternoon of the day in question. The story of bloody retaliation, vengeance, and murder was shorn of that portion of its romance which otherwise would cling to the skeleton of the bones. It was also learned that the inquest, though honestly and fairly conducted, so far as it went, had been hurried through with characteristic haste, and that the evidence was conspicuously and materially defective through the absence of some of the most important witnesses. Then again, it was found that the medical evidence had not been clearly understood. The physicians who testified did not intend to say that the wound which Mr. Wallace sustained was of such a nature as to have been instantly fatal, nor immediately overpowering to his senses. This feature of the case was all important for the elucidation of the whole truth. If Mr. Wallace died of wounds which were of such a nature as to have rendered it impossible for him to have afterwards placed the pistol 45 feet distant, then the shooting was the act of some other human agency than his own. Upon a full and careful examination into the location and character of the wound, it was found that the bullet entered the left side of the chest, between the 5th and 6th ribs, wounded the corresponding lung, passed through both ventricles of the heart, and entered the right lung, where it lodged. The wound was inflicted with a small conoid bullet of about the diameter of a buckshot. There does not appear to have been any injury to the nervous system, other than such as may have been attendant upon the shock, while that of itself, from the nature of the parts involved, was not necessarily overpowering. From appearances disclosed at the autopsy, it was evident he had died from loss of blood, the hemorrhage having been profuse internally. It was apparent that the wound was a mortal one, but that it was one instantaneously fatal was not so clear. With such a wound he would not immediately lose his senses, nor would he suffer loss of voluntary muscular power until faint from loss of blood. Such a condition would rapidly ensue. First he would have several seconds at least, and not unlikely more than a minute. The popular notion that wounds of the heart are instantly fatal is altogether erroneous and not supported by facts. In the evidence before the coroner, the last person who saw Mr. Wallace alive were the members of his own family. It was known that he had been particularly observed by a young man who, at the time, was in front of a Mr. Pemberton's house when Mr. Wallace rode past. Singularly enough, this highly important witness, the last man who saw him living, and the first man who saw his dead body, was not called to give his evidence at the inquest. This witness, a man of undoubted veracity and integrity, made the following statement. "I was at work at Mr. Pemberton's the day Mr. Wallace was killed, and about 1 p.m. I saw Mr. Wallace ride past the house, going towards Mr. Quick's, and saw him enter the timber only a short distance below Mr. Pemberton's house. I was then saddling a horse for Miss Nora Pemberton to ride down to Grant Village, some 5 or 6 miles distant, in the direction of and past Mr. Quick's house. In a few moments I assisted Nora on her horse, when she too went down the road, the same road that Mr. Wallace had gone a few moments before. Mr. Pemberton and I then went to work. I am positive no one else rode or passed on that road from the time that Mr. Wallace passed to the time that Nora followed him. About 5 p.m. the same day, Maggie Wallace came to Mr. Pemberton's and told him and me that she had found her father down in the wood, and he was dead. Mr. Pemberton and I drove down to where the body was lying as soon as we possibly could. I got out of the wagon, and Mr. Pemberton held the horses. The body was in sight of, and about 25 feet from the road, in a clump of bushes. I went to it, and found it to be Jacob C. Wallace, lying on his back. His face turned a little to the left, and his hat was lying 2 or 3 feet distant from his head. His right arm was rather around a small clump of bushes. The body was lying across a narrow stock path leading from the road into the bushes. The left arm was by his side, with the hand upon the chest. His face was getting purple, and my first impression was, on that account, he had been beaten to death. I saw no blood, nor any evidence of there having been any struggle, except his vest was torn on the left side, near the seam, from the bottom upward to near the armhole. The ground showed no sign of there having been any struggle. I looked for this, but saw none. I remained by the body until others came. The body was still warm when I got there. I opened the coat, and then saw the rent in the vest, and the shirt was bloody. In a few moments afterwards I, with others, began to look for signs by which some clue could be obtained, if possible, to detect who committed the deed. We looked carefully and examined the ground closely, and could find no evidence of there having been any struggle in the vicinity. We found in the road, below or beyond the body, the tracks of horses, 2 horses going from and to, coming towards, and to the place in the road opposite where the body was lying. We could not trace the tracks farther on this side of the body, for by this time there had been several horses and 1 team, Pemberton's, down the road. There was no appearance showing that the body had been dragged from the road to the spot where it lay. There was so many leaves on the ground, they would have shown it. I saw nothing to show that there had been any persons walking and carrying a heavy burden, and I think the leaves would have been apt to show this also, if it had been done. There had been a slight shower of rain the night before, and the road was a little soft, so we could see all the tracks in the road plainly. There was no mud on the clothes of the deceased, not even on his boots. Another person says, I think I was the 3rd man that arrived at the body. I, with others, looked for signs of a struggle, but saw none whatever except the torn vest and the buttons being torn off the shirt collar and shirt bosom. The coat showed marks of the pistol having been placed against it when fired, for the cloth was singed, and around and about the bullet hole were powder marks also. I examined the road beyond where the body lay to see how many tracks we could discover. We found only 4, 2 coming and 2 going. We could easily determine this, for it had rained the night before, and the ground was soft. We could see no signs of the body having been dragged or carried from the road to where it was found dead. There was no mud on the clothing or boots of deceased. The expression of face was calm and showed no sign of deceased having been engaged in mortal combat. His face looked as though he was sleeping. All of the others who visited the spot where the body lay corroborated the foregoing statements so far as their observations extended. Miss Nora Pemberton, the young lady alluded to, makes the following statement. I left home about 20 or 30 minutes past 1 p.m. of the day Mr. Wallace was killed. While I was in the house preparing for the ride, I was told to hurry and I would have company. I did not then know who was spoken of when told I could have company, and I did not ask. I rode to Grant Village, about 5 miles distant from our house. The road goes by Mr. Quick's house. Father lives on the road leading from Mr. Jacob Wallace's to Mr. Quick's. As soon as I started, I saw a horse track in the road, as it was a little muddy. There was only 1 track. I am positive of that, for I noticed it particularly and wondered at the time who it could be ahead of me, going in the same direction, as the track was leading that way. The same track I saw when I first started, I continued to see for half a mile or more, past where Mr. Wallace was afterwards found dead, until I struck into another road at a place where the road forks. I rode past Mr. Quick's and on to the place where I was going, and saw nothing of Mr. Wallace that day. Returning, I reached home about 4:30 p.m. and passed by the place in the road where Maggie Wallace afterwards found the letters and papers. opposite where Mr. Wallace's body was found. I am positive the papers were not in the road when I passed there, for if they had been, and I had not seen them, my horse certainly would have done so, as he was skittish, and would scare easily, and white paper lying in the road will always scare him. That would have drawn my attention to them. I know they could not have been there when I passed. End of Section 75. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 76 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. An authentic record of remarkable cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Suicide, Part 8, Jacob C. Wallace, Part 2. It appears by the evidence of these witnesses, in common with that of Maggie Wallace, that Mr. Wallace entered the wood shortly after 1 p.m., that no one had preceded him on horseback that day, as the tracks in the road distinctly proved, that Nora Pemberton followed immediately afterwards over the same road, and passed the place where his dead body was found, and returning home, she again passed this spot a little earlier than 4:30 o'clock, that Maggie in about half an hour afterwards discovered the body and called assistance. To all appearances, Wallace had been dead but a few moments when the parties arrived where the body lay. It further appears that Wallace rode past the spot when he went towards Mr. Quick's. They did not keep in the road leading to Mr. Quick's, but turned off at the fork, and that the tracks of 2 horses going from and of 2 horses coming towards the place where the body was found were the tracks of the horses ridden by Wallace and Nora Pemberton. There were no footprints of any other horses. The evidence further shows that Mr. Wallace left home to go directly to the house of Mr. Quick, that he never reached his destination, and that he was not lying dead by the roadside when Nora Pemberton passed the spot at 4 o'clock, or later. Where was he, and what was he doing during those 3 hours? Probably the mystery never will be wholly cleared up, but we know that he was not in pursuit of the business upon which he said he was going. At a distance of not more than 80 rods from where the shooting occurred, a man and his son were at work, quarrying rock. The son heard a shot fired at about 5 o'clock, and called his father's attention to the fact at the time, saying that somebody was hunting in the woods. The father did not hear the firing, as he was down in a stone pit at the time. They both heard the bell of Mr. Wallace's cow at the same time, in the same woods. They both are positive that they could and would have heard shouts or calls for help if Mr. Wallace had made any. The shot heard by the young man was, undoubtedly, the one which caused Mr. Wallace's death, and this evidence fixes the time of shooting at a few minutes prior to the discovery of the body by Maggie. Mr. Wallace knew that Maggie would be there very soon for the cows, and it was learned that he had expressed a hope that his body would be quickly found if anything should happen to him in the woods. Instances had occurred in that vicinity, wherein persons lying insensible in the woods had been mutilated by hogs, and that Wallace was apprehensive of such mutilations of his body was evident from his expression of such fears to his family and to others. If it should so happen that Maggie did not come for the cows at the usual time, Mr. Wallace well knew that the old mare, which he rode, would go home to its nursing colt, when he would be missed and a search quickly instituted. The marks of highway robbery, which were scattered so conspicuously in the road near where the body lay, served also to arrest attention to the body itself. If this was the work of an assassin, it certainly was very effectual in leading to the prompt finding of the murdered man. Had the murderer left his victim at some spot in the woods, less open to public view, it is certain that the body would have been mutilated, if not devoured, by the hogs with which the woods were filled. On the other hand, by placing the body in the bushes, within full view from the road, it was saved from the mutilation which Wallace had stood in fear of, and the evidences of murder were thereby retained. The rifled pocketbook, the papers, and the envelopes which were thrown loosely about the roadside, thus served the double purpose of pointing out where the body lay and suggesting highway robbery. In one of these envelopes, Mr. Wallace was supposed to have placed the money which he was carrying to Mr. Quick. He had called his wife's attention to a roll of bank bills a little while before he left the house, and he was seen to place the letters and envelopes in the inside breast pocket of his coat. Certain facts in connection with this go to prove that if there was a robbery, it took place prior to the shooting. The fatal shot was fired directly through this breast pocket without harm to its contents. The small bullet perforated its very central portion, and not a paper therein could have escaped it. It is thus shown conclusively that the pocket wherein the letters and envelopes were carried had been emptied prior to the shooting. If robbed at all, he was first robbed, then murdered. This leads to a conclusion of the evidence of a struggle and mortal combat. It will be remembered that the iron bridle ring was broken, from which fact it was inferred that Wallace had been dragged forcibly from his horse. His shirt bosom and collar were found torn open, the buttons being missing, and his vest was torn along the seam on the left side, from the bottom to near the armhole. All these, if occasioned by a struggle with an assassin, indicate a prolonged struggle. This condition would lead us to expect other visible signs of assault and violence, but upon the evidence of the examining physicians, there were none whatever. When they first saw the body, it had not been disturbed, but lay upon the ground as when first discovered. The face was placid, and upon a careful inspection, they found absolutely no mark of violence upon the person of the deceased, other than the bullet wound. Not a scratch, nor a bruise, nor a finger mark upon the face, throat, or hands of a man supposed to have been killed after a protracted struggle, wherein his clothes were torn, and his horse's bridle broken in the resistance he had made. He lay upon his back, with his arms by his side, and his old straw hat was lying 2 or 3 feet distant from his head. If an assassin had violently torn him from his horse, robbed him, and then dragged his dead body into the bushes, why was that old hat afterwards carried and tenderly placed near his head? There is much significance in the evidence of the men who instituted a careful search for some clue whereby the supposed murderer might be tracked and followed. They looked carefully and examined the ground closely, and could find no evidence of there having been a struggle in the vicinity. They first supposed the body had been dragged or carried to where it lay, but on examination found no mud on the clothes, not even on the boots, and there being no disturbance of the leaves, they came to the irresistible conclusion that it was not possible for the body to have been dragged. Additional search was then made to find signs of persons recently carrying a heavy burden. There were none whatever. This search was immediately after the death, and while the body was yet warm. Nobody had then arrived to efface or disturb such indications, had there been any. Evidently the body had not been stirred since its death. The place where the body lay was a cluster of swamp dogwood, some 10 or 15 feet in height, and the spot where the pistol was found was some 45 feet farther in the woods. It was an easy toss for a well man to throw the pistol over the bushes to that distance. There is no reasonable doubt of Mr. Wallace having lived long enough to be able to do it. The pistol had a revolving cylinder with 6 chambers for small metallic cartridges. When found, all were loaded but one, which one contained the shell of a recently discharged bullet. There certainly was no good reason why an assassin should throw away his loaded pistol in this manner. If it was to be left for the purpose of giving the deed a coloring of suicide, then assuredly it would have been much more sensible and natural to leave it near the body, and to throw it where it was not likely to be found at all. No wound which a suicide may inflict is distinctly characteristic of suicide, as a similar wound may be made at the hands of an assailant. But it is nevertheless true that there is a selection of vital points, usually in suicidal wounds, and gunshot wounds in the vicinity of the heart are among the most frequent. In such cases, suicides almost invariably place the muzzle of the weapon in close proximity with the walls of the chest, and in this case it is evident that the little pistol was held directly against the clothing, which showed powder marks and scorching. The cartridge was so small that the combustion of powder could not have left traces of burning at a distance of more than 1 or 2 inches. We may now consider the errand upon which Mr. Wallace went, alleged. The evidence of each member of his family showed that they all knew the purpose of his going from home that afternoon. Their attention individually was called to the fact by Wallace himself, who gave each one to understand that he was going to Mr. Quick's to pay $80 in money. One of the peculiar earmarks which indicate fraud in cases of this character is the overwrought pains which the principal actor takes to prepare the way for a ready explanation of what otherwise would be mysterious. We might cite in illustration a certain Connolly case in Kentucky, where the party exhibited his unprecedented roll of greenbacks to divers parties on the morning of his taking off. The memoranda left by Pommerais to show that he was en route to New York to deposit with bankers there a large sum of money. The pains Savage took to write his wife that he had drawn a large sum of money that day from his mythical friend, who had just sailed for Europe, and similar characteristic features of paving the way, as manifested in the Goss Untersuch affair, the Snyder case, and other well-known insurance cases. In this instance, the feature was conspicuously noticeable all through the evidence before the coroner. Mr. Wallace not only informed his wife of the nature of his errand, but called her attention to the envelope in which he placed the money. She saw the bills sufficiently to simply notice they were bank notes, but gave the matter no further thought at the time. It was clearly established that Mr. Wallace could have been in possession of no such sum of money at the time, nor could he then obtain it in any legitimate manner. He had exhausted every resource, had borrowed whenever, wherever, and from whomever he could. His creditors were urgent, and legal service threatened. His property was mortgaged for more than it would bring in any kind of sale. It appeared that he could have gone but a few days more without legal steps being taken against him, and such steps once taken, all that he had was irretrievably lost and his family destitute. Among his creditors was the postmaster of an adjoining town. The amount of indebtedness was, originally, $500, but accrued interest had increased it to between $600 and $700. A short time before Mr. Wallace's death, this creditor demanded payment for satisfactory security, and a new note was made out, including interest, which note Wallace took home with him, promising to obtain, as security, the endorsement of a neighbor of his. Wallace did not attend to this business as promised, but wrote his creditor under date of September 6th that he had met with an accident on his way home, being thrown out of his wagon, and thereby lost the note from his pocket. At that date, September 6th, according to the tenor of his letter, he was unable to pay anything on the note, and yet he went to the same town a week afterward and took out $3,000 additional life insurance, the quarterly premium on which was about $80. It is true that he did not pay this premium at that time, and true that he then could not have done so. He did subsequently pay it, as will hereinafter appear. He was not able to pay in full his first quarterly premium on a $9,000 life policy, which he had obtained a few weeks previous to his death, but left a balance of $7.50, which the insurance agent advanced for him, which debt remained unpaid at the time of his death. The agent wrote to Mr. Wallace, dunning him for the $7.50, and received in reply the following letter, written by a son of Mr. Wallace at the latter's request. Rose Hill, Missouri, August 2nd, 1873. Dear Sir, your letter came to hand a day or two ago, and contents noted. Our harvesting, just over, has taken all the money we had on hand, for help, etc., but as soon as we get some threshing done, we'll market some and send the amount you spoke of. Respectfully, C.S. Wallace. When the threshing was done, the wheat was sold in several small lots as threshed, and the whole netted $110, which Mr. Wallace received cash for. This fact is verified by an examination of Mr. Wallace's account books, which were kept by one of his sons. Of this wheat money, Wallace sent $80 by express to pay the first quarterly premium on the $3,000 life policy, which he recently had applied for. This left him $30 cash on hand, and it could not be shown that he received or paid out $10 from that time to the day of his death. Mrs. Wallace noticed that her husband had bank bills in his hand when he told her that he was going to pay Mr. Quick $80. Shortly after his death, his son Charles examined a box in the house where his father was known sometimes to place money and papers of value, and therein found the sum of $31.25. Doubtless this sum was the money which Mrs. Wallace saw, and this is just about the sum he would have had left from the sale of his wheat. No money was found on his dead body, of course not. The last cent he had in the world was left by him in that box in his house. Such was the financial condition of this man, who had just taken out insurances upon his life, the annual premiums of which would amount to $1,100. He could not have paid a second quarterly installment of it. He had not fully paid the first, and yet, for reasons he alone best knew, this hopelessly insolvent debtor made and executed a will. Upon investigation, the fact was transparent that he was for several months planning this suicide, and as he intended to leave his estate solvent through the sums insured on his life, he therefore saw fit to dispose of the property as he wished it to go. The will was written about 8 weeks prior to his death, and is peculiar in its minutiae and details. He enumerates and divises his personal property then on hand, even to 10 bushels of potatoes, 1 broad hoe, and 1 garden rake. In the history of his insurance, it appears that Mr. Wallace, 2 months before his death, applied for and obtained a $9,000 life policy in the Travelers Insurance Company, and soon afterwards obtained a $5,000 accident policy in the same company, the latter policy being written at the office of a local agency. The head office of the Travelers directed the immediate cancellation of the accident policy, and Wallace then purchased 2 accident insurance tickets of $3,000 each, issued by the Railway Passengers Assurance Company. He took the accident insurance tickets to his former legal adviser and asked to have them placed in the lawyer's safe, saying that he had purchased this insurance to cover a business trip to Philadelphia. The lawyer took the tickets as requested, remarking to Wallace at the same time that it would be much better for him to have a full life insurance policy for $3,000, explaining to him, in his apparent ignorance of the facts, that the tickets would cover loss by death under comparatively limited conditions, while the probabilities of his death by disease were vastly greater than by accident. Mr. Wallace listened to this advice with the childlike innocence of Ah Sin, and acting upon it, at once applied for the $3,000 life policy above mentioned, it being written by the Covenant Mutual Life Insurance Company. Mr. Wallace did not give his attorney the slightest intimation that he, at the very time, held a $9,000 life policy in the Travelers. His reticence upon the subject, under the circumstances, is significant of his fraudulent intentions. Indeed, all the circumstances surrounding the case, whether grouped as a whole or examined in detail, conclusively proved that the death of Wallace was the result of a settled and deliberate purpose to destroy himself and defraud the insurance companies. End of Section 76. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 77 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. An Authentic Record of Remarkable Cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Suicide, Part 9, A Hungarian Nobleman's Stratagem. The Runk Case in Philadelphia, Part 1. Several years ago, a nobleman, well known in sporting circles as a horseman and hunter, named Baron Bella-Olney, triumphed over a crowd of rivals and bore home as his bride the rich and beautiful Baroness Irma P. Yee. Baron Bella was at that time a wealthy landed proprietor and was able to indulge to the full all his inclinations and whims. His married life was a happy one. Years followed one after the other, but they were not all alike. The beautiful Baroness, as time wore on, presented her spouse with 6 of the dearest little barons and baronesses that ever were seen, and Baron Bella began to dabble in speculations. It was the old story that has been repeated 1,000 times. Toward the end of 1874, the Baron's vast possessions, which were worth nearly $2 million, had been sold, and the family mansion in Pest was mortgaged to its last brick. Of all this, the fair Baroness was kept in complete ignorance, and the family establishment was maintained in its usual style. When the Baron realized that he was completely ruined, and that all that was left was his wife's property, which could not be touched, he formed a singular resolution. He got his life insured in 5 different companies for 100,000 gulden in each, the terms being that this amount should be paid over to his family in case he should die within a year. None of the insurance companies objected to pocketing the premium of 2,000 florins from a man just 45 years of age, in the full vigor of life and in exuberant health. The day, however, Baron Bella had the last policy in his pocket, he entered upon an entirely different course of life. He had been a man who never missed a race or a hunt, who went to the club every day, and regularly took his drive or ride on horseback in the park. Now he was to be seen nowhere in company, not even by his dearest friends, nor did he remain at home in the bosom of his family. He left his house every morning early and only returned in time for dinner. After dinner he disappeared again, and remained absent often until midnight. During all this time nobody knew where he kept himself secluded. The change in his external appearance was not less remarkable. He had previously been getting rather stout. He now began to lose flesh. His cheeks, which had been florid, changed to an unhealthy paleness. His eyes lost their brightness and were surrounded with heavy circles of blue. His face became haggard, and his strong manly voice became cracked and feeble. When these symptoms of dangerous disease multiplied in such a striking manner, the friends that occasionally visited him and his wife endeavored to persuade him to take medical advice and to explain his mysterious absences. His answer was a positive refusal. Finally, in October, the physical constitution, once so strong, could no longer withstand the agency so potent for evil which was undermining it, and Baron Bella was compelled to take to his bed. Physicians were called in. They shook their heads ominously and declared that it was a case of galloping consumption, that the disease had already reached a stage in which all human aid was in vain. Hardly 14 days later, the sufferings of the poor Baron were in fact terminated by death. After his death, a will was found, by which he bequeathed to his wife his life insurance policies, and acquainted her with the fact of the loss of his entire fortune. No other course was open for the Baroness, except to prefer her claims for the $500,000 due on the policies through her solicitor. The solicitor, however, immediately ran against difficulties. It was thought to be incredible that a man who had been examined only 10 months before by 5 physicians and pronounced in good health could have died of the disease mentioned. The 5 companies came to the conclusion that a plan of slow suicide had been deliberately adopted, and they all refused payment of the claims. The companies interested went further and undertook to penetrate the mystery of the daily absences of the Baron, of which they had previously got wind. After long and extensive researches, they finally ascertained that early in January, the Baron had hired a small apartment in a dirty, narrow street in a remote quarter of the city, and twice each day remained in it for a considerable time. The neighbors never saw him hold any intercourse with anyone. The rent of the apartment had been paid up to the end of December, and after the Baron's death it had been locked up. To clear up the hidden mystery within that room, it was necessary to invoke the arm of the law. Upon proper evidence, a warrant was issued. The fatal door was opened by a locksmith, and in breathless anxiety the room was entered. A comfortable sofa, a table, 2 chairs, and 2 chests constituted the entire furniture. Great was the amazement when the 2 chests were opened. The first contained a well-worn dressing gown, a pair of loose Turkish trousers, a fez, and about 10 or 12 long tobacco pipes. The second chest was divided into square compartments, and there were left in it about 200 foreign cigars, of the government brand, costing 2 kreuzers each, and about half a pound of what is known in the trade as common smoking tobacco. From the wrappers found in the lower compartment, it appeared that the Baron had smoked up about 3,500 of these 2 kreutzer cigars, and about 100 weight of the common trade tobacco. At the request of the representatives of the insurance companies, a proper record was made of the facts discovered, and thereupon the companies, under the circumstances, justified their refusal to pay the amount insured by referring to the provision in the policies, by virtue of which the contract was to become null and void in the event of suicide. The counsel for the Baroness urged in reply that smoking 10 or 15 2 kreutzer cigars a day could hardly be denominated an attempt at suicide. Chemical and medical investigations were instituted by both parties, and the managers of the Royal Tobacco Factory were called upon for an opinion. The cause of his death was believed to have been due to saturation with nicotine, taken into his system in poisonous quantities through the process of smoking. The Runk case in Philadelphia. The suit of A. Howard Ritter, executor of the estate of William M. Runk, deceased, against the Mutual Life Insurance Company of New York in the United States Circuit Court, Philadelphia, before Judge Butler, at the April term, 1895, attracted widespread attention because of the social and business prominence of a man who committed suicide, while clearly and admittedly sane, in order to defraud life insurance companies out of a large amount of money. The main points in the case, as detailed in the insurance register, are as follows. William M. Runk was a well-known merchant of Philadelphia. He had been known for a number of years as a large insurer. He had had insurance on his life for from 5 to 10 years to an amount approximating $300,000. The testimony at the trial showed his annual income to be about $8,500. In the winter of 1891 and 1892, he placed $200,000 additional on his life. At this time, he stood high in business, social and religious circles, yet it was conclusively proved on the trial that he had been an embezzler for 6 or 8 years prior to his death, that he had been using for his private purposes trust funds in his possession, had, by his own confession, been defrauding his firm for at least 2 years, and was completely overwhelmed with debt. On the audit of the executor's account in the Orphans' Court, some $210,000 of claims were proven against his estate. There was due to one creditor, William Waitman, $20,000 that was secured by $30,000 of insurance. Another creditor, Mrs. Barcroft, the aunt of Mr. Runk, who did not prove her claim against the estate, collected $135,000 out of insurance which had been assigned to her as collateral. Against these debts, the executor had in his hands $152,000, of which $148,000 was derived from insurance, representing the face value of policies to the amount of $170,000. It was admitted by Mr. Ritter, the executor, on the witness stand that the estate consisted almost wholly of insurance, that there was little or no equity in the real estate of the decedent, and that the insurance which was in litigation almost corresponded in amount with the unpaid debts. The family of Mr. Runk had therefore practically no interest in the litigation, which was in fact between the creditors on the one hand and the companies on the other. The preparations which Mr. Runk made for self-destruction were startling. He left his store about 2 o'clock on the day of his death, after having taken care that very morning to send his check by messenger and to pay an insurance premium then due. He notified his confidential messenger, Mr. William M. Nice, to be at his country house that evening, and indicated by what train he should come, telling him he would have something then for him to attend to. He went to his home, told his family that he had writing to do that afternoon, spent the afternoon in writing, and after supper with his family, went out to his stable and shot himself. He had written 6 letters, 4 of which were placed in evidence at the trial. One of these was to the messenger he referred to, and asking him to see that he had a quiet funeral and not to talk to anybody. Another was to Mrs. Barcroft, his largest creditor, the one who held life insurance collateral, asking pardon for the disgrace that he was bringing upon her, she being a relative, and saying that it was the only way in which he could pay his indebtedness to her. He admitted also that his present condition was due to speculation. The third letter was to Mr. J. G. Darlington, his partner, in which he told him of the misuse of the firm funds, and said that he deserved all the punishment he would get, but that he wished his debts paid, and only the sacrifice of his life would do it. He named his executor, and stated that he had left instructions that the firm defalcation should be paid out of the first moneys received from the insurance. The fourth letter was to his executor, and gave him explicit and detailed instructions in regard to the settlement of his affairs. Recounted his various debts, shortages, and defalcations, and directed him to pay his firm defalcation out of the first insurance money received. He gave him also a detailed account of his relations with the Protestant Episcopal City Mission, a large charity of which he had been treasurer, and gave him an itemized list of the securities of this charity, with the statement of what had been done with each one. This letter and memorandum occupied 4 or 5 foolscap pages, and showed the utmost care and precision in its preparation. It was testified also on the trial that the facts he stated were all substantially correct. There were 2 other letters, one of which had been destroyed by its receiver, and the other was not produced on the trial. It should be noted also that all of the policies which were disputed were policies issued within the last year of Mr. Runk's life, and were all issued upon applications containing the usual sane or insane suicide clause, limited to 2 years. By some oversight, no copies of the applications were attached to the policies. It was practically admitted that with the whole contract before the court, the plaintiff had no standing whatever. They objected, successfully in the mutual life case, to the admission of the applications and evidence, basing their objection on the Pennsylvania statute of 1881, which requires a copy of the application to be attached to or made a part of the policies. The mutual life case was therefore tried squarely on the policy without any suicide clause, and the question was brought squarely up for decision, whether or not suicide by a sane man was not of itself a fraud on the insurer. The case of the same plaintiff against the Home Life Insurance Company was placed on trial immediately after that of the mutual life was given to the jury. It occupied the remainder of the day, and just before the adjournment of the court, the plaintiff was called upon to submit his evidence in rebuttal. Surprised at the charge of the court in the case of the mutual life, he asked and was granted the indulgence of the court until his next sitting on the following Monday. The jury rendered a verdict in favor of the mutual life at the opening of the court on the 8th instant. The plaintiff suffered a voluntary non-suit and thus for the present abandoned the claim against the home life. Copies of letters referred to in the foregoing statement. A.H. Ritter, Esquire. My dear friend, in one of the early clauses of my will, I direct all my debts and loans shall be paid. I will try to enumerate the indebtedness in the order to be paid. First, my account with the firm is overdrawn $86,000, which I want to replace with the first insurance amount you receive. Second, I left in the small closet in the safe a list of the amounts I owe to make the P.E. City Mission account good. $20,000 is in notes of $10,000 each, signed by D.R. and Company, and endorsed Mary A. Barcroft. This I owe and please pay. Then several securities have matured, and I owe for them as enumerated. These are also referred to. I have some in loan with Beneficial Saving Fund Society and Pennsylvania Company. Please redeem and restore. Third, I owe Mrs. Barcroft $90,000 and $30,000 in securities for which she holds life insurance policies. Please adjust them. The $10,000. BNP bonds are, I think, at Beneficial SF. The $12,000 NNW bonds are, I think, at Beneficial SF. The $5,000 P&R bonds are, I think, at Beneficial SF. $5,000 P&R, $3,000 Hillbreath Fire and Company, New York, Philadelphia office. C.D. Barney and Company, $2,000, Tucker and Company, Philadelphia. Of course, $126,000 or $128,000 will be arranged with insurance money. Fourth, I have accounts with W.G. Hopper and Company, Philadelphia. R.E. Tucker and Company, Philadelphia. Bickley, Lee and Johnson, New York, Philadelphia office, 426 Library. Hillbreath Fire and Company, New York, Philadelphia office, C.D. Barney and Company. Charles Minzenheimer, New York, Philadelphia office, 3rd and Chestnut. I have marked on each account accompanying this where the securities belong that they hold. Fifth, this should be third, so I order it paid. I owe my mother 52 shares PRR Company and 12 shares LVRR Company. Please buy and turn over to her. Sixth, I owe Jenny C. Runk 30 shares PRR Company with Hopper and Company. Please return to her. Seventh, Miss Lena Giles, Care C.S. Buckland, Keyport, New Jersey, has $6,000 note of D.R. and Company. This I owe personally. Please pay. Interest was paid to June 1st. Eighth, I owe Mr. Waitman $20,000. He holds $30,000 insurance, much of it paid up. All submitted for your guidance, W.M. Runk. I owe for July income and August income City Mission. Large black book shows also $950 as shown by 3 checks in drawer of table in office. You will be bank book. I have $2,500 loan on stock there. Look out for 2 notes there. See back of checkbook. 2 25 shares of FB stock with J.M. Lockwood and Company belongs to D.R. and Company. Then follows a list of the insurances upon his life, after which he gives a list of securities and a statement as to where they are deposited, after which Mr. Runk designates, over his own signature, the amounts due to the P.E. City Mission, which aggregated $54,100. This letter was handed to Mr. Ritter, by Mr. Darlington about 3 days after the death of Mr. Runk. The following letter was received by Mr. Joseph D. Darlington. It was given to him by William H. Nice, an employee of Darlington and Runk, on the day after Mr. Runk's death. Dear Joseph, I have grossly deceived you, and can only pay my debts by my life. The Girard Bank is overdrawn $26,000, F&M $20,000, N.A. $18,000, Tradesmen's $16,000, and 4th Street $6,000 makes $86,000. To make these accounts good, you will find checks drawn and not sent in Arthur's hands in compartment in safe, my top corner closet in an envelope. These checks, with balance in each book, have kept the showing farce too good. Howard Ritter is my executor, and I have given him instructions to make this $86,000 good for my first insurance payment. The monies I loaned he is to pay, and the memorandum in Farr's small book charged to me. This is a sad ending of a promising life, but I deserve all the punishment I may get, only I feel my debts must be paid. This sacrifice will do it, and only this. I was faithful until 2 years ago. Forgive me. Don't publish this. William, Tuesday. Don't blame Farr, for he is innocent. The letter received by Mr. Nice was as follows. Landilo. William, do all you can for Mrs. Runk, and see that I have a quiet funeral. I am driven to this, but I have tried to be a friend to you. Don't talk to anyone. Tuesday, October 6, 1892. Yours truly, William M. Runk. Mrs. Mary Barcroft received the following letter. Landilo, St. David's, Pennsylvania. My dear Aunt Mary, forgive me for the disgrace I bring on you, but it is the only way I can pay my indebtedness to you. A. Howard Ritter will attend to all my affairs with you. You have always told me my mind was not strong. I have been led astray, have been infatuated with speculation and lost. I work too hard. I am wild, but cannot recover now. Thank you for all you have been to me in every way. Forgive me. Tuesday, October 6th. Affectionately, William. End of section 77. Section 78 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. An authentic record of remarkable cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Suicide, Part 10, The Runk Case in Philadelphia, Part 2. Charge of the Court. Gentlemen of the jury, this case, as has been said to you, is one of a great deal of importance, one which deserves your very careful attention, and one which can only be decided justly by understanding the law that governs it, and by adhering strictly to the evidence. As frequently occurs, a good deal of testimony has been heard, and several questions have been raised, which will be found, in the view the court now takes of the case, to be entirely unimportant. I only regret that we could not know at the outset how the case would present itself to our minds at the close, so that we might have avoided the unnecessary expenditure of time and unnecessary taxing of your strength and patience, and devoted ourselves to what now turns out to be the consideration on which the case must be decided. Counsel for plaintiff has presented to the court several points on which we are asked to charge, for the purpose of getting their view of the law before you. The plaintiff's first, second, and third points are disaffirmed. The fourth is also disaffirmed, for the reasons given in answering the defendant's first point, of which I will speak directly. The fifth point reads as follows. If one whose life is insured intentionally kills himself when his reasoning faculties are so far impaired by insanity that he is unable to understand the moral character of his act, even if he does understand its physical nature, consequence and effect, such self-destruction will not of itself prevent recovery upon the policies. This is affirmed. I will say, however, that we must understand what is meant and intended by the term moral character of his act. It is a term which has been used by the courts and is correctly inserted in the point, but it is a term which might be misunderstood. We are not to enter the domain of metaphysics in determining what constitutes insanity, so far as the subject is involved in this case. If Mr. Runk understood what he was doing and the consequences of his act or acts to himself as well as to others, in other words, if he understood, as a man of sound mind would, the consequences to follow from his contemplated suicide to himself, his character, his family, and others, and was able to comprehend the wrongfulness of what he was about to do, as a sane man would, then he is to be regarded by you as sane. Otherwise, he is not. The defendant's first point reads as follows. There can be no recovery by the estate of a dead man of the amount of policies of insurance upon his life, if he takes his own life designedly, whilst of sound mind. This point is affirmed. The defendant's first point, which I have just read to you and affirmed, and the plaintiff's fourth point, which I have disaffirmed, raise the same question, and it is one of very great difficulty. It is very remarkable that the question has never been directly passed upon by any court of last resort, nor, so far as been discovered, by any other in this country or in England. When the points were presented, I said in your presence that in the absence of authority or of custom on the part of insurance companies or in the business of insuring bearing on the subject, I would feel little hesitation in holding that suicide by the insured, while in a sane condition of mind, constitutes a defense to the payment of the policy. But that I incline to believe there was authority to the contrary. It is conceded, however, that there is nothing to be found on the subject but dicta, and these are conflicting, and there is no evidence before the court of any custom in the business of insurance bearing on this subject. I regret that I must pass on the question without opportunity for examination or reflection. It seems to me, however, that every contract of life insurance contains an implied condition that the insured will not intentionally terminate his life, but that the insurer shall have the benefit of the chances of its continuance until terminated in the natural, ordinary course of events. It is on these chances that the premium is calculated and based, and the contract is founded. It cannot be doubted that if one having a policy on his buildings, insuring against fire, should intentionally burn them, his act would be a defense to the policy, nor that one taking a policy on the life of his debtor, whom he subsequently murders, cannot recover the insurance. In principle, I am unable to distinguish these cases from that where the insured commits suicide. The fraud on the insurer seems to be as clear in the latter case as in either of the others. Additional reasons. A different construction of the policy would seem to make it a contract to pay the insurance immediately if the insured commits suicide, thus offering an inducement to commit this act. If the insured lives out the ordinary term of life, the time of payment may be very remote, and therefore the inducement to commit suicide is very great if payment follows this event. Of course, no insurer would intentionally enter into such a contract. It would be destruction of its interests. His premiums are calculated, and his prospect of gain is based on the insured's chances of life under ordinary circumstances. And if the latter may render the insurance payable immediately by committing suicide, the former is completely at his mercy. If, however, an insurer should enter into such a contract, the law would declare it void because of its violation of public policy. It would seem, in effect, to be a contract to pay money for the commission of suicide. If suicide results from insanity, it is not in legal contemplation, the intentional act of the insured. What constitutes insanity, in the sense in which we are using the term, has been described to you, and need not be repeated. If this man understood the consequences and effects of what he was doing or contemplating, to himself and to others, if he understood the wrongfulness of it, as a sane man would, then he was sane, so far as we have occasion to consider the subject, otherwise he was not. Here the insured committed suicide, and as the evidence shows, did it for the purpose, as expressed in his communication to the executor of his will, as well as in the letters written to his aunt and his partner, of enabling the executor to recover on the policies, and use the money to pay his obligations. I therefore charge you that if he was in a sane condition of mind at the time, as I have described, able to understand the moral character and consequences of his act, his suicide is a defense to this suit. The only question, therefore, for consideration is this question of sanity. There is nothing else in the case. That he committed suicide, and committed it with a view to the collection of this money from the insurance companies, and having it applied to the payment of his obligations, is not controverted, and not controvertible. It is shown by his own declaration, possibly not verbal, but written. The only question, therefore, is whether or not he was in a sane condition of mind, or whether his mind was so impaired that he could not, as I have described, properly comprehend and understand the character and consequences of the act he was about to commit. In the absence of evidence on the subject, he must be presumed to have been sane. The presumption of sanity is not overthrown by the act of committing suicide. Suicide may be used as evidence of insanity, but, standing alone, it is not sufficient to establish it. It is sometimes thoughtlessly said, if a man commits a high crime or takes his life, that he was insane, he was crazy. The fact that a man commits a high crime is not evidence of insanity, and the fact that he takes his life does not of itself overthrow the presumption of sanity. There must be something more than this. Therefore, we start with the presumption of sanity in the defendant's favor, and the burden of showing insanity on the plaintiff. You have heard the evidence on the subject and the comments of counsel respecting it, and from this you must determine how the question should be decided. I believe the wife and sister alone expressed an opinion that his mind was unbalanced. Whether either of them formed this opinion before his death, I am uncertain. The wife said she did not. If the opinion is based on the fact alone that he committed suicide, it is of no value. If it is based on this fact and his previous conduct, condition, or conversation, it may and should be considered. Its value still is for you. These witnesses, together with 2 or 3 others and probably more, you will remember, testified to his conversation, his conduct, his nervousness, the change in his appearance, and so on, shortly before his death. You must judge in how far this testimony tends to show an insane condition of mind, such as I have described. Might or might not the natural worry and distress occasioned by his unfortunate circumstances and the contemplation of self-destruction as a means of relief account for his conduct and appearance, without the existence of such insanity? On the other hand, the defendant has called your attention on this subject to the fact that he conducted the business of his firm during his partner's absence and up to within a very short time of his death. And you have seen how methodically he prepared for his end, and letters he wrote, the instructions prepared for his executor, and so on. Now, from all the evidence on the subject, and your attention has been very fully called to it by counsel, and there need be no repetition of it, you must determine the question of sanity. While I thus submit the question, and remind you that the responsibility of deciding it rests upon you alone, I consider it a duty to say that I do not regard the evidence on which the plaintiff relies as strong. It may be sufficient. That is a question entirely for you. If you find him to have been insane, as I have described, your verdict will be for the plaintiff. Otherwise, it will be for the defendant. There is nothing more that I need say. I can render you no further assistance. I will repeat, you must be very careful to guard your minds against the influence of sympathy or prejudice. Each of the parties is entitled to equal consideration at your hands. If you are not guided and controlled by the law, as stated by the court, and the evidence as heard, you will do great wrong to the parties and wrong to yourselves. Counsel for plaintiff accept to the disaffirmance of the first, second, and third points submitted on behalf of plaintiff. Also to the disaffirmance of the fourth point submitted on behalf of plaintiff, and to the answer to said fourth point. Also to the answer of the court affirming the fifth point submitted on behalf of plaintiff. Also to that part of the charge where the court says, I therefore charge you that if he was in a sane condition of mind at the time, as I have described, able to understand the moral character and consequences of his act, his suicide is a defense to this suit. Also to that part of the charge of the court, saying that suicide standing alone is not sufficient to establish insanity, and if the opinion is based on that fact alone, it is of no value. Also to that point of the charge where the court says, well, I thus submit the question and remind you that the responsibility of deciding it rests upon you alone. I consider it as a duty to say that I do not regard the evidence on which the plaintiff relies as strong. The points submitted on behalf of plaintiff are as follows. 1. The evidence is not sufficient to warrant the jury in finding that the deceased entered into the contracts of insurance evidenced by the policies sued upon with the intention of defrauding the company, defendant issuing the same. The evidence is not sufficient to warrant the jury in finding that the deceased entered into the said contracts of insurance with the intention of committing suicide. 3. The evidence upon the part of the defendant does not warrant any inference of fact which constitutes a defense in law to the plaintiff's right to recover the amount due upon the said policies. 4. The mere fact that the insured committed suicide does not, standing alone, avoid the policies, there being no condition to that effect in the policies. Terry's case, 15 Wall, 586. 5. If one whose life is insured intentionally kills himself when his reasoning faculties are so far impaired by insanity that he is unable to understand the moral character of his act, even if he does understand its physical nature, consequence and effect, such self-destruction will not of itself prevent recovery upon the policies. John Hampton Barnes, Richard C. Dale, George Tucker Bisham, attorneys for plaintiff. The points submitted on behalf of defendant are as follows. 1. There can be no recovery by the estate of a dead man of the amount of policies of insurance upon his life if he takes his own life designedly whilst of sound mind. 2. If you find that Runk committed suicide when he was of sound mind, being morally and mentally conscious of the act he was about to commit, of its consequences, and of its nature, with the deliberate intent to secure to his estate and to his creditors the amount of the policy sued upon, there can be no recovery. 3. If you find that Runk obtained the policies of insurance sued upon at a time when he was insolvent and an embezzler, with the intent thereby to secure, in case of his death, from the defendant, the fund with which to pay those to whom he was indebted, and whose property he had embezzled, that he subsequently committed suicide whilst of sound mind, with the deliberate intent to carry out this scheme, there can be no recovery. 4. The defendant is entitled to set off the loss occasioned by the failure of Runk to keep his agreement not to die by his own hand within 2 years of the date thereof. The amount of this loss cannot be less than that of the policy sued upon. In the closing term of the year in the United States Circuit Court of Appeals, the case came up on appeal. Justice Atchison delivered the opinion as follows, affirming the judgment of the Circuit Court of the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Atchison J. This was an action brought by A. Howard Ritter, executor of the last will of William M. Runk, late of the city of Philadelphia, deceased, against the Mutual Life Insurance Company of New York, upon 6 policies of insurance, together amounting to the sum of $75,000, all bearing date November 10, 1891, issued by the defendant company to William M. Runk upon his life. On the 5th day of October, 1892, Mr. Runk, with great deliberation, committed suicide by a pistol shot at a time when, as the evidence indicates and the jury has found, he was of sound mind and able to understand both the physical and the moral character and consequences of his act of self-destruction. At the time of his suicide, Mr. Runk carried insurance upon his life to the amount of $500,000, the policies for which had been issued to him by a number of different companies. When the policies here in suit were taken, Mr. Runk already carried upon his life policies of insurance issued by other companies to the amount of $315,000, of which $135,000 had been assigned by him to his aunt, Mrs. Barcroft, as collateral security for monies he owed her. At the same time, he effected the insurance, which is the subject matter of this suit. Mr. Runk took out another policy of insurance on his life in the defending company for the benefit of his wife for $20,000. Shortly thereafter, in the month of January 1892, he took out in his own name additional insurance upon his life to the amount of $90,000 in other companies. In connection with the facts already stated, there was evidence upon the trial of this case tending to show that at the time the policies in suit were taken out, Runk was insolvent, that his entire income did not exceed $700 a month, out of which he had to support his family, that theretofore he had been engaged in, and thereafter continued to be engaged in, stock speculations on a large scale, in which he sustained heavy losses, that he had then begun a system of surreptitious withdrawals, amounting at his death to $86,000 of his contribution of $100,000 to the capital stock of the firm of Darlington, Runk and Company, of which he was a member, in violation of his partnership obligations, and which withdrawals he artfully concealed, and it appeared further that, before the date of the policies in suit, Mr. Runk had embezzled funds of the Protestant Episcopal Mission, of which he was treasurer, to the amount of $30,000. On the day of his death, or the day before, Mr. Runk wrote a letter to the executor named in his will, Mr. Ritter, giving a particular account of his liabilities and a list of his insurance policies, and directing the application of the insurance monies to his indebtedness. This letter, and also other letters in evidence written by Mr. Runk just before he shot himself, clearly evince that he deliberately committed suicide with the intention and in order that the insurance he had effected on his life might be collected by his executor and applied to the payment of his liabilities. As the case went to the jury, the only question of fact submitted to that tribunal was the question of the testator's sanity at the time he took his life. Nevertheless, error is assigned to the refusal of the court to affirm the plaintiff's first and second points, namely 1, The evidence is not sufficient to warrant the jury in finding that the deceased entered into the contracts of insurance evidenced by the policies sued upon the intention of defrauding the company, defendant issuing the same. 2. The evidence is not sufficient to warrant the judge in finding that the deceased entered into the said contracts of insurance with the intention of committing suicide. The assignments of error under this head raise the question whether there was any evidence in the clause which would have justified the judge in finding that the policies in suit had been taken out by Mr. Runk with the fraudulent purpose of ending his life by his own hand. We think that there was such evidence, and that affirmation of the above-quoted points would have been erroneous. True, it was not shown by the declaration of the insured or by any other like positive evidence that at the time he effected the insurance he had formed the purpose to take his life. But such direct evidence of dishonest intention is rarely obtainable. Fraudulent intention is seldom openly avowed, and ordinarily its existence must be deduced from the circumstances surrounding the particular transaction, apparent motive, and considered before and after the event. Here we have a man heavily in debt and insolvent, who had unlawfully appropriated to his own use trust funds and was in constant danger of exposure, who had plunged into hazardous stock speculations, and who was already carrying an unusually large amount of life insurance, his income being grossly inadequate to pay the accruing premiums on that insurance and maintain his family. In this desperate state of affairs, this man takes out additional life insurance, amounting, with the policy in favor of his wife, to the large sum of $95,000, which he knew he could not maintain for any great length of time. Then about 2 months later, we find him still further increasing his life insurance by other policies to the amount of $90,000. 9 months thereafter, when in a sane condition of mind, he takes his life, with the express purpose of enabling his estate to realize upon his life policies, leaving specific written directions to his executor how to apply the insurance monies in discharge of his liabilities. It is indeed the fact that Mr. Runk's suicide followed immediately after certain irregularities in his conduct of the business of Darlington, Runk and Company had been detected, and when full exposure of his misconduct was imminent. Still, however, it was for a jury to determine, under all the circumstances, when Mr. Runk first formed the design to take his life, and the evidence, we think, would have well warranted the finding that at the time he took out the policies in suit, he was preparing for the worst, and that he then contemplated and had determined upon self-destruction should his stock speculations fail him in the near future. We are not then able to sustain any of the assignments of error upon this branch of the case. The plaintiff's fourth point was refused, and the defendant's first point was affirmed, and the court charged the jury that if the insured, Mr. Runk, was in a sane condition of mind at the time of self-destruction, his suicide was a defense to this suit. These instructions are assigned for error, and the assignments raise the question whether the personal representatives of one who, when sane, deliberately kills himself with the intent to secure to his estate the amount of insurance he has effected upon his life, can recover the insurance money, the policy containing no provision with respect to suicide. It is conceded that this precise question was not involved or decided in any case prior to the present one. In the cases brought to our attention where suicide, during sanity, by the person whose life was insured, was held not to be a valid defense, the policy was issued for the benefit of some other person, or an independent interest by assignment or otherwise, had been acquired by a person. Not one of the decisions, we think, gives countenance to the idea that the personal representatives of the insured can recover where the latter, while sane, deliberately commits suicide for the purpose of compelling payment of the insurance money to his estate. That there can be no recovery in such a case has been asserted by courts and judges whose expressions of opinions command great respect. It is a fundamental condition of the contract of life insurance, even if the policy be silent on the subject, that the insured, while in a sound mental condition, will not voluntarily destroy his life. The contract would lack mutuality of obligation if the insured, at his own pleasure, by intentional self-destruction, could terminate the payment of the stipulated premiums and precipitate the payment of the sum insured. To sanction a recovery in such a case would be to reward fraud and encourage wrongdoing. The remaining assignments of error relate to the instructions of the court as to what constitutes that degree of mental unsoundness which will relieve against what otherwise would be the consequence of self-destruction. Here it seems to be proper to cite at length the plaintiff's fifth point, and the answer thereto and the accompanying observations made by the court. These were as follows. 5. If one whose life is insured intentionally kills himself when his reasoning faculties are so far impaired by insanity that he is unable to understand the moral character of his act, even if he does understand its physical nature, consequence, and effect, such self-destruction will not of itself prevent recovery upon the policies. That is affirmed. I will say, however, that we must understand what is meant and intended by the term moral character of his act. It is a term which has been used by the courts and is correctly inserted in the point, but it is a term which might be misunderstood. We are not to enter the domain of metaphysics in determining what constitutes insanity, so far as the subject is involved in this case. If Mr. Runk understood what he was doing, and the consequences of his act or acts to himself as well as to others, in other words, as a man of sound mind would, the consequences to follow from his contemplated suicide to himself, his character, his family, and others, and was able to comprehend the wrongfulness of what he was about to do, as a sane man would, then he is to be regarded by you as sane. Otherwise, he is not. In a subsequent part of the charge, the court said, I therefore charge you that if he was in a sane condition of mind at the time, as I have described, able to understand the moral character and consequence of his act, his suicide is a defense to the suit. We are not able to discover in these instructions anything of which the plaintiff in error can justly complain. The explanatory remarks which the learned court made in connection with his affirmance of the plaintiff's fifth point were pertinent and proper. Upon the question of insanity, the jury was plainly informed that to prevent a recovery, it was not enough that Mr. Runk understood the physical nature, consequence, and effect of his act of self-destruction, but that he must have also understood the moral character and consequences of the act, and that, if he did not comprehend its wrongfulness, he was to be regarded by the jury as insane. Nor were the instructions of the court inadequate to the facts of the case. We think that they fully covered the question of insanity here involved. We do not perceive that in the instructions complained of, there was any departure from the principles approved by the Supreme Court in the cases of Life Insurance Company versus Terry, Insurance Company versus Rodell, Manhattan Life Insurance Company versus Broughton, and Connecticut Mutual Life Insurance Company versus Aiken. The charge, we think, conformed to the rulings in those cases. We are of the opinion that this record discloses no error, and the judgment of the Circuit Court is affirmed.
Section 79 of Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Veronica Mead. Stratagems and Conspiracies to Defraud Life Insurance Companies. An Authentic Record of Remarkable Cases by John B. Lewis and Charles C. Bombaugh. Problematic Cases, Part 1. Walton Dwight, Part 1. Problematic Cases. indeterminate, disputable, puzzling, non-proven. Walton Dwight. Colonel Walton Dwight was a prominent and respected citizen of Binghamton, New York, for many years. He was proprietor of one of its local newspapers, was at one time mayor of the city, and had been colonel of a regiment from that part of the state during the war. He was a large real estate operator, having built a section of Binghamton known as Dwightville, and also a handsome hotel called the Dwight House, which was surrounded by 50 cottages. The city had no more public-spirited and no more popular citizen. He was a man of commanding presence, 6'3" in height, of large frame, weight 225 pounds, age 41, and apparently in robust health. His biographers describe him as a splendid fellow, and he described himself as a man accustomed to bore with a big auger. His business operations had always been on a grand scale, and largely based on borrowed money. According to his own sworn statement, he had lived at the rate of $18,000 a year and had accumulated $400,000 of debt, besides dissipating his wife's fortune and rendering her insolvent to a large, if not almost an equal amount. He finally was beset on all sides by creditors, members of his wife's family being among the most rapacious and exacting. In testimony given in 1878 during the bankruptcy proceedings which he had instituted for his relief, he swore as follows: "I received a notice that Dusenberry," his wife's uncle, "was about to sell the equity interest in this estate, thereby sweeping the last plank from under me." Again he said, "It was just like killing me, and I felt as though I was sold out by everybody and everything." At another time, in the same proceedings, he stated, under oath, that he had but $8 on the face of the earth, and his wife but $2, and that he was borrowing money from his brother Ward to pay the bills for board of himself and his wife at the Spalding House. When Dwight was in the plenitude of power, his kinsfolk and his neighbors in Broome County regarded him as something little short of a demigod. He was King of the Commons, and in their admiring eyes the king could do no wrong. When his vast enterprises came to naught, and he was stranded, a financial wreck, the willing subjects of his autocracy had full faith in his ability to rebound with acrobatic elasticity, and in his own good time, from the seat of restored credit and affluence, to survey the gulf of misfortune from which he had safely emerged. But that gulf was so broad and deep that even this man of wonderful grasp and apparently limitless capacity was appalled by its magnitude. He wore a mask to conceal the disquietude that was consuming him, and none, not even his inmates, could penetrate the disguise, and discover that the old pluck and manhood and self-reliance were slipping away from him. His wealthy father-in-law, with confidence in his reactive vigor, offered him his check for $250,000. With characteristic pride and hauteur, he refused it. In this refusal he knew that he was giving another illustration of the proverb, "Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall." Perhaps he foresaw that even with that bountiful help the gulf could not be bridged, that it was impassable for him. Those who take this view will judge his refusal mildly. Yet under any view of the circumstances the question comes up, how can such exhibition of pride in declining the generosity of the father-in-law be reconciled with the total absence of pride which found expression in willingness to father his debts upon the life insurance companies? For that he came to this resolve as the speediest means of extrication from the disheartening consequences of his bankruptcy, either by the sacrifice of a life, which for him was no longer worth living, or by its pretended sacrifice, the substitution of another body, and his escape to a foreign country. Those who closely watched the course of events fully believed. Those who took the latter view still adhered to it in the lapse of years with unshaken pertinacity. The asseverations of the Broome County adherents and pensioners, the declaration of doctors, the disputation of lawyers, the confident theories of detectives, the affirmations and negations of expert testimony have never altered their convictions. Nevertheless, there was much in his conduct, his voluntary exposure, for example, to pneumonia by repeatedly swimming across the Susquehanna in very cold weather, and his persistence in taking excessive quantities of morphia and gelsemium, particularly the latter, to point to a fixed purpose of self-destruction. It was testified to upon the stand that in the last weeks of his life he declared that he would rather be in hell than be poor. Colonel Dwight was not discharged from bankruptcy until November 6th, 9 days before his death, But on the 31st day of July, he began to apply for life insurance as an available means of providing for his obligations, and before the middle of September, he had made formal applications to 31 companies for a sum in the aggregate of $390,000, requiring annual premiums of about $13,000. 21 companies accepted the risk, as noted herewith, for an amount requiring annual premium payments of $8,000 or $9,000. Equitable, NY, $50,000. Manhattan, NY, $20,000. Mutual Benefit, NJ, $15,000. Northwestern, Milwaukee, $15,000. Germania, NY, $15,000. Aetna, Con, $10,000. New York, NY, $10,000. Union Mutual, Maine, $10,000. Travelers, Con, $10,000. National, Vermont, $10,000. Washington, NY, $10,000. New England, Boston, $10,000. Berkshire, Pittsfield, $10,000. United States, NY, $10,000. Massachusetts, Springfield, $10,000. Metropolitan, NY, $10,000. Carried forward, $225,000. Brought forward, $225,000. State Mutual, Mass, $10,000. National, USA, $5,000. Homeopathic, NY, $5,000. Home, NY, $5,000. Brooklyn, NY, $5,000. Total, $255,000. This noble specimen of manhood was so popular in his own community that his neighbors scornfully resented the imputations that followed these transactions. Yet some of them could easily recall how when he was only 28, he inveigled the cautious fossils of the Broome County Bank into furnishing the sum of $300,000 to purchase pine timber land in Canada, and how he bought the land for much less money, and how he refused to return the balance, and how when suit was brought to recover, the jury disagreed, and how with the swag, that is the word in such cases, he bought the Dickinson property known as the Orchard, and invested in an extended plan of improvements, and how on one occasion when his family were away visiting, and no one was left at home but himself, the mansion and contents, insured for $35,000, were destroyed by fire soon after he had quitted the house to rejoin the family. These and similar incidents were, possibly, susceptible of satisfactory explanation by his adherents. What the insurance companies more particularly wanted in the later scenes of dramatic performance was an explanation of the false answers in the application by which they were deceived. Taking the application of the company that came forward to stand a trial test, the Germania, as a type, Colonel Dwight answered the questions here appended as follows. 1. In what occupation has he been engaged during the last 10 years? Answer. Real estate and grain dealer. 2. Is he now, or has he been, engaged in or connected with the manufacture or sale of any beer, wine, or other intoxicating liquors? Answer. No. 3. Whether the party to be assured is now, or has been, insured in other companies in which, and for what amount in each. State exactly in what kind of policy. Answer. Yes. Mutual NY, 15-year endowment, $10,000. Connecticut Mutual, ordinary life, $15,000. Washington, ordinary life, $10,000. Equitable, ordinary life, $10,000. 4. Whether an assurance has been applied for with this or any other company without having led to an assurance. If so, with which companies, and for what reason did the application not lead to an assurance? Answer, no. 5. Has the party now, or has the same ever had, any of the following diseases? Spitting of blood, bronchitis, consumption, etc. Answer, no. 1. It was in evidence that Colonel Dwight, during his bankruptcy proceedings in 1878, swore that his whole occupation from 1872 consisted in fighting his lawsuits and keeping the Dwight House. 2. It was proved, and not disputed, that he sold liquors during the whole period of time which he kept the Dwight House. 3. It was proved, and not disputed, that he never was insured in the Mutual Life of New York, nor in the Connecticut Mutual Life. 4. It was proved, and not disputed, that he had made applications to the Phoenix Mutual Life Insurance Company and others which had not led and never did lead to an assurance. 5. It was proved by several witnesses that he had, in March 1867, severe cough with the repeated spitting of blood, amounting in at least one instance of a copious hemorrhage, and that he had repeatedly said that he had had hemorrhages from the lungs, also that he expected the damned thing would carry him off. This testimony was not disputed by the plaintiff, who freely admitted the spitting of blood, but claimed that it was not a disease. At the apex of one lung, at the first autopsy, was found a cicatrix, or fibrous nodule, a lesion which was noted on the official notes subscribed to by the 15 physicians presented as being probably the result of old pulmonary phthisis. The truth of the answers to the foregoing questions was warranted in the usual form, and under the usual stipulation that if any of the answers in the application were in any respect untrue, the policy should be null and void. If the Germania and the associated companies had chosen to contest payment on the ground of such deception, they could have successfully resisted a claim. The law in New York State requires the judge to decide upon legal points, and not to allow a case to go to the jury when there is no conflict of testimony. But the companies were not willing to win the case upon purely technical grounds. Their contention was based upon the conviction that fraud had been perpetuated, which called for retributive justice. Resistance was in the interest of good morals and public policy, as well in defense of the funds that belonged to honest policyholders. The circumstances attending Dwight's insurance and his succeeding death or disappearance were, to view them in the most charitable light, suspicious. The large insurance upon his life required an amount of ready money for periodical payments beyond his reach. The second quarter's premiums were nearly due. As he was short of means, there was a danger of lapse. He had procured his discharge in bankruptcy, and in that way a clearance of indebtedness amounting to $400,000, so that in case of his death, his creditors could not touch a cent of the insurance money, and an immediate death would save the policies from lapse. He had his hair and beard, of which he had always been very proud, suddenly cut off, which rendered him unrecognizable to many of his nearest acquaintances. He sent his son away. He had with him an accomplice, a man named Charles W. Hall, who was notorious as a promoter of the Cardiff Giant fraud, and this individual testified to having been the only witness of the colonel's death. He made a will distributing money in such a way as would most likely promote deception and create a strong public sentiment favorable to the testator. $10,000 was given for Christmas dinners for the poor, $7,500 for a library, $1,000 for an annual dinner for the newspaper men, $3,000 for the Binghamton Fire Department, $5,000 to the coroner who was to hold the inquest upon the body, and $10,000 to the surrogate who was to pass upon the will. Why should money have been left to these officials? Is it customary for men in making wills to insert bequests to coroners and surrogates? Did not such an extraordinary procedure, taken in connection with the other circumstances, justify the suspicion that it was a piece of strategy to buy the indulgent consideration of these officials? In espousing his cause, they would contend vigorously for their promised inheritance. With the vigor which characterized the administration of the United States Life Insurance Company, its executive officers soon acquired evidence to invalidate the claims of these beneficiaries. They had direct and collateral proof of his pulmonary hemorrhages. They had acknowledgments over his own signature and corroborative statements from others. And in answer to the question, "Has the party had spitting or coughing of blood?" Dwight answered no, but added on the margin, "See note." When asked in the course of correspondence for explanation of this direction, he said that he had taken a very serious cold 10 years before, and the cough was so violent as to start blood from the nose and throat. Nevertheless, he did not consider that it was worth taking into account, and therefore answered in the negative. Whether it was of little amount, when taken in connection with his truthful admissions, may be inferred from one sentence in the report of the autopsy made by Dr. Delafield. He said, "Upper lobe, right lung, at apex, several small fibrous nodules, probably the result of old pulmonary phthisis." Upon discovery of the leading features of the history, the president of the company, Mr. T.H. Brosnan, sent an agent to Binghamton to inform Dwight of the detection of his misrepresentations. They had traced his footsteps through his devious windings, and they had learned why, when sick even unto death, and under medical surveillance, he stole away from home under cover of night and took a sleeping car for New York City. The agent was instructed to tender return of the quarterly premiums and to demand surrender of the policy, which, under the deception that had been practiced, would be regarded as null and void. The agent was treated with defiance, and surrender was contemptuously refused. This Hector understood his rights and knew what he was doing. The company preferred to fight it out during the lifetime of the aggressor. The arrogant colonel preferred to leave a legacy of litigation and to take the chances of a stained and clouded reputation. During the month of September and the first 10 days of October, 1878, Colonel Dwight spent most of his time in hunting in the neighborhood of Windsor, New York, over a country which is extremely hilly or semi-mountainous. About October 11th, it was announced that he was unwell. News of his alleged illness reaching the insurance companies, their suspicions were aroused, and Dr. Charles H. Porter was sent to see him on November 6th. Dr. Porter found, after very careful examination, nothing abnormal with any of the organs of Colonel Dwight, and obtained from Dwight's physician, in his presence, the history of an obscure illness in which the only objective symptoms had been some vomiting and some evidence of a paroxysm, said to resemble an attack of pernicious fever, but which had lasted only a few minutes, in which the temperature had not risen above or fallen below 98.5 degrees, and the pulse not over 80. Suspecting that Colonel Dwight might be suffering from chronic arsenical poisoning, Dr. Porter asked for the usual chemical analysis, but was met with a reply that Fowler's solution was being administered, and that therefore arsenic would of necessity be exhibited in the renal secretion. The evidence for the defense gave no account of what occurred in the history of Colonel Dwight between the 6th and 15th of November. In order to obtain some information concerning the day of his death, Mrs. Owens, a sister of Mrs. Dwight, was placed upon the stand. According to her statement, the apartments occupied by Colonel Dwight were in a semi-detached cottage, which formed a part of the Spaulding house, in Binghamton. They consisted of a sitting room, entered directly from a corridor, and communicating with a bedroom which was furnished with one window opening upon the ground. In the sitting room was an open fire or stove. The bed in the chamber had a high headboard, of such a character that it would be easily possible for a man to hang himself whilst in bed. During the day of November 15th, Colonel Dwight was up, dressed, saw various persons in his sitting room, executed legal papers in a clear, bold hand, was bathed, and had his beard cut off by a barber. Between 8 and 9 o'clock p.m., Mr. Charles A. Hull made his appearance. About 9:30, Dr. D.S. Burr called, chatted a few moments, and then left. Mrs. Dwight and Mrs. Owens left the room a few minutes after the doctor, Colonel Dwight bidding them good night. They retired to their room on the other side of the corridor, where they slept together. At about 11:30, they were aroused by a rap upon the door. Mrs. Dwight instantly arose and went to her husband's room, Mrs. Owens following in 2 or 3 minutes. Mrs. Owens found in the room Mr. Hull, W.F. Spaulding, the proprietor of the hotel, and Mrs. Dwight. Colonel Dwight gave no sign of life after she entered. He was supported on pillows, and Mr. Spaulding was trying to give him brandy, but desisted in a few minutes, saying that he could not swallow it. At the suggestion of someone, hot water was obtained, and Colonel Dwight's hands were put into it. Something over half an hour after Mrs. Owens went to the room, the undertaker arrived. Mrs. Dwight and Mrs. Owens then went into another room and went to bed. In order to complete the story at this point, it is necessary to draw on the evidence furnished by Neri Pine, the attorney of Colonel Dwight, who was put upon the stand by the plaintiff. He stated that on November 15th he called on Colonel Dwight to transact certain legal business, and to inquire concerning the funds for the payment of the second quarter's premium, which would be due on the 19th. Colonel Dwight replied that he had no money to pay it, but that he, Mr. Pine, had better see Mr. Doonesbury, his father-in-law, who he, Dwight, thought would advance the necessary funds. Mr. Neri Pine further stated that Colonel Dwight gave him no reason for supposing that any arrangement had been perfected with Mr. Doonesbury, but told him that he was going to make arrangements with his father-in-law. By the morning after this interview, death had to all appearances rendered unnecessary any call by Mr. Neri Pine upon Mr. Doonesbury's good nature. End of section 79.